Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is An Eagle Among Lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Sunlight and Shade. The kitchen was bustling with activity. All students took an afternoon here and there to prepare meals for the rest of the academy's students and faculty. Proactive and diligent students signed up for their own positions in the schedule, while those less diligent students, i.e. Hilda, typically waited until somebody, usually their professor, noticed they hadn't signed up and wrote their name into the schedule for at least 5 days straight to teach them a lesson. Today, Edelgard joined Didu, Bernadetta, Annette, and Ingrid to make beef stew. "Okay, Didu," Bernadetta said, protectively placing herself over the spice rack with her arms splayed wide. I am gonna pick out what I need for my special spice mix." No peeking." Didu stood in the corner of the kitchen as Annette tended to the finely diced mix of carrots, celery, onion, and garlic sautéing at the bottom of a large cast-iron cauldron, his hand firmly clamped over his eyes. "I will not peek, Bernadetta. Collect your spices. Are you sure you are not looking? Because I won't give up my secret spices, even if I die." "Would it help if I turned around?" he asked. "Why yes," she squeaked. Didu turned his back to her and everyone else, situating himself in the corner. "I shall. Is it really so important that you keep your special spice mix a secret, Bernadetta?" Ingrid asked as she turned a mound of freshly scrubbed red potatoes into a mound of cubes. "Yes, Bernadetta, Edelgard, and Annette all answered in unison. "Okay," Ingrid said. "Okay, is everyone, not looking?" Bernadetta asked. Edelgard focused on tenderizing the meat for the stew with a little wooden mallet, thankful that unlike the last time she'd been on meal preparation duty, Sylvain wasn't here to make jokes about how good she was at beating her meat. "Nobody's looking, Bernadetta." As she busied herself in her work, she heard the clink of glasses as Bernadetta selected her clandestine spice mix, followed by the grinding of a mortar and pestle. "The mirepoix is just about done," Annette pronounced, "so I'm gonna get the stock." "Oh. Wait. Shouldn't we deglaze the veggies with a dash of wine?" "We will need it later anyway," Didu said. "There should be a bottle of cooking wine in the cupboard." "All right. I got it." Annette strained, letting out an adorable little grunt, and Edelgard could see her standing on the tips of her toes under the cupboard, hand outstretched and fingers splayed as she tried to lift herself up just one more inch. "Didu, can you help Annette?" she asked, worried that the poor girl might accidentally knock the bottle over and send it crashing to the floor. "I've got it," he said. "Bernadetta, I am turning around and uncovering my eyes. Prepare yourself." It's okay. I'm done." Bernadetta held out a small bowl filled with a fine speckled dust of ground herbs and spices, her proud grin an unusual sight on her face. Edelgard was relieved to finally look up from the sea of red flesh speckled with white flecks and ribbons of sinew. She wasn't squeamish and had grown quite accustomed to cooking for herself and others during the war, but she didn't particularly enjoy immersing herself in meat after seeing so many bodies cut open. She set aside her mallet and took out a knife, setting to work cubing the meat. Though it wasn't as time-consuming as tenderizing, there was a lot of meat to prepare after all. This would have to be doled out for all the students, along with Edelgard's siblings. She felt Didu jostle against her, thankfully not forcefully enough to knock her down or put her fingers under her knife. "Apologies," he said as she collected herself. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she assured him as he slipped past her. "It's all right. It's just a little cramped in here." A cloud of steam hissed out of the pot as Annette poured in a dash of cooking wine under Didu's supervision. "There we go. How's the meat coming, Edelgard?" "We will need to start browning it soon," Didu said. "It's coming along," she said. "This would go a lot quicker if I could just use an axe or a sword." Ingrid laughed. "I can see you doing that, Edelgard. Swinging your axe all over the kitchen with reckless abandon. You'd make a bigger mess than Annette." "Hey, I haven't made any messes in a long time," Annette protested. "But, anyway, Bernie, do you want to help me get the pot with the stock?" As she and Bernadetta hurried to retrieve a pot brimming with rich brown beef stock, Didu took out a large cast-iron skillet and lightly oiled it with vegetable oil. "I do not mean to rush you, Edelgard. I am simply getting the skillet ready." Edelgard nodded and continued to cube the meat. Do you need help? No, I've got it. You have been a bit sluggish lately, Edelgard, Ingrid said for the umpteenth time. Are you not getting enough sleep? I'm used to not getting enough sleep, she assured her, though she supposed it was her mind that was used to it, not her body. It's your older sisters, isn't it? Goddess only knows I'd be a mess if my own family accused me of treason. Yeah, it's not fair, Annette chimed in as she and Bernadetta hauled the pot of stock across the kitchen. They shouldn't look down on you just because of who your friends are. I mean, do they think Bernie's a traitor, too? Oh, no, Bernadetta moaned. Why did you say that? There's no way they don't think Bernie's a traitor. Here, let me help you, Ingrid said to Edelgard, stepping away from her potatoes and taking up an extra butcher's knife. Move over. Since she wasn't one to refuse help from someone with a knife, Edelgard moved over and allowed Ingrid to help. The work, though menial and mindless, was soothing. After everything that had happened with her family, Edelgard was thankful for this diversion and her friends in the Blue Lions to keep her spirits up. Annette, Bernadetta, can you finish the potatoes? Ingrid called out as the two girls carefully upended the pot of stock into the cauldron. They say too many cooks in the kitchen spoil the soup, but many hands make light work. I'm sure Professor Byleth would say something like that if she were in here. That is exactly what she would say, Edelgard said, knowing it to be true because Byleth had, in fact, said that exact thing to her many times before. They always say that too many cooks will spoil the stew, Annette sang as she started up one of her impromptu ditties, but all I need to make a yummy stew is a little bit of you and a little bit of you and a little bit of you, and I don't mean that in a cannibal way, cause that would be really, really creepy. Oh, right. Bernie, do you still need to put in your spices? Ingrid and Edelgard finished cubing the meat and, while Annette continued to serenade them, took to dusting the cubes in flour and seasoning them with salt and pepper. The meat is ready, Ingrid announced. The skillet is ready, Didu announced. After a few minutes of browning the meat until every surface of every cube had developed a deep brown sear, it all went into the pot, and one more dash of wine freed the leftover fond remnants from the bottom of the skillet. And now, he said, tending to the fire keeping the stew stewing, we wait. Place the potatoes in a basin with water so they will be fresh until it is time to add them. There was the faintest hint of a smile on his face. It is nice to cook with people who know what they are doing. It's nice to cook with people, period, Annette said. Are you going to stand by and watch this all afternoon? Bernadetta asked. Yes, he said. If any of you have other engagements, feel free to leave. I will handle it from here. I've got a class later this afternoon, Ingrid said, washing her hands and preparing to leave. Though she was on much better terms with Dida than she'd once been, the two of them still didn't care much for spending time together. Me, too, Annette said. But this was really fun. We should all volunteer for next Wednesday, too. No one's signed up for that slot yet. I'll stay here with you, Bernadetta said to Didu. I mean, if you wouldn't mind, she added, nervously kneading her hands together. I can just hide in the corner. You won't even know I'm there. Thank you, Dida said. It would be nice to have you here. I did not know you were so enthusiastic about cooking. I should head out, too, Edelgard said, enjoying the sight of stoic Didu and timid little Bernie developing a sort of friendship, even though she feared it might end in tears soon. Once she'd washed and dried her hands to remove all the flour and meat juices that had stained her hands powdery white, she took up her bag and slung her cloak over her shoulder. You two enjoy yourselves. Take care of yourself, Dida told her. Perhaps you should take the afternoon to rest. Edelgard nodded and left the kitchen, bracing herself against the gust of cold wind that blew through the door to the dining hall when it opened. The cold air set into her bones no matter how bundled up she was, and after taking just a few steps into the courtyard, her nose and ears stung. She did not relish the months to come, which would be colder than this, and almost regretted not staying in the kitchen, where at least it was warm and the smell of all that stew was only going to grow stronger while all that meat braised. She caught up with Annette. Excuse me, Annette, she asked. May I ask you where you buy those sachets of cocoa? Oh, you like them? Annette asked with a cheery smile, her face flushed and reddened nearly to match the color of her hair by the cold wind. "There's a sweets shop in town that sells them." "Oh, and are you making your cocoa with water or milk?" "Milk, of course," Edelgard said. "I was gonna tell you, you've got to use milk if you weren't. It's the only way to get hot cocoa that's properly rich and creamy. And maybe the warm milk will help you sleep." "I'm glad you're concerned for my health," she said. She rubbed her eye with the heel of her palm, irritated by a sudden twinge that sank into her head like a white-hot needle. "Is something wrong with your eye?" "No, nothing," she assured Annette. "Ever since that sniper nearly killed me, I've just had this twinge in it." "That's weird. I thought you got shot in the shoulder." "Yes, but, well, the second arrow, the one Professor Byleth knocked out of the air, I was certain it was headed for my face. I can almost imagine that it actually hit me, and it's such a vivid image that when I dwell on it, my eye hurts." Technically, she wasn't quite lying, just oversimplifying a very complicated situation. The levity on Annette's face vanished, her carrot-colored eyebrows knitted in concern. "Oh, that's terrible," she gasped. "Don't worry. It's all in my head." "Well, sadness and stress is all in your head, too, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. And everything going on with your siblings probably isn't making it any easier on you," Annette said, putting her arm firmly around her waist. "Here, let me walk you back to your room so you can rest up. But you'd better rest. I'm gonna check up on you later to make sure you're taking a nap or something." "I suppose I do need someone to keep me on task," Edelgard agreed. "After all this time, resting is still my weakest skill." The two of them made their way to the dormitories. Out of the corner of her eye, Edelgard spied Glenn clinging to Dimitri like a second shadow. After how Thales had castigated him last night, Edelgard was sure he was trying to make himself useful, seemingly by keeping Dimitri occupied so that he couldn't be turned against his subterranean allies. "I'm sorry you're going through such awful stuff," Annette told her. "I remember when I lost my dad. I mean, he's not dead, he's here, like literally here, but he's, well, you know, it's complicated. Anyway, I know family drama can be really tough and it must be a lot harder when you're all princes and princesses, but just hang in there, and we'll all be here for you when you need us." "Thank you, Annie. And before that you got stood up by Ingrid at the ball, went to Fhirdiad for a week, almost got killed. I don't know how you're still standing." "Neither do I, to be honest. It's instinct, I suppose. As long as I have to keep moving, I keep moving, no matter how I feel. That's just how I've always been." "That's how I've always been, too. We're so alike, Edelgard. Just two overachievers who forgot how to relax." "Well, Mercy's not here to help me remember, so you and I are gonna have to take care of each other." "Will we?" "I suppose we can keep each other on the straight and narrow, so to speak. Perhaps we should do our relaxing together. Like a study session, but for the exact opposite." "How many times have we talked about doing that?" Annette asked, grinning as she opened Edelgard's bedroom door for her. It was a frighteningly mischievous grin. "Excuse me, Annette," Edelgard said as Annette dragged her into her bedroom, "but I don't think I'm fatigued enough to need help opening my door. Starting today, I'm gonna help you take it easy. No matter how difficult it is, I'll do it," Annette exclaimed, and Edelgard found herself not only dragged into her room but also dragged to her bed. Annette had frighteningly strong arms for her size from all that axe training she'd been doing. "Annette, is this really necessary?" she asked as Annette drew her covers up to her chin and tucked her into bed. The spark that seemed to leap between them as Annette's hand brushed against her cheek felt oddly invigorating. "It sure is. Now close your eyes and dream about that yummy stew we just made until dinner time." "You know I'll have to do this to you sometime," Edelgard said, trying her best to look threatening with herself cocooned firmly in her bedsheets. It didn't work. "Of course," Annette said. "Sleep tight. I'll be back to check up on you after Professor Hanneman's seminar. And then we can go to the dining hall and have dinner together." She all but skipped out of the bedroom, leaving Edelgard by herself. Edelgard's head sank into her pillow, but not for long. She supposed it was nice to be mothered by somebody after everything that had happened, but unfortunately, the world had other plans and she didn't have the luxury of lying down when they happened. Rest would have to come later. Sorry, Annie, she mumbled to herself, throwing off her covers and pulling herself out of bed. There's no rest for the wicked. She rifled through her bag to make sure she had everything she needed, and amid her notebooks, ink bottle, and quill pen she spied a familiar scrap of paper long, thin, and covered with impenetrable code that must have slipped to her while she had been occupied in the kitchen. It read: 15 Mr. CVT MyUEQOXUUYIDQXFYTMQGJGVW Fallad Japeth Soydik EEPPXFJLWKJP New Jersey VFKCMNRDFXNKWY Dole LTZ. So, Gerald said, our little creep is sticking to Dimitri like glue. That makes things harder. With an irritated grunt, he rested his elbows on the table and stared out at the darkening sky through the narrow, slit-like windows. Hope he's not expecting us. How would he? Byleth asked. We're all trustworthy here. Happy took a sip from her mug of steaming cocoa, then held her finger up to her lips. Why are we making this so difficult? Hilda asked as she worked a comb through Happy's tangled, snarled, and matted mane of scarlet hair. Professor, just call him into your office after class and bonk him on the head. And make everyone suspect her. Edelgard asked. That is an excellent idea, Hilda. There is no way that making Byleth the last person to see Glenn would invite heightened scrutiny on her. Hilda rolled her eyes. Yeah. Ugh, Happy, you desperately need some soap and conditioner in this mess, she said as one of the teeth snapped off of her comb. Hey, Edelgard, can you help me out here? You're just so good at styling your hair. I would, but it looks like you've broken your only comb. Much to Edelgard's surprise, she pulled a spare comb out of her purse. Don't be ridiculous. I always carry a spare comb in case I lose one. Isn't that smart of me? Edelgard sighed, took the comb, and started taming Happy's hair. Let me know if this hurts, she said, raking the comb through it. She'd never tilled a field before, but she imagined this was what it was like to till one that was rocky and barren. Happy's scalp produced a forest of matted, stiff, oily, tangled hair, and judging from the smell alone one could only wonder when she'd last had a chance to wash it. The Knights of Syros probably hadn't bathed her in her captivity, and wash basins were hard to come by when one was a fugitive. I've gone through worse, Happy said, her voice still hoarse from lack of use. This is going to need a thorough washing before we can dye it, Edelgard informed Claude, who'd been eagerly tossing a jar of black hair dye up into the air over and over again since he'd arrived. His idea had been to dye Happy's hair as part of a disguise so that she wouldn't be recognized if somebody stumbled upon her. Shame. I should have known. He set the dye back in his bag. Why he'd just happened to have hair dye lying around, one could only guess. Perhaps one of Claude's great secrets was that he was going very, very prematurely gray. So, when we're done with this, Hilda said to Happy, sitting back and watching Edelgard do all the work, how do you want your hair styled? Oh. I've got it. You can have a cute pair of pigtails, like me. That would be a great look, if we wanted to disguise her as a child, Edelgard said. What are you talking about? It's childish. It's a childish hairstyle. Childish? Hilda scowled. Excuse me? And what would you suggest? Put it in those grandma buns your future self wears. It was Edelgard's turn to be outraged. Grandma buns. Yeah. With your hair stark white and tied up like that, you looked like an old lady. Hilda smugly ran a hand through the long, silky tresses of one of her bright pink pigtails. At least I look young and sprightly and not like I've already outlived 5 husbands. You, Hubert said, glaring daggers at her, are distracting Lady Edelgard. Do we not have more important things to discuss? I've got an idea, Claude said. We've got a suspected Death Knight and Hurricane King roaming outside the monastery walls. Cap, how about you take Glenn with you on patrol, and, he put on a hapless little shrug. Whoops. Sorry. Bad guy came right out of the trees and snatched him right up. Nothing I could have done. He'll be missed. Happy, what do you think? Cute, girlish pigtails? Or old lady buns? Hilda asked. How do you want us to do your hair? Happy looked around the room and pointed to Geralt. Like that, she said. Gerald furrowed his brow and let out a bemused chuckle. His hair was shaved down to short bristles on the sides and swept forward on top. To say the least, it wasn't exactly a stylish hairdo. Huh? No, you don't want this, kiddo. He seemed to be quite at ease around Happy, Edelgard noticed. The young woman's quiet and repressed demeanor probably reminded him of Byleth. Anyway, Claude, as much as I like your idea, I'm not gonna be on patrol all alone with him. When I'm out there in the forest, I'll have at least 2 other knights with me at all times, and I'm not exactly keen on trusting them as part of our little conspiracy. Perhaps we simply watch and wait, Hubert suggested. Soon the timing will be right. If we all keep an eye on Glenn's habits and routines, one of us is bound to find an opening. I don't like the idea of waiting, Byleth said, crossing her arms. We don't just need to kidnap Glenn, but also figure out how to remove that glamour of his by the time Rodrigue shows up again. I've got something risky to suggest, Claude said. Hilda let out an exasperated sigh. Everything you suggest is risky, Claude. Dida slipped you that coded message earlier today, right? He asked Edelgard. He wouldn't have done that if he'd thought we didn't have a way to decode it. He pulled out a slip of paper produced by the stolen decoding machine from his bag and read off the decrypted message Edelgard had given him. In 2 weeks, a new face will arrive at the monastery, and in 3 weeks, it will take yours for its own, he recited. I think he's not as much of an ally to the no-eyed people as they might think. Edelgard pensively bowed her head as she pondered his plan. Dida had shown her that he was trustworthy on many occasions already, not the least of which being all the times he'd found her snooping around those who slither in the dark and interceded to keep her out of harm's way. And if he knew that she had access to a decoding machine and yet had done nothing? It's possible, she said. But he also might be lulling us into a false sense of security by turning a blind eye to us. That's true, he agreed. That's why I said it was risky. Okay, how's this? I say just snatch him out of his bed while he's sleeping, then. If the no-eyes sleep. Do they sleep? No, Happy said. I've never seen one of them sleep, Edelgard said. She'd run into Kronia enough times in the middle of the night to know that she, at the very least, seemed to get by just fine without any. What does Glenn do all night, then? Hilda asked. Does he just pretend to sleep? Well, he's got his creeps to creep around with, Gerald said. A wry, sinister grin split Claude's face. Well, we can make him sleep, then. A little slow-acting poison, something to make him a little drowsy, or more than a little, and then we just snatch him up. Do you have a poison like that? Gerald asked. His face fell. Damn it. I can't believe I'm talking about poisoning a. How old is Glenn? About 20. Hilda suggested. The person wearing his face could be much older, even, Edelgard said. He let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Okay, I don't feel bad about it anymore. Thanks. I don't have one now, Claude said, but I could whip it up in a few days. The discussion lasted the rest of the short winter day, and by the time the sky outside the windows had turned pitch black, no better idea had been suggested, so Time Squad adjourned with its members instructed to watch and wait for opportunity to strike while Claude worked on his poison. Edelgard was fortunate enough to return to her room just a minute before Annette knocked on the door. Hello, Edelgard, she chirped, her cheeks pink, her smile broad. Hope you had a nice, restful afternoon. Now how about dinner? Edelgard decided not to tell her she hadn't. Dinner sounds great, Annette. As she prepared for bed at the end of a long, exhausting day, there was a knock on Edelgard's door. She half expected it to be Glenn coming to kill her. These sorts of thoughts, cowardly, anxious, catastrophic thoughts, the kind of hysterical fantasies that so often took hold of poor Bernadetta, had struck her far more often since she'd experienced death, and all she could do was shove them aside. After all, Glenn wasn't stupid or impulsive enough to defy the terms of her blackmail so blatantly, was he? No, scratch that. If he was Kronia, then he most certainly was. There was a common misconception that evil was the domain of master schemers concocting labyrinthine plots, and while the world had more than its fair share of those, the vastly more common cause of suffering was simply idiots doing as idiots did best. Fortunately, it was not Glenn at her door. Rather, it was her little brother Pascal, flanked by his retainer. Hi, Elle, he said, kneading his doughy hands. Is this a bad time? No, she said, inviting him in, I was only just about to go to bed. As she stepped back and he stepped forward, shooing his retainer away as the door swung shut behind him, she found herself eyeing the letter opener resting on her desk. A good impromptu dagger if this Pascal turned out to be a changeling in disguise. No, she couldn't allow such ridiculous paranoia to take control of her mind. Justine won't apologize to you, Pascal said. So? I'll just have to apologize to you for her. I'm sorry. Thank you, Pascal, Edelgard said, though inside she felt gutted. Before Pascal had said those words, she'd felt the rich and hearty weight of a bowlful of stew filling her belly, and now she felt as though everything had been flushed out. She sat down on the side of her bed. Have a seat, if you'd like. Pascal sat down beside her, still fidgeting anxiously. She and Gerland would be so mad if she knew I was here with you. But... A wheezing sob burst from Edelgard's chest, as sudden and unexpected as a hiccup, and though she clapped her hands over her mouth, the damage had been done. She felt tears well up in her eyes. She'd remembered so little about her siblings, and least of all she'd remembered how petty and vindictive her eldest sisters had been sometimes. She'd only remembered them all as simultaneously strong, towering over her like statues of the saints before the experiments had broken them all down, and pathetic, begging for help that never came and deserving infinite sympathy for their suffering. She hadn't remembered how bossy they'd been, or the times they'd bullied her over even little things, like the time when she'd been 6 and she'd wanted to let Hubert play pretend with them even though none of the other retainers did, and Gerland in particular had made a big fuss over Hubert wanting to be a Pegasus Knight because only girls got to be Pegasus Knights, and it had just been so stupid and petty, the way children so often were. Elle? Pascal's asked, taking her hand. Worry creased his soft, moon-shaped face. I'm sorry. Did I say something to upset you? Pasc, she choked out, sniffling, laid low and reduced to a blubbering mess by the cruel reality that the long-dead girls and boys she'd lionized for so long because to do anything else was to dishonor their memory, to spit on their useless sacrifices, their senseless wastes of life, the tragedies that had cut their lives short so early were not always lions. Pascal, She balled her hands into fists, fingernails biting into the meat of her palms nearly hard enough to draw blood, her teeth finding her bottom lip and gnawing it to bloody ribbons, and forced it all down. For a while, she was silent, hard at work taking all that pain and heartache and compressing it, shrinking it down to a pebble she could hold in her heart without breaking it. Elle, are you okay? It's fine, she said. I'm fine. She wiped her tears on the sleeve of her nightshirt. It feels like a lifetime since I've seen any of you, long enough that it hurts. There was a morose look on Pascal's face. Why is Anselm doing this to us? He asked, his voice cracking. Doesn't he realize how much he's hurting us? How much he's hurting you? Why is he doing this? What did we ever do to him? I don't know what he wants, Edelgard said. Part of her suspected that perhaps Anselm had been replaced by those who slither in the dark, but part of her believed that perhaps this was just the kind of person he was. Either way, she had no way of knowing. But he must believe in something, and when one has strong ideals, one must sometimes work to pursue them, no matter the cost. Is that it? He just believes in something, so it's okay. To him? Yes. He's certainly justified it to himself. Wherever his path leads, he's decided that it's the best path, perhaps even the only path. No matter how many people he hurts along the way or how much resistance he faces, he'll pursue it. Perhaps it had only been natural that he had been her closest brother, and she his closest sister, or perhaps she was simply projecting what she knew of herself onto him. But one thing she knew for sure, if he continued on that path alone, he would become a cold-hearted, wicked person, just as Edelgard had always feared she would be. Pascal was silent for a while. That's a disgusting way to think, he said, the venomous sting of his words striking Edelgard in the heart. I know, she said. You've changed, Elle, he said after another long pause. He sat hunched over, shoulders bowed, ringlets of his curly hair spilling over his brow as his gaze fixed itself on the floor. You're so distant and cold, the way you talk, and Anselm went here last year, before he started doing all this. Is that what this place does to people? Hetty and I were so excited to enroll here, but now. Edelgard tried to muster a smile. Everyone who comes to this academy changes, Pascal. Most of them change for the better. It all depends on who you have to guide you. So. Professor Hanneman's that bad of a teacher, huh? Should I apply for the Golden Deer if Miss Manuela is still teaching them? Somehow, she nearly managed to laugh. Do what you believe is right, Pascal. There's nothing else worth doing. Pascal let out a weak smile and wrapped his arms around her. Thank you, El. Edelgard hadn't felt his embrace for over 12 years. Pascal had been one of the last to die, and he'd died in his sleep, cradled in her arms, because at that point she had been the only big sister he'd had left. He had died in her sleep, too, his last breath obscured by the oblivion of a dreamless slumber, warm one moment, cold as stone the next. She found her tears dampening his shoulder as she murmured the same words she'd said then. Don't be afraid, Pascal, she said. It'll be over soon. I'll protect you. Pascal didn't die in her arms while she slept. He woke her up as he slipped away from her, telling her that he didn't want to make his retainer wait outside her door all night or make any of the other Hresvelgs worry about where he was, and Edelgard laid awake and alone in her bed for what felt like hours more, wishing she'd tried to convince him to stay while the dry, cottony feeling in her mouth left over from her short nap faded away. Later in the night, she heard a ghostly wailing from down the hall, bleeding through the walls. It sounded like Dimitri, wandering the monastery like a lost spirit as he sometimes did, as Edelgard remembered herself doing on occasion, though she'd usually kept quiet about it. Lighting a candle, she ventured into the hall, easing the stiffness from her arms and legs, and followed the ethereal sounds. The cold air cut through her pajamas to nip at her skin and stung her lungs as it settled in her chest. In the distance, far down at the end of the hall, a silvery pinprick twinkled in the dark, lit by the last few vestiges of candlelight. She found Dimitri curled up there under the windowsill, shivering from the cold as he wrapped a fur stole over his shoulders. Father, he moaned. Father, please. Father. Edelgard crouched down beside him, holding the candle over him so its light fell on his face. His eyes were squeezed shut, cheeks glistening with streaks that might have been tears. Dimitri. It's me. His eyes cracked open. El. Were you having a nightmare? She asked. He blinked, opening his mouth as if to speak before shutting it again, gaping like a fish. I saw him. Father. She rested a hand on his cheek. He was freezing. You're having a nightmare? No, he said, shaking his head. No, El, he was here, in my room. Standing there, his head in his hands, offal dripping from the bloody stump of his neck and staining his cloak and armor, dripping onto the floor. He said. He came out here and he said. It's just a dream, Dee, she assured him. You're cold. I'll take you to your room, she said, and she took him by the arm and struggled against his weight to pull him to his feet. My father's spirit in arms, he speaks and I am bound to hear, so I am bound to revenge. Edelgard helped him into his room and set him down on the bed, plying him with blankets as he weakly struggled to pull himself out. He was there, he protested. He said. There are no phantoms, she said, but the ones that haunt your mind. Dimitri relaxed a bit and curled up under his covers, warding off the pervasive chill. My father, my mother, they speak to me. Their words cling to me like chains. Father. What of Rodrigue, father? What should I do? Please tell me. Is something worrying you about Rodrigue? Edelgard asked. He seemed to ignore her, only to continue holding a conversation that existed only in his mind, his pleas degenerating into feverish babbling without rhyme or reason. It was unsettling. It reminded her of those who had died in the dungeons of fever. Dimitri. She rested her hand on his head, running her fingers through the snowdrifts of his hair, and pressed her palm to his forehead. It was cool to the touch, though slicked and clammy from sweat. I'm here for you. It's okay. He fell silent. El, he said. It's you. You were having a waking nightmare, she told him. About your father. Ghosts fill my head. They're lingering regrets, the wills that fled their bodies with their last breaths, nothing else. It's okay. I'm here now. You can sleep. He sat up, the blankets sloughing away from him. Edelgard put them back over his shoulders. They've never haunted me like this before. I saw him, I saw my father, as though he were standing right there, he said, gesturing to a dark corner of the room. As real as you or I. A trick of the shadows, nothing more, she assured him. Your eyes and your mind play tricks on you sometimes. Once, I woke up to find myself paralyzed, and swore that a demon was sitting on my chest and squeezing the air from my lungs. My thoughts moved in frantic circles, my mind racing in place, for what felt like hours before I was released. These things happen at night. They aren't the work of spirits, but of stress and fear, and the occasional indigestion or fever eating at our minds. You think so? What is causing you stress, D? Tell me what troubles your mind. You seem so alone, he muttered. Not when I'm with you, she said, putting an arm across his shoulder and leaning against him. Tell me, are you worried about Rodrigue? I know Felix and I have expressed our misgivings about him to you, but I'd like to know what you truly think of him. As I recall, you seemed quite fond of him until after Riemeyer, then suddenly you couldn't seem to stand him. Dmitri sighed. I suppose, but you cannot repeat anything I tell you, L. I need you to swear it. I swear, D, she said. I won't tell a soul. He took her hands. His were icy, strong, hard, and cold as stone. He could crush hers with a twitch of his wrists. Swear it. I do swear, she said. I won't speak of anything you say about him. His grip loosened. When I was imprisoned after the attack in Dusker, when I was subjected to those accursed rituals and torturous experiments, My memory is foggy, but I remember, when I was the only one left, I somehow managed to free myself, he said. I remember the light of the sun burning my eyes after what seemed like an eternity of darkness. It was like being born. Everything from before that, the moment I felt the cool air in my hair and the warm sun on my cheeks, felt like a distant dream. I didn't know where I was, I barely knew who I was, only that I had to run. But I was weak, it hurt just to walk, and my blood burned like poison. The monsters who had imprisoned me, those men in their priestly robes and knightly armor, chased me. They would have easily caught me and dragged me back into the darkness if not for... He stopped. If not for what? Edelgard asked, almost dreading the answer. Him, Dmitri said, his voice cracking. Rodrigue. My father's dearest friend, Rodrigue. He appeared before me and struck down the wicked men. He saved me. He took me in, brought me back to civilization, and he and Lady Cornelia nursed me back to health. In many ways, he and Cornelia, they became the parents I had lost. Your father loved him dearly. As only a Blad did and a Frildarius could. A bond stronger than anything in the world tied their souls together. To know Lambert was to know Rodrigue, to know Rodrigue was to know Lambert. Only death could shatter those bonds. I see. When I had recovered and regained my wits and my strength, Rodrigue took me aside one night and told me of the secret society he belonged to, one which he'd hoped to bring my father into, had his life not been cut short. It was an ancient and clandestine brotherhood he called the Men in Black. For 1,000 years, they had secretly opposed the subtle tyranny of the Church of Syros. I owe them my life, as does Didu. If not for their intervention, he would have died in the same pogroms that took his family. He asked me to do what my father would have done, and join him in his crusade. Edelgard had to hide her disgust. Thales had certainly done quite a lot more to ensure his hold on Dmitri than his counterpart in her world had to ensure his hold on her. If he had done that to her, never dropped his disguise as kindly Uncle Vokhard, set himself up as her savior and protector, she might have truly been his slave. It was almost as though this world's Thales had taken great pains to correct the other world's Thales' hubris-born mistakes. So, what drove you apart? Riemeyer. Rodrigue has many partners among the Men in Black. Mages, scientists, spies, assassins. Solon, he was one of them, Dmitri spat. But he went rogue. Those monstrous deeds at Riemeyer were his doing, and Rodrigue has insisted, over and over again, that Solon was a traitor for the Church of Syros, misusing our resources for his own perverted goals. Do you believe him? I will, he said darkly, when I hunt down Solon and rip the truth out of him along with his still beating heart. So for right now, you only want to believe. That's why you were so furious at him after Rhymire. That's why you refused to tell him and Cornelia about your plans to return to the monastery after your coronation, because you've lost your faith in him, Edelgard said. Dmitri nodded slowly, hesitantly, fearing to voice the sentiments that had burdened his heart with so much guilt. I want to believe. For father. My father would never have loved a wicked man. But if you find Solon and capture him, how do you know he will tell you the truth? I will make him. He gave her a piercing look. That reminds me. At Thrdyad, you said you believed the Church of Syros had been framed, he said. Why do you believe that? I believe they might have been framed, she corrected. What evidence do you have? It's not so much evidence as a lack thereof, and not so much that as simple logic. Anybody, given enough resources, can wear a priest's robes or a knight's armor. You can't take what your enemy tells you or shows you at face value, especially if their aim is to deceive, inveigle, and obfuscate. If the true culprits wished to keep their identities a secret, it would do well for them to wear another faction's colors. Consider for example that in war, soldiers and spies may fly the colors of their own enemies to sow confusion or conceal themselves. What are you saying? Remember what I once said to you, Edelgard said, about gathering your allies and striking down your true enemy. I don't think someone as kind as you can shoulder the weight of such guilt if you find yourself misled into making the wrong decision and allowing true evil to stalk this world while you chase phantoms. But I will help you find the truth, wherever it leads us. A hint of a smile brightened Dimitri's face. If there is one thing about you I find myself most thankful for, it is how deliberate you are. You think about situations from so many different angles and see everything from afar. It's a skill I have never had much strength in. It's as carpenters say, she said, returning his smile. Measure twice, cut once. Over the next few days Edelgard, like her brothers and sisters, found themselves drawn as if by compulsion to the monastery's rookery, at once both hoping and dreading to find a messenger owl or pigeon bringing news from Inver. On the occasions she ran into Justine and Gerland there, they were frosty toward her, piercing her with dagger glances and turning their noses at her if she even tried to get a word in edgewise against their cloying silence. Joachim and Heidi Marie, ever the middle children, offered muttered milquetoast apologies on their behalf, but only as long as they weren't in earshot, and only when they weren't preoccupied with Hedwig and Pascal, whose spirits waned more with each passing day. Dida was a consistent visitor to the rookery as well, checking on the messenger pigeons at odd hours of the day. No one found his presence suspicious, though there were more than a few knights who made snide comments wondering who he had to send messages to and expressing facetious amazement that he knew how to read in the first place. A stern glare from him typically silenced them quite effectively, but not enough for the lesson to sink in the next day. As Dimitri's retainer, of course, it was expected that he was sending and receiving messages on his behalf, but Edelgard knew that he was likely communing with those who slither and wondered if he knew anything about what was happening in Inver. As she left the rookery empty-handed yet again, she found Cyril, Archbishop Rhea's servant boy, waiting for her at the foot of the stairs. Hey, Edelgard? I've been looking around for you, he said, his blunt way of speaking somehow making Edelgard feel as though she were somehow morally at fault for not being immediately available. Lady Rhea wants to meet with you. Oh, that's wonderful, Edelgard said, carefully managing her attitude so that she wouldn't sound sardonic or sarcastic. I suppose I shouldn't keep her waiting. Cyril led her through the monastery, and while Edelgard stared at the back of his head and the whirls of his wiry, curly black hair, she thought of the young man he would grow up to die as. Throughout the war, he'd never left Rhea's side, devoted single-mindedly to her. She had taken him in and spared him the sad fate that awaited so many orphans of the battles between Fodlan and Almira, trading a life of servitude in House Goneril as a prisoner of war for a life of servitude at Garreg Mach, and teaching him to see that as kindness even though he had simply traded one captor for another. He and Catherine had been the last line of defense between Rhea and the consequences of her tyranny, and Edelgard wondered if he had set any of Thrdyad ablaze himself. Could he be blamed for it? Rhea had probably never allowed him to know what it really meant to be free, just as she had never arranged to teach him how to read and write despite the resources at her disposal. Perhaps he had never been given the chance to think he had a choice. He was the same age as Pascal was now, she realized. The same age as him, yet in a few months' time, or whenever Faerghus forces attacked the monastery, he would be fighting tooth and nail for his Lady Rhea, whether she deserved it or not. Edelgard found herself soon enough ascending the stairs of the monastery's central building behind him. Keys jangled as Cyril leafed through the ring on his belt for the door to the third floor. The third floor was strictly off-limits to all except those closest to Archbishop Rhea, though Edelgard was well acquainted with it nevertheless due to the time she'd spent using the monastery as a base of operations. On the third floor was a lovely rooftop balcony from which one could see nearly the entire balcony at one end of a short hallway, at the other was Rhea's bedroom. Going there now to meet with Rhea made Edelgard feel as though she were sticking her head in a wyvern's open mouth and waiting to see if it would bite down. "Here you go," Cyril said, ushering her through the door and closing it behind her. The door slammed shut with an ominous finality. Rhea was waiting for her in the hall. "Thank you for answering my summons, my child," she said, and with a pleased smile and a crook of her finger she beckoned Edelgard to the balcony. "There is much I would like to discuss with you. We have been quite overdue for afternoon tea, haven't we?" "We have," Edelgard answered, following her out the breezy double doors onto the terrace overlooking the monastery's snow-capped courtyard. A fresh dusting of snow covered the stone railing that ringed the balcony, though the ornate marble tiles under her feet were clear and dry. "You must be quite busy." "Yes," she sighed. "With Seath away, I'm afraid I have had to take over more and more administrative responsibilities within the church, and the academy, as well. The work simply keeps piling up. It feels as though I have not spoken to another human being in months." Her emerald gaze scanned the grounds below, drawn to and fro by the bustling of students, faculty, priests, monks, and knights crisscrossing the snowy paths. "It would be nice to walk among them, if only my circumstances would permit it." "You understand, do you?" "I'm afraid I don't," Edelgard said. "I believe you do," Rhea countered, her sweet tone belying her confrontational answer. "Even from afar I can see the loneliness in your eyes, the barrier that lies between you and those around you, the distance you keep from the world." "Is that so?" Edelgard was unsettled. It was as though Rhea could see right through her. Not the same way Byleth could when Byleth saw through her. She saw inside all that was good in her. When Rhea saw through her, Edelgard could only imagine she was seeing nothing but ugliness. "I think we are quite alike, my child," Rhea said. Young Edelgard. Strong, passionate, kind, lonely. Despite being surrounded by cold, brisk, thin mountain air, Edelgard suddenly found the air around her hot, thick, stifling, and stuffy, like her office in the Imperial Palace in the middle of summer with all its windows shut. "You could probably free up some time for yourself if you had someone else to handle paperwork," Edelgard suggested. "What about Cyril? He seems quite dedicated to you." "Oh, he isn't fit for that sort of work," Rhea said, "and I would rather not burden him with it when he does so much for me already." "But I have not brought you here to discuss such things," she said, bringing her hand to her mouth as she quietly and daintily cleared her throat. "I wish to speak to you about what is happening in Inver." "To me?" Edelgard crossed her arms. "With all due respect, Lady Rhea, if you wish to speak about the turmoil in the capital, I believe all of my siblings should hear it. We are all suffering. Your guiding light could do so much for those of us mired in despair." "I will speak to them," Rhea assured her, "but I wish to speak to you first and foremost, my goddess-blessed little one." Edelgard felt a mounting dread seize its icy talons around her heart. "Why?" "First, do you know the state of the Southern Church?" Even though she knew it would make her look like an idiot, Edelgard shook her head. In her world, the Adrestian Empire had disbanded the Southern Church about a century ago as punishment for a massive uprising it had fomented across imperial territory. House Varley had been appointed to fulfill its duties and maintain the imperial state's relationship with the Church of Syros, though as the distance between emperor and archbishop had grown, House Varley had become more involved with matters of the judiciary. In this world, she had no idea how that relationship might differ. "How strange that you do not know. I suppose your education in civics must have been quite lacking as a ninth princess." Rhea sighed. For centuries, a series of regional churches has allowed even the most distant parts of the land to maintain a close relationship to the central church, and thus to the goddess. You are familiar with the Western Church, surely? Of course I am. They had ties to Lonato's rebellion and the plot to assassinate you. And other wicked deeds, Rhea said, an iron bite seeping into her voice. Edelgard watched her long, slender fingers visibly struggling against the urge to curl into fists. The Southern Church once managed local parishes and the southern branch of the Knights of Syros, working to assure that all followed the teachings of the Holy Scriptures. However, 100 years ago, the Southern Church was denied the right to continue operating as an independent body and was placed under the oversight of House Varley. Its standing army disbanded and deported to Garreg Mach. Soon, the church was abolished altogether and all of its duties were placed under the Ministry of Religion. Edelgard felt like an idiot. That was indeed exactly how it had happened in her world. Except, of course, Rhea hadn't said anything about the bishops inciting open revolt against the state. If she recalled, it had something to do with the growing preference away from crest-based inheritance and toward inheritance based on primogeniture among the nobility, as well as a wide range of pet issues among the clergy. The Southern Church is gone. The Western Church is undergoing extensive restructuring as a result of the poison pervading its leadership, and it may be a long time until it is restored to its former influence. The Eastern Church in the Leicester Alliance, like the Southern Church, has been weakened severely by the nobility and does not even have its own military force anymore. I fear that in a few years it may go the way of its brother to the south, Rhea said, her voice sounding sadder and heavier by the second. Our sphere of influence is shrinking. I fear that soon those on the periphery of Fodlan will lose their faith in the goddess without our regional churches to maintain order. The horrible irony struck Edelgard that if not for those who slither in the dark in her accursed diminished lifespan, she might have been able to simply sit back and wait for the church to diminish itself. Then again, of course, Rhea was likely simply fishing for sympathy and exaggerating the church's woes. That's too bad, she said, trying not to sound too gleeful at the prospect of her hated enemy decaying into irrelevance. But might I ask what this has to do with my brothers? I received a letter from Prince Anselm just this morning detailing his aims as emperor, Rhea said. His primary goal, should his bid for the crown prove successful, is to re-establish the Southern Church and restore it to its former glory, allowing it direct control of local parishes and its own standing army. While Rhea rattled off a few more of Anselm's promises no doubt designed entirely to woo her into supporting him, Edelgard had to keep herself composed, though the very idea of the church having a military presence in her empire made her want to fly into a rage. That was her territory, her home, and this beast in human guise dared to think she could dominate it with soldiers and priests. She hid her hands behind her back, where she could clench them into tight fists all she wanted, and kept her face blank. That's quite a lot of promises, Edelgard said when Rhea had finished recounting the letter's contents for the most part, though, everything past the first point had fallen on deaf ears in her silent and hidden rage. I would say there is no way he can make good on all of them. In fact, they might all be empty promises. Do you think so? He is a politician, she said. First and foremost, re-establishing the Southern Church would mean divesting House Varley of their duties as liaison between church and state, and I cannot see Count Varley taking that sitting down. That would be one fewer noble of the 6 great houses whose favor Anselm can curry. He only wishes for your support at the present moment so he can overpower Prince Burkhard. And you support Prince Burkhard. What I support is the law. Burkhard is crown prince by law, and a contested will cannot change that. Even my father's dying wishes, even if he spoke them with his last breath, do not have the power of legislation. Not anymore, at least. But is not the goddess law higher than man's law? Edelgard wondered if Rhea was attempting to goad her into showing her true feelings. I don't think the goddess would want the empire torn apart like this. May I speak freely, Lady Rhea? Her polite words, carefully measured and just as carefully parceled out, burned her tongue. Half of her wondered if this entire incident had been arranged not by those who slither in the dark as she'd assumed but by the Church of Syros itself, and that suspicion burned in her heart like the fire that threatened to leap from her palms. Speak freely, my child, Rhea said. The people of the Empire do not need more turmoil so soon after my father's death. And clearly Anselm alone is instigating this turmoil. Don't you think the people might connect the hardship they suffer as a result of this political upheaval to the Church of Ceros, especially if you grant Anselm your explicit support? Your actions would simply serve to turn an already alienated people even further against the goddess light. For that reason, I would implore you to support Burckhardt and put a stop to this nonsense. Make yourself a bringer of peace, not strife. Rhea turned away and looked down on the people milling about below, a pensive furrow to her smooth alabaster brow. The wind picked at her mint-green hair and plucked at the tassels of gold thread adorning her ornate head-dress. I know that Burckhardt may not have promised you the moon and stars, Edelgard continued, but if you offer him your support, you can extract concessions from him. You can revitalize the Southern Church without risking that the Adrestian Empire would be once again ripped in two. She knew her words would fall on deaf ears. Archbishop Rhea, Saint Ceros, the Immaculate One, did not care a whit for human life. This was the beast who had condemned a city full of innocents to hellfire simply because she had refused to live with defeat. She would watch Adrestia burn to the ground from Novelli to Hrym and not bat an eye at the suffering. But Rhea had to keep up appearances, and so did Edelgard. Forgive me for speaking so frankly, Your Holiness, Edelgard said. But I cannot bear to see my people suffer, and knowing that you have the power to put an end to it, I have no choice but to speak my mind and dissuade you from your current course of action. As she spoke, she swore she could see a faint smile form on Rhea's face. A soft, light giggle, of all things, escaped Rhea's lips, and she fixed her penetrating gaze on Edelgard with a broadening smile curling her lips and crinkling the corners of her eyes. Oh, my dear little Edelgard, she cooed, her voice soft and breathy. She reached out and laid her hand on Edelgard's cheek, softly caressing her skin, and with a motherly touch she used one finger to tuck a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. Edelgard had to suppress every urge she had to strike her across the face for it. The cold air had chilled her cheeks, just as it had chilled her hands down to the bone, but Rhea's palm was warm as fire in spite of the weather, and a part of Edelgard could, to her horror, feel herself melting. My dear little Edelgard, she repeated. Since your revelation so many months ago, you have grown so strong. So wise. I can see her within you now, blessing you with her divine insight. Edelgard almost wanted to be afraid, but her body disobeyed her at every turn. As Rhea set her other hand over her other cheek, she felt her pulse slow to a languid crawl, her breathing ease, the ice gripping her heart thaw, the vice compressing her chest open up. It was soothing, but the last thing she wanted was to be soothed. I never would have imagined, Rhea continued, that she would come to me again within you of all people. But yes, I am certain now, though I know not how. Her hands grew warmer, and Edelgard felt an electric tingle run down her spine and through her body all the way down to the tips of her fingers and toes. The world swam around her. Be not afraid, Edelgard. Rhea kept talking to her, her voice barely more than a whisper. All these years working with that stone, and yet in spite of that, her light brightens your eyes. At the worst possible time, a seizure struck her. The world spun and flickered, two monasteries overlapping, as another tear in the fabric of time split her in two. Edelgard felt her legs give out under her, muscle reduced to jelly. But Rhea didn't let her fall. She merely shifted her grip with unparalleled grace and in an instant was cradling her in her arms. A hand slipped into her hair and combed its way through, fingers brushing against the back of her neck with bone-chilling frisson as silken locks flowed through them. Rhea, she moaned. Her tongue felt fat and heavy in her mouth. Rhea, she slowly became more aware of her surroundings and what was happening to her. Rhea was her enemy was. Oh, poor thing. You are so very tired, Rhea said to her, continuing to stroke her hair as she carried her down the hallway and into her bedchambers. Am I drugged? She slurred, struggling futilely against her captor. Her eyelids felt heavy now, too, threatening to clamp shut over her eyes no matter how she struggled to keep them open. The thought occurred to her, spinning in drunken circles around her mind, that perhaps Rhea was capable of excreting some sort of toxin through her skin, as the brightly colored frogs found in the jungles of Brigid and Dada did. Rhea's laughter sounded like bells. There is no need to be so paranoid, my child. It was simply a fainting spell, you need only to lie down for a bit. Here. Sleep a while on my bed. Edelgard felt herself lowered onto Rhea's bed, too weak to protest or do anything more than sluggishly attempt to lift her arms and legs. She sank into the thick, luxuriously plushed duvet and the soft and yielding mattress underneath. What would Rhea do to her? Kill her? Or worse? She'd been a fool to concern herself solely with those who slither in the dark when her true enemy was right here in front of her. Her thoughts swam sluggishly in her head. Darkness beckoned. And through the darkness, as she fell deeper into sleep, she could hear singing. In time's flow, see the glow of flames ever burning bright. On the swift river's drift, broken memories alight. She woke up alone. No time had seemed to pass at all. To her, Rhea had vanished like a phantom in an instant. Instead, in Rhea's cavernous bedroom, she found Cyril in the corner, dutifully sweeping the floor. No longer so fatigued, Edelgard's mind raced while she laid in Rhea's bed and stared up at the canopy above her. Part of her felt just a little relieved that she didn't seem to be locked up anywhere or in the throes of some eldritch ritual, but most of her felt confused by that very same thing. Had Rhea really been taken in by that little lie about the revelation from the goddess all those months ago so completely that she believed that Edelgard was a vessel for the goddess and not Byleth? Cyril finally noticed she was awake and lifted his head. "Hi, Edelgard. You're awake." She nodded. "Okay. Lady Rhea had to leave to take care of some business. If you're all rested, can you go back to class or whatever? I gotta make her bed." Edelgard nodded, still quite disoriented, and climbed out of the Archbishop's bed. This wasn't the first time she'd slept in it, but it was certainly the strangest. She almost felt as though she were moving on her own as she headed for the door. "Thanks," Cyril said as he continued to tidy up the room. "I'll let her know you left." Edelgard found herself at the bottom of the stairs before she knew it, as though she'd walked down to the Great Hall in her sleep. She only had more questions now about the turmoil in Inver. If Anselm considered himself an ally to the Church, whether in earnest or for purely opportunistic reasons, then why would those who slither in the dark be propping up his bid for the crown? Were they even behind this at all? Or was this all merely the result of Anselm's ambition, a factor Edelgard couldn't have possibly known about or anticipated taken to its logical conclusion? Glenn was waiting for her outside of the Great Hall, a shadowy blot against the gleaming snow. "Hello, Edelgard," he said. "Glenn," she said, mustering a polite smile. "I heard you were having an audience with Archbishop Rhea." "I was." "She does like to talk to you." "I'm afraid she does." "You were with her for a very long time." "She is very long-winded," Edelgard said, still forcing her smile. "You spend too much time with her. But when she summons you, you can't exactly refuse, can you?" Glenn asked, returning her smile. A little chuckle peeled his lips back from his teeth. "I wonder what you two talk about up there, high above us mortals, standing together at the apex of the world." "It's dreadfully boring, actually," Edelgard said. "Keep this between us, but the Archbishop only ever wants to make small talk, but she has no idea how to act sociable around people. It's as though she isn't even human. I'd rather be at the training hall than wasting a morning with her." She tried to step past him, but he deftly stepped in front of her. "Really? That doesn't sound like her." Edelgard rolled her eyes. "Perhaps we should have this sort of conversation in private. The sooner the opportunity came to make this idiot disappear, the better. If she was fortunate, perhaps that opportunity would come very soon." "You'll never turn Dimitri against us," he told her, his grin a wicked leer. "No matter what you do to him or say to him, no matter how upset he is at us, no matter how much he hates us, at the end of the day, we're still his family. The only family he has. And family sticks together through thick and thin." His eyes wandered. Edelgard followed his roving eyes as they scanned the courtyard. Volkhard and Justine were cutting across the courtyard with purposeful strides. Glenn eyed them with a hungry look in his eyes. "But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Edel?" he whispered gleefully, his threatening smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. Edelgard's smile turned genuine. Those who slither were forgetting that she was Dimitri's family, too, and their hubris would be their downfall in this world just as it was in her world. She would make sure of it. "I think I know more than you think." "Okay. Then you know that you're going to tear that poor boy apart," he said, and with that he sauntered off. Edelgard made her way through the courtyard, Glenn's taunting words ringing in her ears in spite of herself. Part of her had watched these monsters get away with everything for so long that her victories against them seemed hollow to her, and their eventual defeat at her hands as distant as the shores of Dada. Hilda and Claude slipped into the courtyard, too, heading to the Great Hall. Or, to be more accurate, Hilda was heading for the Great Hall and Claude was following her, half trudging, half being dragged along. "Hilda," Edelgard said, intercepting her. "Is something wrong?" Nothing seemed wrong with Hilda, but Claude wore the most melancholy face she'd ever seen. His hangdog expression drooped in a way that was almost frightening, his furrowed brow, his lidded eyes, the slackness of his jaw and the frown curling over his chin were all unnervingly ill-suited to his face. Even his handsomely tousled rat's nest of black hair seemed to wilt like a plant that hadn't gotten any sunlight or water for a week, and his tanned, olive skin had an ashen pallor to it. There was no brightness to his emerald eyes. "Oh," he said. His voice was hushed and his tone funerary, he sounded like he was doing a spot-on impression of Marianne. "Edelgard. Hello. I'm sorry. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong, because everything is wrong with me. I beg your pardon." "So," Hilda said, wrapping an arm tightly around Claude's waist before he could slump over and turn himself into an amber-caped puddle on the grass, "that little thing Claude was making didn't work. He tested it on himself." "Of course he did. He always does. That's why he only makes non-lethal, things." She rolled her eyes. "He was asleep all day yesterday. At first, I thought that meant it worked, because that was exactly what we're looking for. But now he's like this." "Oh. You look horrible," Edelgard said to Claude. "Do you need to go to the infirmary?" No, see, that isn't even the best part about this." "Follow me," Hilda said, and without further ado she dragged Claude to the gazebo, and Edelgard followed. As soon as Claude set foot in the gazebo, his demeanor completely changed. His posture straightened, his shoulders unslumped themselves, a perky sparkle returned to his eyes, and a relieved smile lit up his face. "Oh, thank the gods," he sighed, gingerly massaging his brow as though to ward off a headache. I should just stay here for a while. In the shade. Where it's safe. Yep. I'll just take the afternoon off and lie down here until the poison wears off. I think that's a sensible way to handle this." "Oh. Or maybe you could go get me a parasol, Hilda, then I wouldn't have to worry about." Hilda grabbed him by the arm and yanked him back out of the gazebo. He stumbled down the steps and as soon as the sunlight kissed his brow, he became lethargic, plodding, and morose again. "The sun," he moaned. "Never mind. This is my fate now, and all I can do is grin and, well, all I can do is bear it. Sun, deserts, endless cloudless skies, clear as crystal. I can never go home again as if my parents would want a worthless mutt like me back anyway." The fact that Edelgard had never seen Hilda so giddy with glee before as she did now made her very, very worried that she might find Claude's failed poison in her food or drink sometime in the near future. "Hilda," she said sternly, "go get him a parasol. I'll look after him while you're gone." Claude tugged on the little braid that hung over one temple. "Hilda, get me a little paring knife so I can cut this off. Failures don't deserve ceremonial braids." "Okay, fine, but you have to let me show him off to Lawrence first," Hilda said. He let out a deep, forlorn sigh as heavy as the invisible weight that bowed his shoulders. "Lawrence, yes, let him see me like this. He's won. The alliance will be his. Goodbye, Regan Dukedom. Goodbye, Alliance Round Table. Goodbye, King Khalid. Goodbye, Prince Khalid, even. It was a stupid dream anyway." Edelgard smiled. "Yes, take pleasure in my misery," he said, both looking and sounding as though he was ready to burst into tears any second, "and you'll be happy for the rest of your life." "I'm not taking pleasure in your misery," she assured him. "Well, that makes two of us. I'm taking pleasure in the thought of our target moping inconsolably while we interrogate him." She briskly rubbed her hands together. "This poison is a total success, Claude, beyond any of our wildest dreams. Now we just need to find an opportunity to slip it to him." "I did something right?" he asked, so astonished that a smile broke through his gloomy facade. It vanished almost immediately. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. And Hilda, she said, glaring daggers at Hilda while she stifled a fit of manic giggles, if I should ever find this poison used against me, no matter how severely it affects me, I will find you and I will kill you. And this time, I'll kill you twice so I know you aren't playing dead. She put her hands on her hips. Now go get Claude a parasol. Now. As Hilda scampered away, Edelgard took Claude by the arm and brought him back into the shady sanctuary of the gazebo. You know, Edelgard, he said, as chipper as his old self again, when you're right, you're right. I think this just might be the single greatest poison I've ever invented. Chapter 22, The Red and the Black. While many of her peers considered it a pain, Edelgard was glad for formation and battalion drills in winter. The thin, cold air may have stung her chest like 1,000 needles filling her lungs, but the constant motion in the fields enclosed by the monastery's walls kept her blood pumping and her body warm. It was certainly preferable, no matter how numb the tips of her ears and nose became, to doing the drills in midsummer and having to suck down hot and soupy air while sweating like a stuck pig through as few layers of clothing as she was allowed to wear. Still, though, on the way back to the common room she was already relishing the thought of shutting herself inside a warm room and poring over a book for a change, and her growling stomach whined in anticipation of a hot supper. Annette marched beside her. So, Edelgard, she said, I was thinking, we're both working on the same subjects, right? Reason and Axis? And we're both going for Warlock certification next week, right? So if the two of us study together tonight, we'll finish twice as quickly and we can use the rest of our free time to relax together. I've got some ideas for how you two can relax together, Sylvain butted in before Ingrid took him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him back. In fact, if you've got room for one more ow. Ingrid. Maybe tonight we could go to the sauna after hitting the books. Annette continued, ignoring Sylvain. I suppose that would be relaxing, Edelgard agreed. Annette smiled. It's just the thing for a cold, dry day like today, isn't it? Oh. Or maybe we could. She looked back at Byleth, leaned in, and lowered her voice. We could sneak out into town and... Just think, Ingrid, Sylvain added through gritted teeth while Ingrid tweaked his ear, that could have been you. If you keep encouraging my Ingrid to be unfaithful, Glenn said to him with malevolent cheer, I might have to do some unsavory things to you, Sylvain. Sylvain laughed it off, not realizing that Glenn probably didn't mean it as a joke. Why don't you start with Her Highness, he chuckled. Don't give him any ideas, Edelgard muttered under her breath. She felt in her pocket for a vial of Claude's rather unique poison, which he had insisted had worn off but still seemed quite attached to his parasol when it was sunny out. Tonight at supper, perhaps, she might have the opportunity to slip it into his food or drink. Thoughts of plotting and poison left her head rather abruptly, though, when the class reached the common rooms. There was a commotion outside the Black Eagles classroom first and foremost. Edelgard noticed the students gathered in a loose cluster around the incident, many no doubt questioning whether to intervene. Past the ring of paralyzed bystanders, Dorothea lay in the snow and Justine stood over her with one foot firmly planted on the small of her back while one hand held a fistful of her long hair taut and lifted her face out of the snow and the other grasped her wrist and twisted her shoulder behind her back. None of the spectating students seemed willing to step in and end the cruelly one-sided fight, given the pedigree of one of its combatants. Ferdinand was holding Caspar back to keep him from doing something stupid, and Petra was very obviously struggling to keep herself restrained. A furious sneer crossed Justine's thin, blade-like face, the wiry curls of her jet-black hair waving in the wintry breeze like a nest of vipers. Had enough yet, you commoner bitch, she snarled, yanking painfully at Dorothea's scalp and twisting her arm. You've had this coming for a week, you stuck-up, upstart, filthy whore. With her free hand, Dorothea scooped up a handful of snow and tried to throw it at Justine. It hit her in the shin and broke apart into pieces. Now, Your Highness, Lady Justine, Ferdinand said, stepping forward, if you would just excuse Dorothea I will see to it that our professor disciplines her myself. I've got no excuses for this wretch. Justine yanked on Dorothea's hair again, jerking her head back. Ein, give me your dagger. Her retainer was at her side in an instant. Lady Justine, as the Aegir boy says, this is a matter for the faculty. Ein, the dagger. He gave her a dagger, and Justine exchanged Dorothea's wrist for it. With both arms free, Dorothea tried to pull herself out from under her, but Justine only pressed harder against her back. "You're not going anywhere," she said. "I've endured your insult and injury for almost 2 weeks now, it's high time you gutter trash learned your place. What should I do with this dagger first? Cut off all this silky brown hair of yours? Or maybe put a few scars on that pretty face deep enough that no amount of makeup can hide them?" Edelgard was sickened to the point of nausea, not the least of which because she was currently considering using her vial of poison on her instead of Glenn. That was her older sister, and she was behaving like the most disgusting and vile examples of nobility toward the woman who, in another world, was one of her dearest friends. She shouldn't have been surprised to know that at least one of her siblings, if they had lived, would have grown up to be everything she despised, but seeing it for herself hit her like a blow to the gut. The Blue Lions watched in horror along with her. "Edelgard, isn't that your sister?" Annette gasped. "Oh, goddess," Ignatz whispered, his voice quavering, "somebody should do something." Raphael, who was somebody, and due to his size much more somebody than most people, stepped forward, but Ingrid held him back. "Careful, Raphael," she said against his protests. "It's horrible, but not all nobles are as permissive as Dmitri or Edelgard," she said to him. "Commoners can't simply do as they please to them without consequences." "That fool will be lucky if the princess doesn't slit her throat," Felix said. What did she expect, carrying on like she was? "I will put a stop to this," Dmitri said. "Uncouth behavior is uncouth behavior, whether." "I think it's best if I handle this, Dmitri," Edelgard said, recalling the rather strong anti-Faerghus sentiment among some of her siblings and especially the one currently threatening to mutilate her friend. She strode past her classmates. "Excuse me, Justine," she called out, her voice ringing like a bell across the lawn. "I would ask that you put a stop to this." "I will," Justine said, in just a few seconds. With a flick of her wrist, a lock of Dorothea's hair floated to the ground. "Do your worst," Dorothea hissed at her through gritted teeth, though her eyes were wide with horror at the sight of the snipped strands of hair that had fallen before her. "I'll still be prettier than you, you emaciated cow." "She does not mean that." Ferdinand spoke up, dropping to his knees and bowing his head in deference to the princess. "Lady Justine, I beseech you, release her, and I assure you on my honor as son of Duke Aegir that she will apologize for everything." "As much as Dorothea might have earned it," Hubert muttered, his voice carrying just enough that Edelgard could hear it, and probably so could Justine. "Surely Lady Justine has better things to do than take matters into her own hands." "Put a stop to this," Edelgard repeated. "Now, Justine." The other teachers had emerged from their classrooms now along with the rest of the students. "Good heavens, Justine!" Hanneman cried out, his monocle nearly popping off of his face. "I know I am no longer your professor, but I would ask that you please don't manhandle one of my students." "Come on, Dorothea, I taught you better than that," Manuela cried out, pumping her fist. "Get some licks in." "You're not helping, you old sow," Hanneman huffed, giving her a dirty look. "Why don't I just pluck every hair off your scalp one by one?" Justine asked Dorothea, ignoring Edelgard. She gave her hair another painful yank. "Or maybe rip it all out at once." Edelgard strode up to her and slapped her hand away, flinging her retainer's dagger to the ground where it sank into the snow with a soft thud. The back of her hand stung from the impact. "Justine! Answer me when I speak to you." Shocked by the sudden attack, Justine glared down her nose at her. "Who are you to order me around, Elle? Get out of my face. This commoner is long overdue for some proper discipline." Edelgard's eyes flitted downward, meeting Dorothea's for an instant. Dorothea wasn't the kind of person who crumbled under the pressure of hostile nobles. She'd broken plenty of arms, noses, and hearts of men who'd thought their money and social standing were carte blanche for them to have their way with her, but she'd never gone up against a princess before. She looked as though she'd quickly realized that she'd had no idea what she'd gotten herself into. In so many words, she was afraid. And in that instant, Edelgard remembered all the times Dorothea had protected her during the war, and all the times she had done the same for Dorothea, and the times she and Dorothea had comforted each other when the burdens of their blood-stained paths had proved too much to bear, and the way Dorothea had stood by her side when the pain of Byleth's absence cut into her like a knife. And in that instant, even this world's Dorothea, whom she hardly knew, was more family to her than any of her siblings. She punched Justine squarely in the jaw and sent her reeling. Justine's arms windmilled as she took a lurching step backward, shock written all over her thin, sharp features. "How dare you!" she screeched. It took Edelgard a second to fully parse what she had done, that the bully drunk on her own nobility she had just socked in the jaw was her own sister, the very same Justine she had so often admired for having the courage to fight back when the monsters had dragged her away. Instead of thinking about that, she crouched down and offered her hands to Dorothea. On closer inspection, she could see darkening bruises on her cheeks and around one eye, and blood dribbling down her chin from her lips and nostrils. Dorothea looked up at her, bemused, and took her hands. "Now we're even," Edelgard said to her, helping her up. Dorothea was shivering, her teeth chattering, the front of her uniform was soaked through from the snow, and given how cold it was she was sorely in need of a change of clothes before she caught a cold or worse. "What the fuck, Edelgard?" Justine snarled, wiping her lip on the back of her hand and staring in horror at the blood smeared across her skin. "Language, Justine," Joachim called out, arriving at the scene with Volkhard. What in the goddess name is going on here? Are you looking for a fight, you little traitor?" Justine spat at Edelgard. "That's rich. Need I remind you that I was at the top of my class in combat skills? And what are you best at here, lazy guard? A fight? I think that's an excellent idea, sister," Edelgard said, stepping in front of Dorothea as Manuela rushed to her side with her hands already aglow with healing magic and her ermine cloak slipping off her shoulders. Petra was quick to follow her. "But we'll do it like civilized people, a proper duel, no hair-pulling or blows below the belt. What do you think?" Justine licked the blood from her lips. "Do you remember 3 years ago when Uncle Volkhard took you to see me at Gronder Field?" "No," Edelgard said, hoping a snappy quip would quell the growing horror inside her as she realized what she was doing. "Care to remind me? Here are my terms. If I win, you won't raise a hand or your voice to Dorothea ever again. If you win, you can take every last hair on my head. Even the eyebrows. You're probably the only person who's ever attended this academy and gotten dumber," Justine said, laughing as she stood up and loomed over her with a confident swagger. "All right. If you say so. I'm fine with those terms." Joachim asked. "What the fuck? Language," Volkhard chided him. Are you feeling well today? Do you need to lie down?" "Lady Edelgard, I must protest," Hubert said. "I must agree with Lord Joachim, Lady Edelgard," Ferdinand said. "Though, not in his verbiage." "Your retainer, uncle, brother, and fiancé are right, Edelgard," Dmitri said. "What are you doing?" "Putting a spoiled brat in her place," Edelgard answered. "The training hall. Wooden axes. Would you prefer to do it now," she asked Justine, "or do your poor little fists need a rest after what they did to my friend's face?" "Now's fine," Justine said, cracking her knuckles. "Now's just fine. I still need to finish my workout, after all." Edelgard looked over her shoulder and saw Byleth staring at her with her usual piercing gaze. The professor gave her a slow, approving nod. They took to the training hall, armed themselves, and squared off. The teachers stood by to make sure nothing got out of hand, and a few of the students who would normally be doing their own training here after the morning classes crowded around to watch. While she hefted her wooden training axe, Justine looked to the crowd and spied a handful of blue lions. "Wow," she said to Edelgard. "You've sure got a lot of people to disappoint. Are you sure you're willing to do this all for a rude little commoner girl who slept her way into the academy?" Edelgard felt queasier and queasier by the second, but dropped into a combat stance, brandishing her axe. "Dorothea is a commoner, yes, but she is also my friend. And one of the bravest boys I ever knew was a commoner as well. I'll teach you to treat them with respect and not spread such pernicious rumors. Now, which of us wishes to make the first strike? Shall I let you go first, as a handicap?" Professor Hanneman stepped forward and put his outstretched hand between them. "On my mark. Ready," he pulled his hand away and took a long step backward clear of the combatants. Go! Enraged, Justine struck first with a forceful lunge, the blunt wooden head of her axe cutting through the air in a broad horizontal sweep. In a fight, the one who made the first strike had the advantage, but only if they led with their strongest and swiftest attack. And Edelgard could tell as soon as she felt the blunt wooden blade swoop overhead that Justine had just wasted her opening. Slipping under the swing of Justine's axe, Edelgard brought the head of her axe against her elbow, fracturing the joint. With her second strike, she drove the haft directly into her midsection just below the lowest rib on the right. Instantly, Justine doubled over and crumpled to the floor, her axe falling with her, and a rattling wheeze escaped her lips as she struggled for breath. Now you know your limits, Edelgard said to her, tossing her axe aside. Professor Manuela, if you would please take my sister to the infirmary. Justine looked up at her and shot her a hateful glare. She looked as though she wanted to say something, but was too preoccupied with trying to suck air into lungs that would no longer obey her. Edelgard turned her back on her, trying to force back the wave of nauseating revulsion that swept through her. Even though there were few sights more satisfying than a stuck-up noble getting what was coming to them, she'd hurt her sister, her own sister. Thale's voice haunted her mind. I'm afraid your dear older sister expired on the operating table. The bruises she gave herself from fighting against your guards rendered her too weak to survive our tests. You would do well to remember that the next time any of you think about shunning the hospitality of your gracious hosts. To distract herself, she focused on Dorothea, who was standing back at quite a distance from the duelists next to Manuela, Hanneman, and Petra. Dorothea, she asked, going up to her and taking her by the arm as Manuela and Hanneman rushed to tend to the injured combatant, are you all right? Dorothea stared at her, jaw agape, eyes bulging. She was shivering, either from the cold, shock, or both. She'd had to remove her wet jacket and blouse and now had Manuela's ermine cloak wrapped tightly around herself for decency's sake and for some small modicum of warmth. Edie, a nervous chuckle escaped her reddened lips. What the fuck? If I'd known you could fight dirty like that, I wouldn't have rescued you last week, she said, putting up a cavalier front in a lopsided fierce smile. I couldn't bear to stand up for myself against her then, Edelgard admitted to her. She and Petra took Dorothea by the arms and swiftly led her out of the training hall. But when I saw her mistreating you, I had to step forward. Edie, please. I've taken worse lumps than that from worse people, she retorted with a pained smile. Though, admittedly, not a princess. Even with the bruises and swelling marring her face and the red rimming her puffy eyes, she was still beautiful. Edelgard put a comforting hand on her shoulder, fighting the urge to cup her cheek in her hand to gently soothe the blossoming bruise spreading across it. Petra did it first. I have much gladness that you are safe, she told Dorothea, caressing her bruised and battered face. It is my failure that I could not be helping you. But I could not hurt a princess without causing hurt to myself and Bridget as well. I understand, Petra, Dorothea said, taking her hand tenderly and guiding it to the sorest parts. She knew just as well as Edelgard that Petra was a hostage of the Empire, and to intervene could have put her entire homeland in an even worse situation, especially given the current political turmoil. Since you're not too badly wounded, and Justine will be in the infirmary, Edelgard said to her, you should rest up in your room. Petra, I'm sure I can trust you to get her there. Petra nodded. Yes, I am worthy of your trust. I have gratitude, Edelgard. She helped Dorothea to the dormitories. After Petra and Dorothea had left her, Ingrid, Ignatz, Felix, and Raphael caught up to Edelgard. Nice going, Your Highness. Raphael said, slapping her on the back. You kept your hair? I've never seen you destroy someone so quickly, Felix said, his arms crossed as he glowered at her. Next time we spar, I expect you not to hold back. Ingrid was not so congratulatory. Edelgard, she said, frowning sternly and crossing her arms, what in the goddess name possessed you to do that? I'd expect that kind of behavior from Edelgard. Folkhard's voice cut through the chatter as he pushed past her classmates. His face was discolored as though he couldn't decide whether he was livid or aghast. Edelgard, what has gotten into you? You just broke your older sister's arm, he exclaimed, echoing Ingrid's sentiments. How could I not, with the way she was carrying on? Edelgard retorted. Volkhard shooed her classmates away. He said, lowering his voice. No matter how calm and kindly his voice sounded, the way he loomed over her was far too much like Thales, and Edelgard felt herself tense like a coiled spring. I know that you are in a very difficult situation, we all are, but can you not see that you are only making things worse for all of us? Your brother has already split this family apart, and what would your father think if he could see you now? The eyes beneath his furrowed brow became warm and glistening, the frown creasing his mouth threatened to deepen. Edelgard couldn't remember ever having seen that face crumble in such an earnest way. Thales had stolen from her that possibility and even those memories. Or your mother, El? Edelgard felt the fire leave her. Her heart stuck in her throat. You are a grown woman now, Edelgard, he said, phlegm sticking at his throat and gumming up his voice, and your choices are your own, but I would ask you to apologize to your sister for what you have done. Please. She forced her heart back into her chest. I suppose I should have gone easier on her, but I did the right thing. I won't apologize for defending my friend. He sighed. I never thought I would need to explain this to you. I thought for certain Ferdinand would have taught you this, at least. While I am certain that Commoner Girl is indeed your friend, and I respect that, you must understand that when nobles allow commoners to simply do as they please to them, it lowers their standing among their peers. Excuse me. I know you've never been much of an ambitious person, but you need to at least try to see things from Justine's perspective. She has been far too lenient toward that girl for the past 2 weeks already, given her deplorable behavior, and if word of that reached Fort Mercers, Emmanuel or Dagmar would almost certainly be appointed general of Count Bergliez's forces over her. She had no choice but to overcorrect for past insults and injuries, and now your conduct has further damaged her ambitions by humiliating her in front of her peers, including the second son of Count Bergliez himself no less. Never mind that you yourself are bound to suffer ill effects to your reputation, which you may not care about, but... Edelgard stared at him, aghast, as he continued to lecture her. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. And beneath his words, she could hear her own mind supply quite a different script, hearkening back to the days when she had done Thales' bidding. She could hear Thales using Volkhard's deep, strong voice to sneer at her, "You were not as helpful as I had thought you would be." "Oh, are you sorry?" "Ha! I am not criticizing you. The failure is my own for thinking you were capable of more. At least apologize for breaking her arm," he concluded. "I know you and Justine have never gotten along, but can you at least do that? And why should I apologize when I was in the right?" Edelgard spat defensively. Volkhard's hands fell to her shoulders. "El. What's happened to you? What has happened to my darling niece, El? You could never understand," she said through gritted teeth, wrenching herself free of his grasp, her heart hammering against her chest. He looked as though he had been struck. Edelgard felt hollow on the inside, thin-skinned, like a delicate vase teetering on the edge of a platform. A vast, yawning chasm stretched before her, the gulf between herself and imposter, alien, occupying a hole in the world that did not match her silhouette and the family she was meant to know and love. These people were strangers to her as much as she was to them. They had no history to her, no past she knew of, as though they had simply appeared out of the ether one day. She had no way of relating to them, and they had no way of relating to her. This family disgusted her. The world swam around her as she set off and put distance between herself and her uncle, and she barely made it halfway to the dining hall before falling to her knees and vomiting into the snow. Dmitri caught up with her. El. He crouched beside her as she spat out a few last dregs of bile, her throat and nostrils burning and eyes watering. "Are you all right? Perhaps something you ate at breakfast did not agree with you." "It's nothing so serious," she said, forcing herself back onto her feet before he could offer to help her up. As thin and hollow as she felt heavy, too, but it was likely only the weight of her own conscience bearing down on her. "It seems your conversation with Lord Arundel just now was quite one-sided," he said. "I don't think I've seen anyone, even Professor Byleth, dress you down like that. Then again, I've never seen you beat one of your siblings into the ground," he added, a very slight accusing tone weaving into his voice. "Should I have done something differently? Perhaps settled things more diplomatically," she shot back, her voice embarrassingly hoarse due to the bile that had scraped her throat raw. I needed to bring that situation to a swift end. Now that she knows what I'm capable of, she will think twice before brutalizing one of my friends. Still, the image of Justine curled up on the floor of a dungeon, bruised and battered and beaten, ragged and threadbare clothes soaked by stagnant water and sweat and unmentionable fluids, whimpering and breathing shallowly before the guards picked her up and dragged her away, forced itself into the forefront of her mind, and she almost vomited again right then and there. "I suppose so," he said. "Well, it is in the past, and it is time for lunch. The dining hall is serving chicken soup, I hear." With his hands resting on her shoulders, he gently nudged her in the dining hall's general direction. He was certainly getting better at being gentle and keeping his monstrous strength at bay. Edelgard supposed spending time with Bernadetta and Marianne was helping him with that. "Thank you," she said, "but I'm not hungry. As Didu and Mercedes have both told me 1,000 times each, now is precisely when you need food the most." "I am sure Raphael would tell you the same," Dmitri insisted. "If your stomach has not yet settled, at least drink the broth and I will take care of the remainder." The image of Dmitri carefully picking out bits of meat, potato, and carrot out of her soup for her brought enough levity to Edelgard's mind that she managed to laugh, and she allowed him to choose his direction. "I know," Dmitri said as he guided her along, "this has been a terrible time for you. I actually feel guilty that you have taken the trouble to be with me in my times of need, like the other night. As long as we are taking care of each other, though, I suppose it is fair." "It is." Edelgard allowed herself a faint smile. "Looking after you is the whole reason I'm here, D." It was the middle of the night. The waxing crescent guardian moon hung at the top of the sky, shining with a silvery glow and turning the snow blanketing the ground into fields of glittering steel blue. Edelgard stood just outside the monastery's eastern wall with Byleth, Geralt, Hilda, and Happy, hiding in the shadows where no wandering knights would see them. "I've given some thought," Edelgard announced, "to what might have triggered that beast to attack the chapel after I came back from Fhirdiad. Monsters show up when I talk," Happy mumbled, so quietly it was as though she were trying to make sure she couldn't be heard. "That's what Cornelia claimed, but I'm skeptical. You have talked plenty of times before without summoning any manner of dangerous creatures," Edelgard told her. "I believe it must have been something else, something you did far less frequently that day." "She only had one mug of cocoa," Geralt suggested. "I've never had cocoa before," Happy said, still mumbling. "From what I recall," Edelgard continued, "there are 3 things you only did once when we met in the chapel: cursing, laughing, and sighing." Hilda looked at her with a skeptical arch to her eyebrows. "You think she might summon monsters by swearing?" "It's a theory. And I'd like to test it out here, where it's safe." "Not for us." Edelgard looked to Byleth. She'd filled her in on the plan in private. As soon as a monster showed up, she would use Suthi's power to undo the inciting event, and that would be that. No one would get hurt, and if anybody did get hurt, it would be made to not have happened. But now, as the time came to put her plan into action, she felt horribly nervous. What if another tear in the fabric of time stopped Byleth from using Suthi's powers, like in Remire? Byleth gave her a reassuring nod, and Edelgard took a deep breath and steeled herself. Death had certainly brought out the worst in her, brought all sorts of instincts she had long since suppressed into the forefront of her mind. "All right, Happy," she said. "Let's try cursing." "Okay." Happy cleared her throat. "Fuck." She let the word hang in the air for a few minutes. "Shit. Damn. Hell. Bitch. Ass. Motherfucker." Nothing happened. In the frigid midnight air, the minutes that passed by felt like hours. "Okay," Edelgard said. "Swearing, obviously, does nothing. How about laughter?" "All right. Here goes." Happy took a deep breath and exhaled through her nose. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha. "Fake laughter probably wouldn't count," Hilda said. She put a hand to her chin thoughtfully, cocking her head to the side. "Are you ticklish anywhere, Happy?" Happy crossed her arms. "Absolutely not." "All right, I've got this," Geralt said. He pointed toward the monastery wall, where a stepladder was propped up against it underneath one of the sconces that kept the path around Garreg Mach's perimeter lit. "You see that? That's my stepladder." Happy's gaze followed his finger. She nodded. "I never knew my real ladder." Edelgard had heard that joke enough times from Eloise, botched delivery, and all. He always laughed through the punchlines too hard to make Geralt's jokes land, that it wasn't funny anymore even with Geralt's perfect deadpan delivery. But for Happy, it was perhaps one of the first jokes she had heard in years, and she burst out laughing, doubling over and clutching her gut. Her laughter was a dusty wheeze that called to mind the cobwebby attic of a long-abandoned manor. Eventually, she stopped laughing and composed herself, and then the wait began. More interminable minutes passed by. Nothing happened. "So," Edelgard pronounced, "laughter doesn't do it, either. I think we've narrowed it down to sighing." "Okay, we've narrowed it down to sighing, we can stop," Happy interjected. "But," Edelgard continued, "in the interest of untangling this mystery with reason and rationality, it would behoove us to check and make sure we haven't overlooked something. Happy, please sigh for us." Happy grimaced and sucked air through her teeth, nodded worriedly, and exhaled in a deep, long sigh. It hardly took more than a minute or two before the ground began to shake. Geralt readied his lance, Byleth her sword, Hilda her axe. "Nice going, Edelgard." Hilda chided her. "This is exactly how I wanted to spend midnight in the middle of the Guardian Moon, freezing my butt off and fighting a monster instead of sleeping in a nice, warm bed. You're my best friend and I love you." "Thank you," Edelgard said as the ground burst open and a trio of colossal serpentine creatures rose from the depths of the earth, their bodies segmented like worms, not scaled like snakes, and covered in thick layers of chitin. Their gaping mouths were lined with razor-sharp teeth. "Perhaps it is not sighing that attracted them," Suthis suggested, hovering at Byleth's side as she eyed the monstrous worms. "Perhaps the poor girl simply must learn to walk without rhythm." Byleth glared at her. "Oh, right. You wish for me to turn back time?" "Of course," Suthis said, and the world froze and burned away. Edelgard spent a fine 2 minutes in her bed back in her world's Garreg Mach before waking up on the ground, half sunk in a layer of snow. "You okay?" Geralt asked, helping her and Hilda to their feet. "Yes," Edelgard said. "I don't think there's any need to continue the experiment from here. By ruling out the alternatives, we've figured by inductive reasoning that Happy summons monsters when she sighs. That's enough for me." "That's a relief," Happy said. "Can we go somewhere warm now?" "Sure thing," Geralt said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "I've got to get back to my post anyway, so I might as well bring you back to your tower, princess." Happy gave him a sour look at the sound of the epithet he'd chosen for her. Edelgard supposed her situation wasn't quite unlike that of some fairy tale princess, though. A wicked surrogate mother, a horrible curse, a life confined to a tower, all that was missing was true love. "And you, he added, turning to Byleth, "you'll be fine with your brats." Only he could turn the word brat into a term of endearment. "All right. Good night." They went their separate ways. Hilda went off ahead as soon as the dormitories came into sight, leaving Edelgard and Byleth alone or, well, as alone as they could be with Suthis trailing behind Byleth on an intangible tether. "It's nice out tonight," Byleth said, looking up at the moon. "Well, except for the cold. It's beautiful." "Winter would probably be one of my favorite seasons," Edelgard admitted, "if it wasn't so unbearably cold. As long as I'm properly dressed, I find I don't mind the cold as much as the sweltering heat. One can always add more layers in winter, but there are limits to how little clothes you can wear in summer." "That is not how you felt when your teeth were chattering so hard you bit your own tongue that one night in Faerghus," Suthis said. Edelgard crossed her arms. "I didn't tell you that so you could use it to mock me," she huffed, though she was unable to hold back a smile. "In fact, I didn't tell you that at all." "Yes, you told Byleth, but that is the same as telling me," Suthis replied. "I am privy to all that she sees and hears, of course, and sometimes more." "As long as you're not sleeping," Byleth said. "Privy to all she sees and hears, are you?" Edelgard wondered aloud, feeling her cheeks turn red. Did that mean in her world, Suthis had heard everything she'd said to Byleth, too? Everything from the stern statements and evasive answers she had thrown up to guard her heart to the declarations of loyalty and love she had spoken to her with all her heart. "Oh, look at you!" Suthies teased her, grinning and clapping her hands, delighting in her discomfort. "I suppose with the Byleth in your world, you were quite the sap." "I'll have you know," Edelgard mumbled, "that romantic gestures are not often meant to have an audience." Byleth, much to Edelgard's relief, decided to change the subject. "How are you feeling, Edelgard? Does your eye still hurt?" "It stings a little," she admitted, "if I feel too anxious or worried." In the light, it looked a little red. "You should probably stop rubbing it," Byleth told her. "Maybe you should ask Professor Manuela if an eye patch would help." "An eye patch?" Edelgard almost laughed. "An eye patch? Professor, do you think I would? Do you think it would suit me?" Byleth shrugged. "I can't say that. I just think it would help." "I'll think about it," Edelgard said as she and Byleth continued on their way to the dormitories. She suddenly realized how light she felt, how free she felt. Even though it was the middle of the night and she had class tomorrow, even though she'd just been skulking around in the dark and indulging in conspiracy and subterfuge, she didn't feel the burden she had felt when she had done these things in her own past. She could even set the unpleasantness with her family out of her mind, if only for a moment. Perhaps it was satisfaction over helping Happy figure out the curse that had been placed on her, perhaps it was the time spent with Geralt, perhaps it was seeing Byleth and Geralt together, taking advantage of time they had never had in her world. Perhaps it was because the silvery moonlight fell on Byleth's face in such a beautiful way. Perhaps it was because, as obnoxious as Suthies was being, Edelgard could feel some sort of genuine affection underneath all that teasing. Whatever it was, Edelgard felt that she could give herself a brief respite from everything. That was how Byleth had always made her feel. "What is going on in that head of yours?" Suthies asked Edelgard, putting her hands on her hips. "It is not like you to smile so girlishly. You are not thinking of falling in love with yet another Byleth, are you? Surely one is enough for you. Besides, this world's Byleth only has eyes for." "That's enough, Suthies," Byleth interrupted. Edelgard laughed. No, it's just that. I'd never imagined the great progenitor god Suthies could be such pleasant company." "Excuse me." Suthies narrowed her eyes. "And why not, pray tell?" "I've told you what happened to my family in my world, haven't I?" Edelgard answered. "My siblings all died when I was very young. Their deaths were horrible and traumatic, and I was powerless to do anything but watch. The whole time, I prayed to the goddess to save them with all of my heart." She struggled to speak her next words, her mouth turned dry, her throat tightened, her tongue turned leaden and rebelled against her. She rubbed her knuckle against her eye. "If I had known what you truly were, that you had been asleep in the heart of a girl nearly as young as me and that nothing could have been done to wake you, I might have understood." Suthies looked crestfallen. "I see," she said, sounding unusually humbled. "Hundreds of thousands of people probably pray to me every day. To my knowledge, not a single one has reached me. I am not quite sure what I am, but if I truly am a goddess, I suppose I must be a poor excuse for one. Well, it's hardly your fault that the church exists. Many of those prayers are from people yearning to escape the very same conditions the Church of Ceros upholds." "But it's a moot point," Edelgard replied. "I learned from my world's Byleth that for all the wrong that is done in Suthi's name, the power of the goddess can truly help people." "You're rubbing your eye again," Byleth pointed out. Edelgard pulled her hand away. "You need that eye patch," she added. "Thank you, Professor. I'll ask Manuela tomorrow. It'll make you look tough." "Everybody looks tougher with an eye patch." "Do they? Perhaps you should wear one, then, Professor." "Well," Suthies said, folding her arms over her chest and smiling, "if you remain touched by time when you return to your world, perhaps you will be able to tell that to your world's Suthies. I am sure she will be very happy to know that you enjoy her company." "Perhaps," Edelgard said. "In truth, when I first became aware of your presence, I assumed I would not see you in my own world. After all, my world's Byleth no longer has the crest of flames or the crest stone in her heart. But if she really can still control time to some degree, then it's possible. Byleth blinked and stared at her. The what in my what? She asked, bemused. The crest stone in your heart. I suspect it was implanted in you by Rhea soon after you were born. It's the reason why you have the crest of flames, the reason why you can wield the sword of the Creator, the reason why your heart doesn't beat, and, I assumed, the reason Suthies is connected to you in the first place. Edelgard trailed off as Byleth stared at her, mouth hanging agape like that of a fish. She blinked a few more times. Edelgard had to ask herself for the umpteenth time how a mercenary could have such lovely and luscious eyelashes. Fortunately, she had reached the foot of the stairs to the second-floor dormitories. It's so late, why don't we talk about this some other time, she asked, sidling up the stairs. Good night, Professor Byleth. Thank you so much for escorting me back to my room at this hour. I shall see you in the morning. Good night, Byleth mumbled as Edelgard hurriedly ascended the rest of the way up the staircase. The next morning, Volkhard held another family meeting in the Black Eagle's classroom, a grim look on his face as he stood in Professor Hanneman's usual spot at the podium. Edelgard found herself avoiding eye contact with her siblings, especially Justine, whose arm was still in a sling while the residual traces of Manuela's magic did their work. Nevertheless, she felt all eyes on her, some of them hostile. I received letters from both Burkhard and Anselm the other day, Volkhard said. It seems battle lines are beginning to be drawn between the 6 noble houses. Weary already at war? Bernadetta cried out. One of the heads of the houses, Volkhard continued in spite of the outburst, has already pronounced his allegiance. Duke Girth has come out in favor of Anselm, according to both letters. As for the others, Burkhard claims to have Count Berglis and Count Varley while Anselm claims to have Count Hevering, but I have heard nothing from those men in particular to verify either side's claims. Duke Aegir and Marquise Vestra have yet to speak on the matter. Petra shifted uncomfortably at the mention of Duke Girth, who had been the one responsible for arranging her extradition to the Empire and enrolling her at the Officers' Academy. Obviously the thought of what might become of her and Bridget over this succession crisis weighed heavily on her mind. What a bother, Linhard said, leaning back in his seat. I'd like to just wake up and know who our emperor is already. Pascal raised his hand. Uncle Volkhard, if half of the 6 great houses side with Burkhard and half side with Anselm, does that make you the tiebreaker? Volkhard chuckled darkly. Oh, Pascal. Were it so simple. I'm afraid it has much to do with which house chooses whom. Assuming Anselm is speaking truthfully, both the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Domestic Affairs are considering aligning with him, and that has considerable weight. However, the Minister of Military Affairs is quite powerful in his own right. Yeah, Casper spoke up. Like I've always said, my dad can beat up Linhard's dad. Noted, Volkhard said. As well, the Minister of Religious Affairs has a great deal of influence into the judiciary and other matters of the interior and frequently butts heads with Count Hevering as a result. That said, if the noble houses truly reach an impasse, then yes, I will have to intervene on Burkhardt's behalf. Bernadetta started shivering, no doubt wondering whether that meant she and Linhard were rivals. Edelgard sensed that the dividing line between Anselm and Burkhardt's factions seemed to hew to old rivalries and grudges obviously. Each house was hoping that if their side emerged triumphant, they would be able to exact punishment on the houses that had wronged them in the past. And there were more than just the 6 great houses to consider. There were plenty of other lesser noble families in Adrestia, Oaks and Rosalka and Essa and so on, that had weight of their own to throw around, albeit not as much, and would all be looking to use what influence they had to enrich themselves and diminish their rivals. And though they had much less influence than the great houses, Burkhardt and Anselm would be foolish to ignore them. Well said, Lord Arundel, Ferdinand said. Again, let me remind you all that whoever my father chooses, the other houses will fall in line behind him. And he will most certainly choose the crown prince, of course. We have nothing to worry about, and certainly not something as ludicrous as a civil war. I'd imagine, one of the Hresvelg siblings' retainers spoke up, that the Marquise Vestra will abstain from this conflict as best he can. To choose a side would mean choosing between his nieces and nephews. Edelgard examined the scowl on Hubert's face at the mention of his father, and the thought just occurred to her that although there was not much resemblance between them, each of the retainers serving under her siblings must have been a distant or not so distant cousin of his, many likely members of cadet branches of House Vestra. This was as much a family reunion for him as it was for her, and he seemed to be enjoying it just as much. "I'm sure he cares about us all equally," Hubert said, his voice dripping with venomous disdain. Even in this world, he still had a chip on his shoulder about his father's actions during the insurrection of the Seven, even if the whole thing had gotten a more amicable resolution. After all, Edelgard remembered what he had told her in her world about how he'd felt when she'd been spirited away to Fhirdiad. "I'm afraid that is all the news I have for this morning," Volkhard said. "I know it is quite a quagmire, but on the bright side, the situation has not yet gotten measurably worse from what I can tell. Professor Hanneman, thank you for agreeing to let me use the classroom as a meeting place. I'll let you resume your teaching and let the students return to their classes. But first, Edelgard, don't you have something to say?" Edelgard stood up by reflex alone, turning every head her way. The sidelong sneer from Justine made it clear she was expecting an apology, although Volkhard had never informed her of that. Fortunately, she did have something to say. "Archbishop Ria spoke to me the other day. According to her, Anselm sent her a missive requesting her endorsement. Fortunately, I managed to convince her that it would be better for the Empire and Fodlan if she supported Burkhard instead and hopefully put an end to this crisis." Her siblings stared at her, mouths agape. "Archbishop Ria speaks to you?" Gerland asked. "Oh, right," Linhard said, "the whole revelation from the goddess thing." He looked at Edelgard's astonished siblings and her even more astonished uncle. "What? Didn't you tell them?" he asked her. Volkhard sighed as he tried to recover from his shock. "Thank you, Edelgard. If this situation doesn't resolve itself soon, we can only hope the Church of Syros can put things right." The Hresvelg siblings left the Black Eagles classroom, but as Edelgard and Bernadetta parted ways and headed for the Blue Lions, Gerland swiftly flanked them both and slipped in front of Edelgard, blocking her path. "Hello, Ellie," she said, mustering a frail, fraught smile that didn't quite suit her strong jawline and sturdy demeanor. She twirled a lock of her golden hair around her finger. "I suppose an apology is in order for calling you a traitor against Burkhard. And please allow me to apologize on behalf of Justine as well." "Apology accepted," Edelgard said, trying to sidestep her. "But I do need to get to class, Lindy." "Wait," Gerland said, putting a hand on Edelgard's shoulder and wrenching her back. Darling, my sweet baby sister, I would like to know how you of all people have formed a personal relationship with the Archbishop herself." "I wouldn't call it a personal relationship, per se," Edelgard said, spying out of the corner of her eye Bernadetta rushing away from the burgeoning family drama at full tilt and dashing through the snow toward the Blue Lions classroom, which apparently was a far more preferable environment than any place within 6 yards of more than one imperial princess. "In all honesty, it's..." "How did you do it?" Gerland asked. "Burke and I worked ourselves to the bone well, I worked myself to the bone. The point is, we achieved the highest marks and honors in generations of Hresvelgs here, and the only time Archbishop Ria so much as spoke to us was at her commencement speech." "And you just have tea time with her? How? You're lazy, Guard, you don't have ambitions." Edelgard brushed her hand off her shoulder. "It's a long story, I'm afraid," she said, "and I do need to get to class." Right. Well," Gerland sucked air through her teeth. "Actually, I'm very proud of you. Perhaps when next you speak to Her Holiness, you could introduce me to her. You can do that for me, right, El?" "Of course I can put in a good word for you, Lindy," Edelgard said, relieved that, while a bit neurotic and a consummate social climber by the looks of it, Gerland didn't seem to bear any more ill will toward her beyond a smidgen of jealousy. Gerland patted her on the head as though she were a well-trained puppy. "Oh, thank you. Burke and I will have to start calling you not so lazygard from now on." "My name will do just fine," Edelgard said, recoiling from Gerlinda's hand. "Excuse me, sister dearest. I have class to attend." She hurried to the Blue Lions classroom, where the rest of her house was waiting, apologized for her tardiness, and took a seat. Class proceeded as normal, though Edelgard's mind was elsewhere. Mainly, it was on Glenn, who was sitting right up front with Dmitri. It was very likely he knew he was being tailed from how low of a profile he was keeping. Whenever Edelgard saw him, he hewed close to the prince for protection, and whenever he was not by his side, it was as though he had simply vanished. Hilda, Claude, and Hubert all had vials of their own of Claude's new poison, just like Edelgard, but for all four of them, Glenn was being more guarded than usual. Hubert was probably the weak link, as much as it pained Edelgard to think it. He hadn't so finely honed his mind for spycraft in this world. In her world House Vestra ruled the shadow, but here it had not such a broad domain. Byleth's lecture was just wrapping up when the door swung open with a gust of bitter cold wind and Captain Gerald stepped into the classroom. Claude and Hilda followed behind him. Claude was unusually wrapped up in a hooded rain cloak with the cowl pulled over his head. The sunlight seemed to still be bothering him. "Hi, Dad," Byleth said, not minding the intrusion at all. "What's up?" "We've got the Hurricane King, Death Knight, and Solon pinned down in the sealed forest," Gerald said, "but they're a bunch of squirmy little dastards. Can you and your class help us take 'em down?" "All of us?" Byleth asked. "The more the merrier," he replied. "The other knights have formed a perimeter around them and cordoned them off in a section of the woods, but we need more strength to fully subdue them. And since your class and I work so well together, of course we'll help. I see Claude and Hilda have volunteered, too." "The more the merrier, right, Teach?" Claude said, grinning his usual confident grin. "You can never have too many allies." "All right, everyone," Byleth said to the class, "put your learning things away and meet up at the armory. Edelgard, I assume you'll want to go grab Hubert." Edelgard nodded. "Of course," she said, and without further ado the Blue Lions began to prepare for battle. "Actually, Professor," Glenn said, "I've felt horribly queasy all morning. I may just sit this one out and go to the infirmary." "You'll be perfectly safe, kid," Gerald said, resting a hand on his shoulder with a slightly too strong pat that forced him to stoop over. "You'll ride with me. I wouldn't let anything happen to Lord Frildarius Eldest." Edelgard watched the color drain from Glenn's face. As satisfying as the sight was to watch, though, if Glenn was wary enough to suspect Gerald of being in on all the stalking, then abducting him may prove difficult. The Death Knight was the first of the three to fall. Clad in his spiny black armor and Death's head helmet, he cut an imposing figure even when brought to his knees with his arms shackled behind his back and Catherine and Shamir flanking him with swords resting against the sides of his neck. He was silent, his labored breathing distorted by the device in his helmet that deepened and disguised his voice into a monstrous death rattle. "Now let's see who this Death Knight really is," Alois said, and with a confidence that belied his crippling fear of ghosts, he reached down and pulled off his faceplate. A collective gasp arose from the Blue Lions. Edelgard, though, wasn't the least bit surprised to not see Mercedes' face. "I have no idea who this is," Gerald said as the man behind the mask, a perfectly unassuming young man, a bit thin with sandy brown hair and a peach fuzz beard and a face that more or less seemed to vanish into a crowd even when there was no crowd for him to vanish into, blinked against the sunlight. "It's a moot point," Felix grumbled, stepping forward. "It's not the same Death Knight. That's just a cheap costume." "Really?" Dimitri asked. "How do you know?" "For one, he hasn't killed any of us," he said. His armor was stained red in places from the battle, but he insisted they were only flesh wounds, and he'd waved off Annette's offers for healing. He gestured to the fallen bodies of the soldiers clad in blue and black armor that had identified them as the Hurricane King's soldiers littering the woods. "His men put up a better fight than he did." "I think you're onto something," Sylvain added. "Look, his armor doesn't have that glowing underlayer to it we saw at Remire. He didn't even use magic." Alois looked relieved for a second, then realized that meant the real Death Knight was still at large and hurriedly backed away from his captive, aghast. "I suspect the same of our Hurricane King," Edelgard said, "so he'll prove easy enough to take down as well. The real trouble will be Solon. Still, I'm sure he'll have a lot to tell us about who he's working for," Catherine said. "Come on, Shamir, let's bring him in." Edelgard studied the fake Death Knight's face as Catherine and Shamir dragged him to his feet. His eyes were glazed over as though he'd been hypnotized. She doubted the Knights of Syros would get many answers from him. "Where am I?" The man in the Death Knight's armor finally spoke when the Knights began to drag him away. And, what am I doing here? Wait, you're the Knights of Syros, right? What are you doing here? And also, who am I? A streak of light shot above the snow-glazed forest canopy and sparkled in the midday sky, drawing all eyes to it and following its trajectory. That's Gilbert's signal. He's intercepted one of the others, Geralt announced. Byleth, let's split up the class and flank them. Edelgard, Claude, Hilda, Hubert, you stick with me and Glenn. Byleth, you and Eloise take the rest of the lions and approach from north-northeast. Got it. Byleth nodded and the class divided itself along those lines. Edelgard kept an eye on Glenn, who seemed notably more nervous, his cold eyes a little wider, his skin a little paler, the slightest tremor in his hands. He was going to try and run for it at some point. She could tell. Captain Geralt, Glenn said, I think I would be better suited in the other team. I'm not accustomed to working with Lady Edelgard or these other students. Good, Geralt said. Then it'll be a learning experience. Right, Byleth. Byleth nodded. Felix rolled his eyes at Glenn's whining. Suck it up, Glenn, he scoffed. I thought you were supposed to be our old man's golden child. The imposter Death Knight let out a hoarse, ragged scream and crumpled to the ground, shuddering violently as Shamir and Catherine inspected him. Edelgard could see even at a distance that his face had turned deathly pale and his skin was so slicked with sweat that it gleamed and glistened in the sunlight like freshly fallen snow. He convulsed, his legs kicking and arms struggling to break their bonds, wearing a divot in the well-trod snow and mud, wet and sickly gagging noises escaping from a gaping mouth. Edelgard knew exactly what was going on. Catherine, Shamir, she shouted out. Get back. The man let out a bestial bellow and his skin burst open, revealing ribbons of black and gray muscle fiber and fascia that quickly expanded far beyond the bounds of his simple human form. His fake Death Knight armor sloughed off of him in chunks as talons burst through the toes of his boots and a long, thick, lizard-like tail ripped itself free of his backside. His splayed-out fingers extended into long, spindly spider legs joined together by thin sheets of membrane, forming into bat-like wings. His jaw split open to an inhuman degree and out from the gaping cavity of his mouth and throat burst a new head, a blunt, snub-nosed muzzle with a single cyclopean eye burning red atop an impossibly wide mouth that capped a long and snake-like neck. The demonic beast took to the air with a flap of its new wings, letting loose an ear-splitting screech as inhuman as its form. Shamir picked herself up off the ground, already knocking an arrow to her bow in spite of the black bloodstains blossoming on her teal jacket. Catherine tossed her sword aside and drew Thunderbrand from its sheath on her hip. What the fuck? Geralt exclaimed. Eloise, Byleth, you guys deal with that beast. I'll head after Gilbert. Follow my lead. Glenn dashed into the woods, putting as much distance between himself and Geralt's group as possible and vanishing into the undergrowth as he bounded away like a spooked deer. Shit. After him. Bernadetta, Ignatz, bows ready. Byleth barked, ordering her half of the class into action. Ingrid, Dimitri, move to intercept. Felix, Sylvain, Didu. Feathers and scales flew through the air as Ingrid took to the sky on her Pegasus and Dimitri on his Wyvern. Leaving Byleth as half of the class behind to take down the demonic beast with Catherine and Shamir, Geralt led Edelgard and the rest of the Time Squad after Glenn. The metallic screeches and squawks of the airborne demonic beast and the thunderous flaps of its wings faded into the distance behind them as they hurried through the woods. Shit, Geralt repeated, clearing a path through the underbrush as he led the way. As a seasoned mercenary, he was well equipped to discern the path Glenn left in the snow. We must have come on too strong. Squirrel a little dastard. He must have known that was going to happen, Hubert said, looking back at the aerial battle in the distance. I will admit, turning one of your allies into a monster is quite a novel tactic, albeit not one I'd care to try anytime soon. Same. If he's smart, the first thing he'll probably try to do now is ditch his clothes and dress up like one of those soldiers, Claude said. Most likely a mage, for the mask. We've got to catch up with him before he has a chance to do that. A rustle in the underbrush. Edelgard grabbed hold of Hilda and threw her to the ground as an orb of black miasma sailed past, and an ambush team of raven-masked mages burst from the forest to do battle on both sides. Claude wasted no time knocking and shooting an arrow, Nailing one of the mages through the eye-hole of his beaked mask, Edelgard returned fire with a fire spell, sending up a cloud of steam as a wave of heat boiled the snow and ice glazing the pines. One of the mages reeled back, consumed by flames, another fell with a javelin of ice embedded in his chest. Thankfully, there were only a few of them remaining after their disastrous opening volley had been met in kind. The subsequent whirlwind of chaotic battle lasted only a few split-second instants before Edelgard and Hilda's axes found nothing left to cleave. Claude started pulling the masks off of the half-dozen corpses scattered in the clearing. "It'd be a shame if we'd just accidentally killed him here," he commented as he checked their faces to make sure Glenn's wasn't among them. "His footprints go on past here," Geralt said. "He must have not known about these mages. Or the idea of disguising himself just didn't occur to him." "Both distinct possibilities," Edelgard said, nudging one of the corpses with her foot. "Hubert, I have an idea. How comfortable are you wearing one of these uniforms?" Hubert looked down at one of the corpses, a wan grimace on his face. Clearly, the idea of wearing a dead man's clothes didn't quite appeal to him. "Black is my favorite color, Lady Edelgard," he said, setting aside his own discomfort. She undressed the cooling mage's body and threw the hooded robe and mask over to him. She hoped that Hubert's Academy standard jodhpurs and boots wouldn't give him away. With any luck, the robe would cover them. "Put these on and run ahead of us, following Glenn's trail. Hopefully you'll meet up with him before we do. And if you should mistake me for the enemy," he asked. "Don't worry," Claude told him. "We'll be shooting to wound from here on out." "Wonderful," Hubert said as he dressed himself. The mask slipped on, and in an instant he had been replaced by a figure from Edelgard's nightmares. "I feel much reassured," he added, the mask muffling his voice. He took off, and Geralt and the others followed at a distance. Eventually, Hubert slipped into the underbrush and became invisible, and Geralt and company pressed onward until they caught up with Glenn. Glenn looked inordinately happy to see them. "Oh, you've come all this way? You idiots. You've fallen right into my trap." He threw out his arms. "Welcome to the Forest of Death. Enjoy your stay." Three assassins, black-clad with pale skin, leaped from the trees from all directions, their cloaks billowing in the cold air and daggers gleaming steel blue and silver white in the sunlight. Hilda felled one with a lucky strike of her axe. The assassin's boot slid on a patch of ice hidden beneath the snow and sent him face first into the blade as Claude loosed as many arrows as he could in rapid succession to draw away the two remaining assassins. "Thales can't blame me for killing you if it's self-defense, right?" Glenn called out with a sinister laugh, drawing a dagger of his own. "That's it. That's what I'll tell him. It was you or me. I feared for my life." Edelgard narrowly dodged the wickedly curved black blade of Glenn's dagger and swung her axe at him, only for him to leap out of the way with astounding dexterity. Hilda's attacks likewise met thin air. She swore under her breath. "Edelgard. Your professor taught him too well," she whined. "Why couldn't she have trained him wrong as a joke or something?" A spear of ice shot out from behind the trees and nailed one of the two remaining assassins in the shoulder. Undeterred, he pressed onward, and Edelgard felt the swing of his dagger nick her armor. An inch higher and a hair deeper and it might have slit her throat. She threw out her arm and conjured a fireball, aiming for the icicle embedded in his shoulder. A plume of hot, humid steam exploded from his shoulder and scalded his face, turning his corpse-pale skin lobster red as he let out an inhuman screech. One of the assassins scored a hit on Geralt, driving a dagger into his side. Geralt simply grabbed him by the wrist, held him in place, and gored him with his lance. "That does it for you," he said, wrenching the blood-stained blade free and turning it on Glenn. "What are you gonna do, Captain?" Glenn taunted him, weaving around the strikes of Geralt's lance. "You can't hit me. You're just a pathetic old man." Edelgard called out for Hilda and the two of them flanked Geralt, catching Glenn in a pincer's movement. Claude struck him in the hand with an arrow, disarming him, and Edelgard and Hilda's synchronized attack forced him to stumble and beat a hasty retreat. "Don't let him get away." Geralt fell to his knees, his lance falling with him, and clutched the wound in his side. Blood seeped through his fingers and reddened the snow. "Damn it. Goodbye, you stupid little rats." Glenn taunted them, all but skipping away as Edelgard rushed to Geralt's side. "I'd love to kill you now, actually, but Thales will be ever so happy if I stick to his stupid plan. Edelgard pried away Geralt's hand from his wound. Her chest caught in a vice at the sight of it. The same dagger the assassin had used to viciously skewer Geralt's kidney had been used in another world by Cronia to stab him in the back. It was a wicked Agarthan blade, and its poisoned metal imbued the wounds it created with a potent resistance to healing magic and a tendency to heal slowly. She only had to hope that this wound would not prove fatal, but her memories and the thought of witnessing Geralt's death once more troubled her all the same. "Just a scratch," Geralt wheezed through gritted teeth. "Don't worry. Just a scratch." Claude nudged Edelgard to the side and dropped to his knees, tearing a length of cloth off the hem of his cloak for use as an impromptu bandage. "Let me see. You and Hilda, go after him. If we don't capture him, this'll have all been for nothing." As Glenn retreated, a lone masked mage emerged from the trees to greet him, much to his delight. "Perfect timing. Hey, let's switch clothes," he said. "It's time for Glenn Frildarius to disappear." "I couldn't agree more," the mage said, and with a wave of his hand he froze Glenn's feet to the ground. Glenn could barely manage to sputter a shocked outburst before the mage shoved a vial of clear liquid into his mouth. Once he'd forced every last drop of the poison down Glenn's throat, Hubert removed his mask. "As for my clothes, you can have them, they've outlived their usefulness to me," he told Glenn with a sinister smile. "But you haven't." As Hubert let out his best wicked cackle, he sounded more and more like the Hubert Edelgard knew every day. Glenn crumpled down to the ground, rendered unconscious by Claude's poison. "Nice work," Geralt said, wincing as Claude tightened the makeshift bandage he'd placed on his wound. "He'll be out for a solid day, right?" "He should be," Claude said, "but I wouldn't count on it. We don't know how the no-eyed people react to poison. Anyway, how's the wound feel?" "Like I got stung by 100 angry hornets all in the same place," Geralt gasped. He fished around in the bag slung over his shoulder for a metal flask, his fingers trembling as he struggled to uncork it. "Little help here." Edelgard helped him pop the cork off, and Geralt lifted the flask to his lips, threw his head back, and gulped down mouthful after mouthful of whatever potent liquor was inside for what felt like a minute straight. He let the flask fall from his hand. Nothing spilled out of it, so he'd likely drained it of every last drop. "Okay," he said. He burped. "Now it feels like, 20 hornets, maybe." "Thanks, kid." Hubert stripped himself of his mage's clothes and came to Geralt's side. "Allow me to have a look, Captain," he said, laying a hand and casting healing magic on the wound. "It might not heal properly," Edelgard said, scooping up the dagger. The black blade glistened with blood. Fortunately, it only seemed to have sunk in 2 or 3 inches. "Blades like these are poison." "I can feel the wound closing on the surface at least," Hubert said. "The bleeding is stopped." 17 hornets, Geralt grunted. "All right. Manuela can take it from here." "What do we say about Glenn?" Hilda asked, eyeing Glenn's unconscious body as he lay on the ground. His legs were bent comically due to the ice slick that kept his feet and ankles rigid and upright. "The bad guys got him and he's unconscious." "That's all they need to know," Claude said. "Manuela will see him to the infirmary, and while he's sleeping tonight we'll bust in and smuggle him out. Then the fun begins." "Captain Geralt." Alois' voice cut through the crisp air as he and Catherine emerged into the clearing. "There you are. Are you all right?" "Oh, hey, Alois." Geralt tried to stand on unsteady legs and Edelgard took him by the arm to keep him from toppling over. "Just a little ambush. One of the kids got knocked out, but the rest of us are fine." Catherine hacked away at the ice on Glenn's feet and threw him over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "Got him. Alois and I will bring him back to the monastery." "Captain, maybe you should come back with us." Geralt waved off her concerns. "I'll be fine," he said. "You really should," Edelgard told him as she helped him prop himself up. "We can take care of ourselves from here." Geralt rolled his eyes and smiled. "Oh, all right, kid. If my health and safety is so important to you." "It is," she told him. Edelgard, Claude, Hilda, and Hubert pressed onward and stuck to the plan: follow Gilbert's signal deeper into the forest and rendezvous with the Blue Lions. They met scattered pockets of resistance along the way, but nothing beyond their capabilities. The signal they had followed brought them to a clearing deep in the heart of the sealed forest, and as they emerged from the woods from the west, Byleth's faction emerged from the east. Their reunion, though, was overshadowed by the sight awaiting them. In the center of the sealed forest was a sight Edelgard knew well. A stone platform with 4 intricate pillars erected at its corners stood untouched by time beneath the edge of an overhang, and on the overhang's rocky wall was an orb embedded in the stone that glowed with a soft yet bloody light. The orb was engraved with the crest of flames, looking for all the world like a genuine crest stone, albeit hundreds of times larger. Angry red tendrils sprouted from it like the roots of a tree, rooted in the rock. In her world, Hubert, Linhard, and Hanneman had examined it dozens of times but had never figured out what it was or how it had gotten there. The 3 of them assumed it was a leftover from one of Ria's many experiments but had never learned anything more. In the center of the arena stood Solon, surrounded by a dozen of his own soldiers and a dozen more fallen knights scattered around them like toys strewn about by a bratty child. Solon looked to his left and to his right. Reinforcements, he sneered. A pity. You're too late to save these wretched souls. He lifted his hand, and one of the fallen knights rose into the air as though suspended by an invisible noose. Edelgard recognized the shock of carrot red hair streaked with grey. It belonged to Gilbert, one of the most venerable knights in the church. Oh, except for this one. Unless I snap his neck right now. Father! Annette screamed, her voice choked by tears. Ingrid took to the air, her Pegasus wings blotting out the sun as they unfurled. You'll pay for that, Solon. Strike him down, but let him live. Dimitri shouted, his wyvern following her mount. I will be the one to tear his heart out. Spread out and attack, Edelgard ordered her faction. Claude, Hubert, stand back and provide ranged support. Hilda, with me and break away on my mark. We'll flank him. If I didn't have 5 extra years of combat experience, Hilda grumbled. Yes, this would be suicide, Edelgard said. Attack. Byleth's sword burned red as she and her class charged forward. For Remire, she shouted out. For Ash. Gilbert's body dropped to the ground and hit the stone tiles with a mercifully dull thud as Solon wreathed himself in tendrils of black miasma and violet flame and levitated off the ground, and his soldiers met Byleth's students in a tempest of swords and shields. Byleth lashed out with her blade unfurled to its full length, and Solon cackled as he floated deftly out of its range. Ah, Felstar, you come here leading an army of whelps and brats? Lambs to the slaughter. I shall show you how well suited you are to a shepherd's life. Arrows and spells flew through the air as the cacophony of swords and axes clashing against each other and against shields grew to a deafening roar. Edelgard weaved through the battle, striking where she could and felling whatever soldiers she could on the way, until she and Byleth were side by side. Be careful, my teacher, Edelgard told her. Solon will be targeting you specifically. Killing you and Suthies will be quite a feather in his cap. Future knowledge? Byleth inquired. Edelgard nodded. Future knowledge. How's Dad? He's fine. He's got Glenn with him. Suthies hovered behind Byleth, keeping her intangible back pressed against her hosts. Byleth. Behind you, she warned, and Byleth whirled around just in time to chop a charging soldier's lance in half and cut a bloody gash into his chest, armor, and all. Edelgard realized that all the times she had thought Byleth had had eyes in the back of her head, she'd been right all along. As the blue lions gained ground against Solon's men, Solon waved his hands and spread a cloud of black mist across the battlefield. When the mist cleared mere seconds later, the dead bodies of his men and the slain knights twitched, pulled themselves upright, and lurched into battle as though controlled by the strings of a marionette. Curly wisps of black smoke trickled from their mouths and eyes. What dread sorcery is this? Suthies gasped. Must we end these men's lives twice over before they can rest? Hilda chopped down one of the soldiers she'd just killed only a few seconds ago. Oh, come on, she whined when he started to get back up again. Stay away from me. Bernadetta squealed as she shot 3 extra arrows for good measure into the chest of an undead knight she'd just killed. Annette rushed to her father's side, flanked by Sylvain and Felix as the undead soldiers swarmed them. Raphael and Didier formed a protective barrier around her and beat back the horde with axe and gauntlets. Sylvain's lance of ruin swung in fiery arcs, scattering them, while Felix cut through them with a short sword in each hand. It was a frantic battle, one that seemed to have no end. Edelgard struck one of the freshly revived soldiers across the throat, drenching herself in a spray of cooling blood, only to find herself fighting the same soldier what felt like mere seconds later. As long as Solon forced the dead to rise, the same enemies would vex them over and over again until they had been worn down. A blast of black fire struck the wing of Dimitri's wyvern, and though the wyvern narrowly dodged it, the sudden and violent change in its course threw Dimitri from his saddle. He hit the ground in a roll and sprang to his feet, cleaving one of the soldiers wearing the colors of his alter ego in twain with a sweep of his lance. "Die, Solon! I'll make you see the last beat of your black heart," he bellowed. "But before you die, tell me, what wicked master do you serve?" "Didn't doddering old Rodrigue tell you, boy?" Solon sneered. "What, don't you trust that old fool?" "Dimitri!" Edelgard broke away from Byleth and rushed to him. "Don't do anything rash, we'll take him on together. Remember, we need him alive." "Oh, so confident," Solon said, licking his corpse-pale lips. He darted away from Dimitri's lance and Edelgard's axe, gliding across thin air as one might skate upon a pond. "Pride, my wayward princess, goes before the fall." He reached into his robe and produced a black orb. Edelgard recognized that orb. In her world, she'd seen him rip it from Cronia's chest and use it to fuel a spell of unimaginable power. The forbidden spell of Zaras, powered by a sacrifice of blood. An arrow struck him in the shoulder, and with a roar of pain, Solon fell to the ground, his robes pooling around him. "I have you now!" Dimitri roared. "Die, villain!" Farash, Glenn, Emil, Yuri, father and mother. Solon flicked his wrist and one of his puppeteered knights barreled into Dimitri, knocking him down. Instantly, another half-dozen undead knights were upon him, holding him down, their gauntleted hands clawing at him, fingers hooking around the edges of his armor. Dimitri's screams of rage gave way screams of terror as the knights of Syros held him down, his mind spiraling around fresh memories of the tragedy of Duscur. Edelgard charged at Solon as the wicked mage regained his footing and hopped aloft, still brandishing the heart of black stone in his hand. "You won't take the professor," she shouted out, aiming for his heart with each swing of her axe. Tendrils of miasma rose to parry each of her blows. A toothy grin split Solon's corpse-pale face as the pillars in the four corners of the ruined arena became engulfed in cold violet flames. "Your precious professor? Who said she was my target?" He crushed the orb into dust in his fist. Edelgard felt tongues of violet flame curl around her wrists and ankles tighter than the tightest shackles, each one feeling like a leaden weight on her limbs. The cold fire licked her body as it caressed her like vipers coiling around her. Edelgard von Hresvelg. "Thales may think otherwise, but you're too much of a thorn in our side to keep alive. He'll thank me for this later. The time has finally come to unleash the forbidden spell of Zaras upon our enemies." As the flames consumed her, Edelgard found herself at a loss. She could barely move now, and the darkness soon to engulf her filled every corner of her mind. She still remembered what Solon had said in her world about this spell. A void of darkness awaited her, eternal and infinite in its scope and breadth, and to be swallowed by it was to drift in that darkness for all eternity with no escape, consumed by hopelessness. Only by fully realizing the power of the goddess, the power of Suthes, had Byleth been able to escape, and in the process she had been transformed in the goddess image. But Edelgard did not have that power. There was no deity whose powers she could use to free herself. The goddess had never been there for her to begin with. She would be lost to the darkness for eternity, consigned to an endless oblivion to die of hunger or thirst or madness brought on by despair, whichever broke her first. It would be like the dungeons again, except there would be no escape. Death. Was this how she was to die? Never seeing her wife again, her family, her true family, the family she had built with her own two hands, Byleth, Hubert, and Ferdinand, Lysithea, Dorothea and Petra, Ash, Ignatz, Mercedes, and Annette, Marianne, Caspar, Linhard, Manuela and Hanneman, and Jurit saw she would never even be able to say goodbye. And in this world, her unfinished work, Dimitri, Ingrid, Geralt. Happy. Pascal and Hetty. She screamed with a terror she hadn't felt so strongly in 12 years. Edelgard. Hilda cried out, rushing to her side to rescue her and grabbing her by the arm. The flames seized her as well, stranding her in the same mire. "What are you doing? Just run away, Alria, what the hey? Let me go." "Oh, look at that," Solon sneered, cackling with wicked glee as he watched the two of them struggle. "Edelgard, you will have a friend with whom you may wander in the darkness for all eternity. In time, your hearts and minds will cease to be, but before then, you may weep into each other's arms as ultimate despair engulfs you." Hilda, ignorant of the horror that awaited her, kept struggling to free herself and pull Edelgard out with her. "Are you two prepared for the deaths you've earned, little girls?" Solon asked, his black eyes and rotting smile wide with sadistic glee. Edelgard didn't want to die. She'd long since forgotten when she'd stopped wanting to, yet to truly long for life had been something she had not done until now, when there was nothing she could do about the death swiftly approaching her. It felt so inevitable as an executioner's sword swinging down to meet her neck. This was a death she could not escape from. Not without a miracle. And miracles did not happen to Edelgard von Hresvelg. This was how she died. Without hope. Her lips moved silently, tracing words she had once dreamed would be her last many years ago. A streak of red-orange light, bright and warm as fire, tore through the gathering darkness. Edelgard felt the weights leave her limbs, and then something slammed into her and threw her clear of the consuming flames. She tumbled across the stone tiles of the ruins, watching the ground and sky flicker before her eyes. The back of her head cracked against the stone tiles and stars exploded before her eyes. She came to a stop and looked up just in time to see the flames consume her professor and a mighty wind blow them away, leaving nothing in its wake but empty space. "Byleth," she screamed. Solon grinned as he looked upon the empty space where Byleth had once stood. "Begone with you, Felstar," he hissed. Edelgard's leaden eyelids fell over her eyes and engulfed her in a darkness of a different sort as she passed out. "Give me back my professor," Dimitri bellowed. Edelgard woke up with Dimitri's voice ringing in her ears and found her head resting on somebody's lap. She glanced upward and found Hubert's face greeting her upside down. It was his lap. At her side, Annette was tending to Gilbert, a forlorn look on her face as she rested a hand on his broad chest and hoped for a miracle. She raised her head, eliciting whispered protests from Hubert, and caught sight of the battle still engulfing the ruins. Ingrid, now on foot, Felix, Raphael, and Sylvain formed a protective barrier between the enemy and the class and beat back the undead soldiers with lance and sword. About half of the enemy's ranks had been felled permanently by way of being completely dismembered. The rest of the class, along with Claude and Hilda, tended to the wounded, of which there were many. Dida was unconscious. Both of the lenses in Ignaz's glasses had spiderwebs of cracks running across them, and bloody rags encircled Bernadetta's head as she lay at Dida's side. And then there was Dimitri. Dimitri had eyes only for Solon, lunging and charging at the wicked mage with a lance that was so beaten and battered from use that it seemed it would shatter into pieces in his hands any second now. Blood drenched him from head to toe, matting his white hair into knotted snarls, and he moved with the fury and frenzy of a man possessed. "Give back my professor," he howled at Solon, striking again and again with all of his might but never hitting his target. "Give back my Byleth. Bring her back. Or I'll kill you. I'll rip out your wicked heart and show it to you. I'll chop you up into little tiny pieces and bury every piece in a different part of Fodlan so that your wretched soul will never know peace. You will know true pain before I finally allow you to die." This was the boar Felix had so often spoken of with such disdain. There were no thoughts in Dimitri's mind but an instinctual desire to hurt, maim, kill, destroy, a death drive turned outward. And yet for all his strength, the loss of his reason only made it easier for Solon to parry and evade his attacks with the dark magic at his disposal. Solon threw one of his animated corpses at Dimitri. Dimitri cleaved the fallen knight in two, his lance's blade shattering as it tore through steel armor, leather, skin, flesh, and bone with equal ease. A torrent of blood engulfed him, spraying from the bisected halves of the corpse. Solon threw another at him, reduced to a boar with no more tusks to gore his enemies upon. Dimitri grabbed the corpse, held it over his head, and ripped it apart with his bare hands, drenching himself in another shower of blood. Crimson flowers bloomed upon the white lion, dyeing hair, skin, armor, cape, and all crimson and black. He was a sight terrifying to behold, a devil made flesh, scarlet as the flames of Alel and furious as hellfire. More corpses came to Solin's aid, and Dmitri tore each one apart with a savagery not even wild beasts could match, a ragged and hoarse roar tearing itself from his throat. Solin carefully held himself out of range of Dmitri's berserker fury and with a dismissive wave of his hand summoned a spear of black fire which struck and sent him flying clear across the arena to join the rest of his classmates. "How trite," Solin sneered, mocking Dmitri. "But if you wish for pain, I shall oblige. If you prefer it so, you shall also be added to the ranks of the dead." Edelgard pulled herself to her feet and rushed to Dmitri's side as he struggled to rise from the ground. Much of his armor had been warped and torn away in battle, either by the horde of the undead or the force of his own attacks. His stained black cape was reduced to tatters, and nearly every inch of exposed skin from the neck down was either black from bruises or red from blood. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, filled with a bestial fury. His face was wet with sweat and blood and tears that rolled in two clear ribbons down his crimson cheeks. Despite his poor condition, he forced himself to his knees, then to his feet, the veins in his battered arms and legs glowing a fiery red as he called upon the power of his crests to sustain his inhuman strength. But all that strength without reason to guide it would prove futile against Solin's magic. He couldn't be overcome with brute force alone. Dmitri growled and hissed through gritted teeth as his legs threatened to crumple beneath him. "Solin," he hissed, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Edelgard took him by the shoulders and tried to speak some sense into him as she held him back. "Dmitri, calm down. Our professor is not yet lost." He shoved her aside. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." She said, grabbing him again. "Byleth will come back. I am sure of it. Set aside your rage and have faith." The light returned to Dmitri's eyes. How can you say such a thing?" he snarled, his voice faltering. "I have seen it with my own eyes. Our professor is lost, and this monster." "Because you and I both know that Professor Byleth Eisner is no ordinary human," Edelgard said. "Now is no time for tears." Solin flung out his arms. The red light of the enormous crest stone behind him cast a ghoulish blood-red hue upon his face. "You think your dear professor will return?" He let out a laugh that echoed through the ruins. "The Felstar no longer exists in this world." "Careful, Solin," Edelgard said, stepping forward. "Pride, as you are so fond of saying, goes before the fall. The truth is, you're a cunning man, and I'm sure you've devised many wicked snares in your life, but you've put something you shouldn't have in this one." She took another step forward. "There is one thing, Solin, that you never put in a trap. Don't you know what that is?" "Oh." Solin cocked his head. "If you are attempting to buy time until reinforcements arrive, Princess Edelgard, I assure you that no amount of reinforcements can stop me from killing you all. Do tell. Which element in my magnificent snare is out of place?" Edelgard took another step forward, and another, knowing that there was nothing Solin could do to prepare himself for the reinforcements who would come to her aid. All she had to do was stall for time. A very dangerous element, one you have no business toying with. The one thing you never put in a trap, Solin, if your life has any meaning to you, if you want to live to see another sunrise, the one thing you never, ever put in a trap. Out with it, girl, Solin spat. Between him and Edelgard, a glowing fissure rent the sky and a light as bright as a second sun blazed through the gash. As the light faded, a human shape coalesced within the gash in space, armed with a sword that blazed like living fire. Her hair was a pale mint green, luminous as the full moon, and her eyes were gleaming emeralds. A stoic, blank expression graced her countenance as she descended from the heavens, a golden aura clinging to her body, to the piecemeal armor underneath her tattered grey jacket, to every strand of hair on her head. Edelgard had once feared the sight of her, the sight of a Byleth transformed almost beyond recognition in the image of her enemy. But here, seeing this apotheosis for the second time and knowing what was to come, she only smiled. "Her," she told Solin. "Professor," Dmitri gasped, horrified. Byleth turned around to face Solin. There was an eerie grace and confidence to her movements. Solin sank to the ground and took a hesitant step backward, his black eyes wide and mouth agape. "You. What did you see in the darkness of Zaras? How can you stand before me? This should be impossible." He continued to back away. An emotion such as fear has no place within me, and yet, this feeling in my heart, he thrust his hands forward. Die, fell star, he screamed, a torrent of dark magic streaming from his outstretched palms to envelop her. Byleth swatted the wave of miasma and fire aside with the sword of the Creator. Solon took another few stumbling steps back, glanced over his shoulder, and realized there was a sheer rock wall behind him. The bloody light of the massive crest stone embedded in the wall beat down on him. I shall not beg for mercy from the likes of you. We who rule the shadows have more pride than that. He conjured another torrent of magical energy this time, one that weaved around Byleth and reared up before Edelgard and Dimitri like a cobra ready to strike. Another swing of her sword, a fiery whiplash, and the coiling miasma broke apart into wisps of mist and fog that evaporated in the sunlight. Well, nevertheless, Solon said, his voice and hands trembling like the legs of a baby deer, I shall find some way to rid this world of you. The sword of the Creator struck him with the suddenness of a lightning strike, throwing him off his feet. He collided with the massive crest stone behind him, shattering the image of the crest of flames emblazoned on it and dimming its bloody light. His lifeless body slid down the walls of the crater the impact had created, leaving a smear of black blood across the shattered stone. The moment the last dregs of his life ebbed out, the remaining undead knights collapsed and crumpled to the ground, their strings all cut for the last time, and at last those defiled corpses could rest in eternal peace. With practiced grace, Byleth retracted the blade of the sword of the Creator and wiped the blood off on her sleeve, then slid the sword into her belt. She turned around to face her students, staring ahead blankly at them. Her face was an impassive, stoic mask, dreadful in its emptiness. The aura of light still clung to her, bathing her in angelic radiance, but it soon faded, and a flash of recognition scrolled across her face as she gazed upon her class. Dimitri, she said. You're, red. Dimitri stared at her, his face wrenched in abject horror. Professor, he gasped weakly, taking a fumbling step back. Professor, no, not you, too. It's okay, Edelgard told him, returning to his side. I told you she'd come back. She's safe now. Our professor is safe now. No, he continued to mutter, taking another step backward, and another, and another. That's not. You're not. Professor. Byleth, what have those monsters done to you? His voice cracked like a child's as tears welled up in his ice-blue eyes. Don't be afraid, Edelgard reassured him, taking him by the shoulders. She knew how frightened he was at the sight of her, the spitting image of Archbishop Rhea, her hair and eyes transformed by grotesque ritual just as his had been. It's still her. It will all be okay. Byleth blinked. Is there something on my face? She asked, an unnerving flatness to her voice far beyond the usual flatness. Even though Edelgard knew she was simply still adjusting to the great power she had obtained, hearing her speak like that again absent, aloof, as though her mind was so far above the world of humanity that everybody around her seemed as insignificant as ants milling around their hills was frightening. The Byleth she had spoken to last night seemed to be 1,000 miles away and 1,000 years ago. Professor, no, Dimitri repeated. Oh, no. His weak voice trailed off and fell silent as his eyes rolled up and his legs gave out and he collapsed. Edelgard just barely managed to catch him before he fell, and as Byleth strode toward them, she knelt down and laid him gently to the ground. What's upsetting him? Byleth asked her, her voice deadpan. Edelgard stared up into her emerald eyes. Archbishop Rhea's eyes. Though she knew this was nothing to be afraid of, this was the same old Byleth, no matter what or who she looked like, she couldn't help herself. I'll explain later, she said, knowing that there was no way Byleth could fully grasp the transformation she had undergone without the aid of a mirror. Okay, Byleth said, nodding, and she dropped to the ground just as abruptly as Dimitri had. Professor! Sylvain shouted out, rushing to her side. Felix, get over here. I'll take her by the shoulders, you take her by the legs. Edelgard felt warm hands take hold of her and lift her back up to her feet. Raphael, can you grab Dimitri for me? Ingrid called out. We'll need someone strong to carry him back to the monastery. As Ingrid half carried, half dragged her to the rest of the class, Edelgard felt the last of her strength, the rush of energy and vitality that had propelled her to stand against Solon, depart from her as quickly as it had came. A cold wind began to blow through her, she started to shiver. The cold reached into her heart and mind. She found herself gasping for breath. The phantom pain in her eye stung harder and harder until she could do nothing but squeeze it shut and press her hand to it in an attempt to numb it and silence its screams inside her head. "Are you all right, Edelgard?" Ingrid asked her. She shook her head. Words had left her. She felt her hand latch itself onto Ingrid's side, her fingers finding purchase on the edge of a plate of armor and hooking themselves into it with the desperation of a child that needed its mother. "I know," Ingrid answered. That was terrifying. She whistled for her Pegasus and called it back to the ground. "Claude, can you take Dimitri's wyvern? Between the two of us, we can ferry some of the injured back to the monastery." "It'll take a few trips," Claude replied, "but I can do that." With a click of his tongue, the wyvern that had been circling overhead in the absence of its rider descended to the ground before him, tucking its wings to its sides just as its Pegasus counterpart had done. "Annette, how's Sir Gilbert?" Ingrid asked. Annette, still kneeling before her estranged father and tightly clasping his hand, shook her head. "He's cold," she choked out, sobbing, "and his pulse is weak." "He'll be okay," Ignatz assured her. "I hope." There was a flutter of movement in the trees surrounding the clearing. Edelgard tried to stand tall and prepare to fight, but only managed to drag Ingrid with her down to the ground. But what emerged from the forest were not more enemies. Eloise, Catherine, and Shamir had arrived on horseback, and riding with them were Geralt, a bit pale, but well enough to ride along, Hanneman, and Manuela. But behind them, much to Edelgard's horror, a fourth horse and rider emerged from the woods, and on that horse were Thales and Cornelia. "Hello? Is everyone all right over here?" Eloise called out, riding toward the ruins. "I don't see any enemies," Shamir said, her eyes scanning the area as she knocked an arrow to her bow and drew the bowstring taut. "Looks like the kids cleaned up well. But stay alert." She and Catherine let their professors tagging along with them dismount and began to circle the area, just in case more enemies presented themselves. Cornelia dismounted from Thales' horse. "Miss Casagranda, it seems our services are required," she noted to Manuela. "How fortunate that Lord Rodrigue and I tagged along." Sylvain immediately dropped to the ground and clutched his leg. "Oh, fuck, my ankle," he cried out. "I think I fractured my ankle. I need a healer." Hubert rushed to his side. "I can heal something so minor," he said. Sylvain tried to swat him away. "No, not you," he hissed. Felix rolled his eyes at him. As Eloise and Geralt approached, Edelgard could see Geralt's eyes darting from person to person as he did a head count. "Where's Byleth?" he hissed urgently, all but throwing himself off Eloise's horse. A pained rictus crossed his face as he tried to run, his hand clutching the bandaged wound at his side. He found Byleth's unconscious body, and when he did, his wan face grew even paler. "Oh, goddess, Byleth," he gasped, falling to his knees before her and cradling her head in his hand. He let her discolored hair slip through his fingers as he held her. "What the hell has she done to you?" Thales and Cornelia gazed upon Byleth's unconscious body as Geralt held her and, struck by her resemblance to their hated enemy, flinched. Though Thales quickly took control of his emotions and plastered a sympathetic frown on his face, the look of revulsion on Cornelia's face as though she'd just seen a rat swimming in her soup lingered a few seconds longer before she forced it away. "Captain Geralt," she said, her voice syrupy and cloying in its saccharine sympathy as she put on the guise of a caring and empathetic physician, "your poor daughter, would you mind if I give her a physical examination?" "Excuse me, Lady Cornelia," Hanneman said, mercifully distracting her, "but Professor Byleth seems relatively unharmed. Professor Manuela and I would be grateful for your help in treating Sir Gilbert. Instead, his condition is quite dire. And I believe several of the students may have concussions." Edelgard could tell that Cornelia was suppressing the urge to roll her eyes at him. "Oh, all right," she sighed, turning around to follow him. Thales approached Raphael, who was still carrying Dimitri, and examined the prince in his arms. "Good work keeping His Highness safe, young man," he said to Raphael, reaching up to pat him on the shoulder. "What is your name? I'll see you commended for this. Perhaps even knighted," if you don't mind being a knight of Faerghus. Raphael Kirsten, sir, Raphael said, beaming with pride as he handed Dimitri over to him. Nice to meet you. Edelgard wanted to throw herself between them, but she could hardly move, only watch in horror as Thales took Dimitri and held his unconscious body in his arms. Dimitri's eyes fluttered open as he stirred and awoke, looking less like a devil given flesh now and more like a newborn infant still drenched in its mother's blood and amniotic fluid. Rodrigue, he gasped. Don't you worry, Dimitri, Thales murmured to him, cradling him like a child. I am here for you. His eyes darted to the side and met Edelgard's for a brief moment before focusing again on him. A wry, knowing smile seemed to cross his face, a sinister twinkle lighting up his eyes. I will always be here for you. Chapter 23, Blind Spot. It was a very rare occasion to find Professor Manuela's infirmary full in peacetime. Students and faculty didn't tend to become seriously injured in such high volume and so close to the monastery's grounds to require it. The last time Edelgard had seen every cot in the infirmary filled, it had been in her world, just after the Knights of Syros had been beaten back from an attempt to reclaim Garreg Mach, and the room had been more morgue than infirmary then, the dead quickly outnumbering the dying. She'd felt sorry for Manuela then, who had never dealt with death on such a mass scale before. Thankfully, here and now, it didn't seem that anybody wouldn't pull through. Dimitri had bruises all over most of his body, the blackened splotches of discoloration on his skin, revealed in full once he'd been bathed and all the blood washed away, looked almost gangrenous in their scope, and had fractured his arm and both legs. Bernadetta had suffered a severe blow to the head and, while conscious now, was still being taken care of by one of Manuela's assistants, who was making sure she could still recall her own name and count backward from 100. Glenn, of course, was unconscious from the poison and would likely remain that way well into the night. Gilbert, who was the most heavily injured, had stabilized, and Professor Byleth was in perfect health aside from being unconscious. Despite his own injury and Manuela's constant insistence that he lie down, Gerald stood by Byleth's side to watch over her, still eyeing with unease the new color of her hair. Byleth had been transformed in the image of Syros, just as she had been in Edelgard's world. Gerald was not the only person staring at her. Dimitri was awake and his gaze was fixed on her, eyes wide with worry and fear. Cornelia, too, was constantly glancing back at her and hiding her disgust while she helped Manuela treat the other patients. Edelgard wondered what this would mean for both herself and Byleth. How would Archbishop Rhea react? She'd had her heart set on the idea that somehow, Edelgard was the goddess vessel. Would this revelation shatter that faith? What would she do to Edelgard when she realized she had been lied to and made a fool of? Something wrong with your eye, Edelgard. The syrupy sweet voice of Cornelia, mocking in its carefully practiced saccharine overtones, snapped Edelgard out of her troubled thoughts and led her to realize she'd been kneading her left eye quite painfully with her knuckle. She looked up. Lady Cornelia. It's nothing. I must have gotten dust in it. Good, Cornelia said, smiling. I know just what to do about that, she said, and without further ado she wrapped a length of gauze tightly at an angle around Edelgard's head, covering her left eye and ear. Thank you. I was meaning to ask Professor Manuela about that, Edelgard said, adjusting to the black spot that now consumed half her line of sight. What brings you to Garreg Mach, might I ask? For one, making sure His Highness arrived safe and sound. Lord Frildarius and I were quite worried when he left with you so suddenly and along the back roads to boot. You're lucky you weren't ambushed by bandits on the way. Secondly, she added, I believe that wayward daughter of mine is skulking around here, and I intend to help the Knights of Syros bring her to justice. Edelgard kept a neutral expression. This was bad news for Happy. If the Knights of Syros redoubled their search efforts with Cornelia's help, Gerald's careful manipulation of their routes and schedules wouldn't keep them away from the wild girl's hiding spot for long. Good, she said. I hope she sees punishment for her role in the tragedy of Riemeyer. There was a flicker of recognition in Cornelia's eyes and a mischievous quirk of her lip. Is that what they're calling it now? It was a tragedy, Lady Cornelia, Edelgard said. I lost a good friend that day. My entire class did. And that's not taking account the innocent villagers who lost their lives in those explosions. Cornelia's eyes seemed to be scanning her. I'm sorry to hear that, poor girl. She patted her on the head as though she were a dog. Well, if you can manage to stand and walk, I'd advise you do so and free up your cot for someone who needs it. Do you need help? Edelgard shook her head and stood up. Her legs were still a little unsteady, her knees aching, and that was only a fraction of the soreness and weariness that pervaded her body. I think I'll manage, but thank you. She nodded to Geralt to send a silent message to him keep Cornelia away from Byleth, and he nodded in assent. She headed for the door, only to feel something hook around her ankle and cause her to stumble. She caught herself, but felt a cold hand latch onto her wrist. Whoops, Cornelia said, helping her steady herself. You nearly fell there. Perhaps I should escort you back to your room. I think I can manage. Nonsense. Nobody wants you falling flat on your face and breaking that pretty nose of yours. Professor Manuela, I'm sorry to be leaving you, she called out across the infirmary, but this one cannot walk on her own. Without further ado, she pushed Edelgard out into the hallway, and Edelgard could not help but feel as though she were being marched to her own execution. Edelgard's dread spiked, but was quickly alleviated by the sight of several of her classmates occupying the bench outside the infirmary. Annette sat in the middle, her slight and pixie-ish stature dwarfed by Ignatz on one side, whose face looked oddly naked in the absence of his glasses, and Raphael on the other. The three of them were plenty bruised and bandaged, but healthy and well. Hubert, of course, was also waiting outside. There was nothing Cornelia could do to her with witnesses not so long as she had an image to maintain. Don't worry, Ignatz was saying to Annette, attempting to pat her shoulder but missing by a mile. He was blind as a bat without his glasses. I'm sure Sir Gilbert will pull through. Between Professor Manuela and Lady Cornelia, he's being treated by the best physicians in all of Fodlan. Raphael was much more successful in patting her shoulder. Iggy's right. He's tough as nails to boot. Cornelia, of course, was easily distracted by anything that piqued her ego. My, such effusive praise, she said to Ignatz. I'm flattered. Ignatz looked up, squinted, and realized that she was looming over him. Oh. Lady Cornelia, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. It seems to me like you're having trouble seeing anything at all, Cornelia said, eyeing the broken glasses sitting in his lap. Lady Cornelia, is my father going to live? Annette asked, her voice an urgent rush of breath. It was touch and go for a while, but he's on the mend, Cornelia told her, crouching down to meet her at eye level while still keeping her hand clamped on Edelgard's wrist. If you hadn't been there for him before I showed up, who knows what would have happened. Thank you, she sighed. And one more thing. Is Mercy okay? I've been sending her letters by owl, and a package with a few of her favorite sweets just last week, but I haven't heard from her since she left Garreg Mach. Oh, she's fine, Cornelia said. Sickly, weak, but fine. I assure you she has received each and every one of your letters and reads them every day. She simply doesn't have the energy to write back. Edelgard wondered how much of that was a lie. Mercedes had looked fine when she'd seen her in Fhirdiad, but perhaps she was only afforded a scant few hours of mobility per day. She remembered how worn out and tired Lysithea had been before the crest removal experiment, not that she'd been much more active during the recovery period. How could she keep being the Death Knight in her condition? Annette mustered a weak smile. Oh, that's good. I hope she gets better soon. I'd like to see her again. You'll see her soon, Cornelia assured her, patting her gently on the cheek. Now run along. I'm sure you have places to be. My little Mercy always talks about how busy you are. That's okay, but I'd rather stay here until my father is well again, Annette said. Then you'll be here a very long time, Cornelia said sharply. She stood up. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm escorting this girl back to her room, since she's having trouble walking, she said, jerking on Edelgard's wrist like it was a leash. Excuse me, Hubert spoke up with a scowl on his face, Lady Cornelia, but I am more than capable of escorting Her Highness. Oh, I can help with that. Raphael exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Leave it all to me. Besides, you've got physician stuff to do, don't you? You've got to take care of Annette's dad. Cornelia looked defeated. I suppose you're right, she said, letting go of Edelgard with a pleasant smile plastered on her face to mask her ire. "I'll let you know if when his condition improves." She headed for the infirmary door. "Oh, and one more thing, Edelgard," she said as she turned around. "I'm actually stopping by here on my way to Inver. You see, I've received a very interesting marriage proposal from a very interesting man." "Excuse me," Edelgard blurted out, but Cornelia had already entered the infirmary and shut the door behind her. Raphael immediately took her by the shoulders. "All right, I've got you, Edelgard. Let's head home." "Oh, I don't need your help," she said, Cornelia's parting shot still stinging her ears as she lurched toward the infirmary. Raphael caught her, though. "Sure you do, Your Highness. You almost fell over right there." "Allow me," Hubert insisted for the umpteenth time, taking Edelgard by the arm. "I am her retainer." Though he wasn't as wide as Raphael, he just about matched him for height, and Hubert also had the unique ability to loom over people who were taller than he was. "It's no big deal," Raphael said, letting go of her and acquiescing to Hubert's demand. "We're all going to the same place, anyway. Iggy needs me to walk him back to the dorms since his glasses are broken." "I'm sorry," Ignatz said. He fiddled with the broken glasses in his hands. The frames were battered and warped, the lenses shattered in spiderweb patterns. "I don't mean to be a burden to anyone, but I'm blind as a bat until I can buy a new pair." "One would think you would have a spare pair for this occasion," Hubert muttered. Edelgard nudged him in the ribs. "This was my spare pair," he said glumly. He sighed. "Fortunately, the lenses are standard. I'm sorry to ask, but if any of you can accompany me to town tomorrow." "You don't even have to ask, buddy," Raphael assured him, tooling his hair. "And Annette, since tomorrow's Saturday, you can come with us." Annette shook her head. "Oh, no, I'll be here," she stammered. "I've got to be here." She kneaded her hands in her lap, her head bowed. Edelgard eased herself out of Hubert's grasp and motioned to the others for some space. "Excuse me," she said. "Can I have some privacy with Annette?" she asked Raphael and Ignatz. Of course, they acquiesced, and Edelgard took a seat at Annette's side. "Annie," she whispered, leaning into her and laying a hand atop hers. "You don't have to stay here." Annette chewed her lip and shook her head. "You don't," Edelgard repeated, more emphatically. "You've done enough, and your father's condition is out of your hands. Standing still here won't accomplish anything." Annette looked up at her, but only for a moment before averting her eyes again. Her hands shifted and curled around Edelgard's. "Edelgard, can I tell you something?" "Anything." She swallowed a lump in her throat. "Father. His name isn't really Gilbert Pronislav. It's Gustav Dominic." "Of course," Edelgard said, nodding. "He changed his name when he ran away from home." He ran away from home, Edelgard. "After the tragedy of Dusker he was I don't know what he was, but he decided to just abandon us and join the Knights of Syros. He said he was ashamed of himself, but when I first came here, he pretended he didn't even recognize me, like he was ashamed of us. And I don't know if I hate him, or I love him, because no matter how many times he says he's sorry, he still won't write home to mother and now he's dying, and what do I do, Edelgard? What do I do? How can I not know whether I hate him or I love him while he's dying?" Annette sank into her arms, sobbing. Edelgard held her in her arms and allowed her to cry onto her shoulder. "And here I am," she whimpered, her voice muffled, "asking you to help me when all this craziness happening in the Empire and your siblings and you haven't even had a chance to mourn your own father yet." "Don't worry about me," Edelgard assured her, patting her on the back. "Dwelling on this will only hurt you, but it won't do anything for your father, either for his body or his soul. Go to town with Raphael and Ignatz tomorrow. Take time for yourself. Take time to set this out of your mind. You must care about your own health, too." "Okay," Annette sniffled. "Will you come with me?" "Of course. We'll all go together." She pulled herself away from Edelgard to reveal a fragile smile blossoming on a face still stained with tears and traces of blood. "Thank you, Edelgard." Edelgard had hardly had time to stand up before she found herself accosted by a brown-haired blur, and for the third time since she'd came to this world, Hedwig von Hresvelg nearly knocked her off her feet. Hedwig wailed, clutching her in a tight embrace. Why you okay? I heard there was a fight, and there were demonic BB beasts, and the Death Knight, and the Hurricane King, and Revan ants, and you're all BBB bloody. It's all right, Hetty, Edelgard assured her, struggling to ease out of her iron grip. I'm fine. Very little of this blood is actually mine, I think. Do you still have all your fingers and toes? Yes, Hetty. Did it get gouged out? No, Hetty. See, can you still hear out of that ear? Yes, Hetty. Raphael chuckled. Is this one of your big sisters, Edelgard? He asked. No, actually, Edelgard began. I am T13, Hedwig stammered. Raphael's eyes grew as wide as saucers. Wow. My kid sister's about your age, and she's tiny. You're gonna be huge when you grow up. Suddenly possessed with self-consciousness, as though he'd just remembered poor Dorothea, he dropped to his knee and bowed. I mean, respectfully, you're gonna be huge, Your Highness. That's amazing. Really? Hedwig asked, obviously quite self-conscious about her height. Hedwig, please stop attacking your big sister. Joachim cried out, rushing to separate her from Edelgard. At that exact moment, Edelgard felt another pair of arms seize her from behind and whirl her around, and suddenly her face was pressed to hide Mary's shoulder. Dearest, are you all right? Oh, your face. You've been so horribly wounded. And you're covered in blood. None of it is mine. Heidi Marie pulled herself away and stared down in horror at a few pink blossoms on her white blouse that had transferred over from Edelgard's clothes. And now I'm covered in blood, she gasped. Oh, but goodness, are you okay? After that beating she gave Justine, Gerland said, arriving on the scene, it should hardly be a surprise that our little Elle can take care of herself. Swarmed by her siblings, Edelgard felt a churning rush of vertigo seize her. She backed away, the room spinning around her, only to learn firsthand the disadvantage of having such a massive blind spot as a cold hand clamped down on her left shoulder. Well, isn't this a sweet family reunion, Thales said, flanking her from the left. He wore Rodrigue's face with a smile only Edelgard could tell was a sneer. Lady Heidi Marie von Hresvelg, what lovely hair you have. Lady Gerland von Hresvelg, the spitting image of your brother. Lord Joachim von Hresvelg. Oh, and little Hedwig von Hresvelg, my, how you've grown. Lord Regent Frildarius, Gerland said, curtsying, it is an honor to meet you. Thales shook his head. Oh, no, the honor is all mine, your highness. I am but a humble noble. Humble noble? You're the Lord Regent of Faerghus, she replied. Though I suppose you'll be handing the reins to Prince Dimitri quite soon, Joachim said. One can only hope. Thales said, chuckling. Edelgard felt her breath freeze in her chest. It was as though he were mocking her, as though he was the same Thales as the one who had tortured her and murdered her siblings and was now taunting her by making nice with them. Oh, hello, Lord F. Frildarius, Annette stammered. How's your son? Oh, Glenn is, deeply unconscious. Lady Cornelia suspects poison of some sort, Thales said. I meant Felix, actually. How's Felix? She asked. He was silent for a moment. Oh, Lord Arundel, he called out, grinning as Vokhard hurried down the hall toward him. How nice to meet you. I'm surprised, though given the upheaval, I was certain you'd be in Inver right now. Well, Vokhard said, mopping sweat from his brow, Gareg Mach is uniquely positioned for me to quickly receive news from all of the farthest reaches of the Empire, which makes it quite a good place to keep abreast of things. Initially, I'd only brought Elle's siblings here on her request, but it's a terrible situation. I hope it doesn't last. You and I both, Lord Frildarius. A pained grimace crossed Folkhard's face. Edelgard, your face, are you hurt? Just some minor irritation, Edelgard said, scratching at the gauze covering one eye. Nothing of concern. Good. The expression on his face eased as he took her by the shoulders. It is just one dangerous situation to another with you now, isn't it? Perhaps I should have a talk with your professor. Lord Arundel, please, Hubert said. It is my business to worry for Lady Edelgard's health now. Trouble yourself with it no more. Maybe you should worry harder, Gerland said to him. I'm afraid Professor Eisner is unconscious and in this very infirmary right now, Thales said. Lord Arundel, what would you say to supper tonight, with your niece, and all her brothers and sisters here? I must admit my trip here has left me famished. It may be a while before I feel ready to eat anything, Edelgard said, excusing herself. All that blood, you see. And the corpses. It was a charnel house. And you would know about charnel houses? Thales asked, and she could tell that he was trying hard not to leer at her. Oh, of course, Volkhard said. You take the time to rest. But I would gladly take you up on your offer for dinner, Lord Frildarius. He chuckled. Dinner at the Garreg Mock Dining Hall. How many years has it been? My sister and I were students here just over 25 years ago. As was I. I am sure the food has not changed a bit, Thales said. As he led Volkhard and the Hresvelg siblings away, he looked back at Edelgard and winked at her. Edelgard clenched her fists, wanting nothing more than to just rip her brothers and sisters out of his grasp. He'd be exposed soon, she told herself. And then there would be no safe place in Fodlan for him. The door to the infirmary swung open and Claude waltzed out with Hilda close behind. Really need a bath, Hilda was saying, uneasily running her hands through bits of blood that had matted her hair. A real hot bath. Not standing beneath a pipe of freezing water in the showers. I know how you feel, Claude said, itching at a shallow and mostly healed scar that ran diagonally over his nose from cheek to brow. Oh, hey, Edelgard. Hubert. All discharged. Fortunately, Hubert said. Fortunately is right, he said. I'm lucky the worst that happened to me was a snapped bowstring. There are some advantages to being a long-range fighter. Rub it in, why don't you? Hilda grumbled. Now, Claude said to Edelgard, Cap and Teach will be meeting up with us tonight with their present, but since we have some unexpected guests, we've got to take care of that happy little friend of ours first. Claude worked black dye into Happy's hair, stripping her mane of its brilliant scarlet coloration. It's a good thing we thought of this disguise plan. I'd hoped we wouldn't have needed it so soon, though. As he worked his gloved fingers into every last stand, Happy sat with a faraway look in her eyes. The occasional blink or wince as he tugged on her hair was the only sign that she was alive. Since she'd heard that Cornelia was back in the monastery, she'd become as quiet as a mouse and as still as a statue. One of the many cats gathered around her, perhaps sensing her distress, had curled up in her lap while she'd had her hair done and was purring vigorously. This meeting of the Time Squad felt empty without Geralt and Byleth, both of whom had remained in the infirmary well into the evening. Geralt wouldn't leave his daughter's side, of course. Edelgard could feel that Happy missed them both, too, especially Geralt. I'm worried a change of hair color might not be enough to hide her from Lady Cornelia, Hubert said. Her eyes are quite distinctive as well. Perhaps we can say that she's been blinded in an accident and wrap gauze over them. That might only attract further suspicion, Edelgard said to him. A pair of glasses with smoked lenses might help, though. Maybe she can smell me, Happy said. Not after the bath we gave you, Claude said. Hilda had used all her most fragrant soaps and shampoos on the poor girl. We're missing the obvious, though, Hilda said, which is that anyone is going to be suspicious of a girl living in an unused guard tower surrounded by cats. As loath as I am to admit it, you're right, Edelgard said to her. We'll have to find her a new hiding place. Claude stepped back, stripped his gloves off his hands, and examined his handiwork, circling around Happy to observe her new look and using a damp rag to dab away any bits of the dye that had stained her brow, ears, and the back of her neck. Her hair was pulled back and up while it dried. He stroked his chin. Hey, Hilda, he said. Does Happy remind you of anyone now? Hilda leaned forward and looked at her. Cyril. Exactly. With that dark hair and olive complexion, he mused, she wouldn't look out of place in Almira. And that helps us, how, she asked. Claude, people here are, I don't know how to tell you this racist. I know, he said. Before you replaced this world's you had some pretty, frightening statements to make about Amirans yourself. Hilda crossed her arms. I've learned and grown as a person since then, she huffed. Anyway, Claude said, there's an Almiran merchant staying in town. You could say I'm pretty good friends with him. In fact, you could say I'm the reason he's gotten this deep into Fodlan. In fact, you could say he works for me. He's a spy, Hubert surmised. Exactly. He keeps to himself, of course, on account of all the suspicious looks he gets from everyone else, so it'd be easy to have Happy pass as his daughter and stay with him until Cornelia leaves. No, Happy interrupted. It's dangerous enough having me here in the monastery. I don't want to summon any monsters in that town. People could get hurt. Or killed. I've already picked out a name you can use for your disguise, Claude said, barreling right on through. Nasreen. It means wild rose. I think it really suits you. He sounded as though he'd already put a lot of thought into this plan and didn't want it to go to waste. Nope. Not doing it, Happy insisted, gritting her teeth and setting her jaw. I don't want to drag some innocent guy into this and then accidentally flatten his house when I sigh. Besides, I don't know anything about Almira. Benam can take care of himself, Claude said. He's fought plenty of battles in his day. At least meet him and give him a shot. Happy rolled her eyes, took a deep breath, and stopped, carefully clamping her mouth shut and exhaling through her nostrils. You all saw what I just did there, right? I almost sighed. I could have just killed us all. Almost means you didn't, Claude pointed out. Edelgard, Hubert, you agree with me, right? Happy can't hide here anymore, and we should make use of what we have. Are you sure we can trust this Benam? Edelgard asked. Yes. He works for me. I repeat Lady Edelgard's previous question, Hubert said. Oh, very funny. Claude rolled his eyes. He's my guy. I'd trust him with my life. And, he added, looking to Happy, I'd trust him with yours, too. It's not him I don't trust around me, Happy said. It's me I don't trust around him. The argument was interrupted when a familiar set of knuckles knocked on the door in a familiar rhythm. Claude opened the door and brought Geralt and Byleth into the guard tower. Geralt was tired. Dark grey shadows curved under his eyes, tracing his weariness. He hadn't stopped watching over Byleth in spite of the dagger wound that persistently resisted Manuela's strongest healing magic and still dribbled blood on his bandages. Byleth looked better in some ways. Her skin had a healthy, almost too healthy glow to it, devoid of any signs of scarring or bruising, but worse in others, there was an even blanker, flatter look to her eyes and her face that made her seem almost dull-like. If Edelgard recalled correctly, it would be a day or two more before she got a handle on the incredible transformation that she had undergone and loosened up. As she was now, it seemed as though she were a wall of ice holding back a raging inferno. Kept you waiting, huh? Geralt growled, terser and tenser than usual. He and Byleth hauled a human-shaped bundle wrapped in a cloak onto the table. The cloak fell away from it to reveal the face of Glenfril Darius, so placid in his slumber that it was hard to believe he'd been trying to murder them earlier that day. Special delivery, one creep. So, what's going on here? Claude repeated his plan to him. Geralt nodded along patiently all the while. Well, you're right about one thing, he said once Claude had finished. The girl's got to leave the monastery, and if you trust this Benam guy, then he's as good as any other. But it's risky. If she summons a monster to the middle of town, lots of innocent people could get hurt. Happy nodded with a satisfied, if bitter smile. What about Abyss? Byleth asked. Claude leaned forward, an excited gleam in his eyes. Abyss. So you've heard the rumors, too. Geralt sighed. Edelgard couldn't help but notice the cold distance between him and his daughter. First off, if the Knights of Syros knew a way in, we'd have cleaned the place out decades ago. Second, it's filled with thieves, murderers, and rapists. We can't just leave a girl down there at their mercy. There were more than thieves, murderers, and rapists in Abyss, Edelgard knew, in that vast and horrifying ghetto beneath the hallowed halls of Garreg Mach, beneath the ignorant footsteps of the privileged and the noble, beneath even the catacombs. It was a prison for all those the Church of Syros deemed undesirable, and like all prisons, it was full of innocent people and those whose punishments vastly outweighed their crimes. The dregs of society, the victims' noble children cast out of their houses for one reason or another, former soldiers from Dada and Bridget and Almira who'd had nowhere to go when their land's armies had retreated from Fodlan's borders, refugees of Dusker and Sreng and even the remote Cupola region of Leicester. Wherever the cast-off and rejected were gathered in such great masses and with so little not even sunlight viciousness flourished. Relocating its people and providing for them new lives beyond their prison was an ongoing project in Edelgard's world, one that was still incomplete, and she knew the dangers of that vast underground space. It would not be a refuge for Happy. "I can take care of myself," Happy said, as she was roughly Bylitha's age even if her lack of life experience out from under Cornelia's thumb belied it. The same catacombs Flane was found in might make a good haven, Hubert suggested, if a bit morbid. Or we could stuff Glenn down there and let him stew in his fear for a while. I'm of two minds about Claude's plan. On the one hand, there's obvious danger in hiding Happy in town, Edelgard said, but there's obvious danger in moving her at all in the first place. At any rate, I've got a prior engagement there tomorrow morning, and so if Cornelia and Thales have their eye on me and I am certain they do I can draw their attention while you sneak Happy to Claude's guy. Check this Almiran guy out and see what he's made of, Geralt decided. If he doesn't seem up to the challenge, we'll go with Plan B. Edelgard, you'll run interference. He looked down at Glenn as he slept on the table. Now how much longer is this little fucker gonna stay asleep for? Not much longer, probably, Claude said. Well, let's get him tied up before he wakes. Geralt made his way to the corner of the room, took a few coiled lengths of rope from the pile of supplies stored there, and with the swiftness of a man who had tied quite a few people up over the course of his career, bound the prisoner, first tying his wrists together behind his back, then binding his arms to his sides, then tying his ankles together. It was at that point that Glenn began to rouse himself from his slumber, his eyelids flitting groggily as Geralt tied the last knots. He jerked his leg and nearly pulled it free just before Geralt cinched the bonds tight. Wah. Hey, Glenn mumbled, eyes darting around the room and meeting each of his captors' gazes in turn as he laid on the table trussed up like cattle. He tried to wriggle his way to freedom, but couldn't move more than a few inches to one side or another. Edelgard. Hello, he said, his voice full of mock cheer. I had no idea you were this kinky. Voyeurism and bondage, my favorite. What's next? Hot wax dripped down my chest? Knife play. He looked down at himself. Although, shouldn't I be undressed first? Or does the school uniform turn you on? Hubert stood up and loomed over him. You're being interrogated, you blithering moron. Glenn grinned. By whom? You. He let out a laugh. A bunch of blubbering, blathering, gibbering beasts. Do you know who you are? You aren't even fit to lick my boots clean. You walk around on the surface so proud, so high and mighty, but you don't even know what a fucking latrine is. You still use chamber pots. And you're going to interrogate me? Ha. Nothing you could do to me could make me talk. Not a single thing. And also, you have no idea what you're getting into. Some light, please, Hubert. Edelgard asked. It still felt weird to ask him to cast light magic for her. A well-rounded Hubert whose studies of magic encompassed both faith and reason was one she still had to get used to. Of course, Lady Edelgard, Hubert said with a sinister grin. He lifted his hand in a light as bright as the sun coalesced around it, formed itself into an orb, and hovered into the center of the room. Claude pulled his hood down over his head and averted his eyes. Oh, he moaned, this again. Why am I even here? The glee instantly left Glenn's face. He stopped struggling against his restraints, and as he averted his eyes from the artificial sun beating down on him, his face wrenched as though he were trying not to cry. How do you feel, Glenn? Hubert asked, still grinning. The light cast deep shadows across his face. I always find myself quite invigorated by a bright and sunny day. Glenn started whimpering. Tears welled up in his eyes and streamed down his cheeks. Oh. Hubert asked him. Are you ready to answer us beasts' questions now? I'm a failure, he whined, his voice like a pig's squeal. An utter failure. Outwitted by a bunch of talking swine. Is this the end of the so-called master assassin Kronia number 612? 700 in my clone batch, and they flushed all of them except me. He sniffled. What a waste. Edelgard was delighted to hear Kronia whimpering like that. Yes, she said, you are quite pathetic. Kronia, was it? Why don't you show us that true face of yours? I don't deserve to show you my true face. I'm a worm crawling on my belly through the dirt. I'm lower than the cockroaches they mash up to make our protein bars. I deserve to be buried in a concrete cask for 200,000 years along with the rest of the spent uranium. Edelgard glanced over at Byleth. The professor's expression was inscrutable, but Edelgard wondered if she might possibly feel conflicted about subjecting one of her students to this torment, even if he was a monstrous spy in disguise. Be that as it may, Gerald said, we'd like to see it. How do we get this disguise off of you? Why bother? We're all going to die soon. At least I deserve it. Why? Byleth asked. What good is a spy who gets caught? Oh, who am I kidding? I'm a terrible spy. Of course I am. I'm meant to kill stupid apes like you, not pretend to be one of you. And I'm not even good at that. Just look at how many of you are still alive. Do you mean they'll try to kill you if they find you? She asked. Of course. Wouldn't you? Look at me. Worthless. Idiot. Pathetic. Outsmarted by beasts. What does that make me? A germ? An amoeba? A paramecium? A single-celled bit of pond scum swimming around in a puddle with its little flagellum is smarter than me. I had my chance to prove that I deserved to live and I have failed. Kill me now and spare me this torment, or Thales will do it for me. And he will be right to do it. Glenn Kronia began to weep. This went on for a while. We're getting off track, Byleth said, squinting up at the artificial sun. Hubert, maybe you should get rid of that. Kid's right, Gerald huffed. This little turd's too busy whining to answer any of our damn questions. Maybe we've done enough to soften him up. Hubert, Edelgard said. She nodded at him, silently relaying Byleth's order to him. As you wish, Lady Edelgard, he said, and with a snap of his fingers the dazzling sun extinguished itself, leaving only a lamp to light the room. Bright white light gave way to dim, flickering ember. Glenn Kronia snuffled up the last of his tears. What the hell have you done to me? He gasped, horrified. Trade secret, Claude said. Well, I guess you stupid, primitive monkeys do have some tricks up your sleeve. His confidence hadn't quite returned to him, he was shaken. Professor, he asked, staring up at Byleth and failing to mask the abject horror that struck him as he gazed upon the dreaded fell star, you can't be okay with this, can you? I mean, I've been your student. You've been pretending to be her student, Gerald clarified, giving him a stern glare. And getting up to who knows what in the meantime. Glenn Kronia looked to the other students, especially Edelgard. Oh, and you haven't. Is Thales really going to kill you? Byleth asked. Of course, you moron. And whoever compromised my identity, of course. He'll find me really quickly, too. And the rest of you along with me. Do you want him to kill you? Hilda asked. Of course not, you stupid pink baboon. Every living creature has a biological imperative to live. All right. Then how do we hide you from him? Claude asked. There's a chip in my arm, Glenn Kronia said. It transmits my location using low-level radio signals that the Immaculate One's sorcery can't. You have no idea what I'm saying, do you? He sighed and rolled his eyes. Stupid beasts. There is a tiny rock in my left arm that tells Thales where I am all the time, and you'll need to remove it. Fuck, Gerald said. With a suspicious squint leveled at the imposter, he took out a small hunting dagger and circled around the table to Glenn Kronia's left side. You won't be able to see it as long as I've got my disguise on, Glenn Kronia said. How do we get rid of that? Edelgard asked. Oh, I can just take it down myself. Hubert, the light. No. Glenn Kronia's eyes went wide. There's a simple physical disengage. Back of the neck. Press down against the lowest cervical vertebra, the vertebra prominus. Base of the neck. Turn him over, Geralt ordered, and he and Byleth rolled him onto his front. Hubert took his collar and pulled it down, exposing the back of his neck. Edelgard felt a hollow form in the pit of her stomach and a now familiar twinge returned to her eye. What was Kronia playing at? This was all too easy. Wait, no, Edelgard said, stepping forward and grabbing Hubert by the arm. Don't. Hubert pressed against the base of Glenn's neck. In an instant, the firstborn son of Rodrigue Frildarius disappeared. In his place was a lithe, thin girl with skin as grey as rain clouds. A black teardrop ran across one eye and down her cheek like a scar. Glenn's wavy dark hair gave way to a mop of loose carrot-red curls, cold blue eyes turned the same shade of red. Her face was gaunt, but lively, and the skin around and under her sunken eyes was nearly black. She was swimming in Glenn's uniform. And just as her uniform was too big for her now, so too were the ropes that had bound her. She slipped one leg free, kicked into the air, and rolled herself off the table, the ropes sloughing off of her as she hit the floor. You idiots, she cackled, freeing her arms. I'm free. And now Thales won't have to kill me, because it won't matter what I've told you when I've killed you all. She stepped on the tail of one of Happy's many cat companions, producing an angry yowl from the trampled little beast and losing her footing. Hubert, light! Edelgard shouted out as Geralt, Byleth, Hilda, and Happy rushed to restrain the assassin. Dazzling light filled the room. Kronia's demeanor lost its defiant fire in an instant, allowing Hilda and Happy to tackle her to the floor and subdue her. Geralt cut her left sleeve away, baring more of her grey skin, and inspected her arm while Byleth set to work tying her down again. Edelgard rushed to her side to help her, taking one of the lengths of rope and binding Kronia's ankles together while Byleth worked on the wrists. Kronia writhed and scratched and bit at them, trying to break free in spite of her poison-induced malaise, but her efforts were half-hearted and proved futile. Geralt found a conspicuous white scar on Kronia's bicep and dug the tip of his knife into it. Blood as black as pitch welled up from the wound. Kronia clenched her jaw and forced a scream through gritted teeth as he wiggled the knife to and fro and pried out from the wound a small black oblong not much larger than a sunflower seed. He dropped it to the floor, stood up, and crushed it under his boot, grinding it with its heel until it had been reduced to a powder. As soon as she was finished tying Kronia down, Byleth attended to the wound, wreathing the small but deep incision in a green glow and watching it diminish to nothing. You're healing me? Kronia mumbled, shocked. Of course, Edelgard said. We're not barbarians. Yes, you are. You are by definition barbarians. And I was outwitted and overpowered by you, Kronia said, which makes me lower than a barbarian, undeserving of your senseless and foolish kindness. Geralt double-checked the bindings keeping Kronia imprisoned. Have you ever tied a knot in your life? He asked Happy, the furrow of his brow showing quite clearly that he was bewildered by whatever attempt she'd made to secure the rope. Happy shook her head. He sighed. All right, he said, undoing the rope around Kronia's arms and waist and retying them. Watch closely here. One instructive knot-tying lesson later and Kronia was completely subdued once more. I think we've gotten enough out of her for one night, Geralt said, standing up to admire his handiwork. Sweat beaded his brow and his expression was pained. Edelgard could tell from the way his hand kept gingerly grazing his side that he'd reopened his wound. Hubert, you bring the chloroform like I asked. Hubert nodded and produced a rag in a bottle from within his cloak. Of course, Captain. Chloroform. Kronia gasped. You still use chloroform? What are you, caveman? It's carcinogenic. Deaf to her outburst, he gave the rag a thorough soaking and pressed it over her mouth. Her eyes widened with shock as she gagged on the cloth, but as she succumbed to the fumes her eyelids grew heavy and finally fell shut. He pulled the rag away as she slumped over, mumbling incoherent death threats in her sleep. Kids, go to bed, Geralt said. I'll find a new hiding spot for Kronia and we'll see what more information we can get out of her later. Happy, you'll spend the night in my quarters. Tomorrow morning, we'll go into town and check out Claude's friend. Oh, right, Hilda said. She jerked Claude's hood back, exposing him to the light. Claude, what did you think of that plan of yours again? He blinked in the light, dazzled. Out of all the stupid schemes I've hatched, it just might be the most asinine, he admitted with a heavy sigh. Then, as though to shake the lingering dregs of his poison out of his system, he vigorously shook his head and swatted Hilda's hand away as she giggled at him. No, it's a fine plan, actually. It'll work out, I'm positive. He pulled the hood back over his head. Hubert, the light, please, he snapped. I would, Hubert said, but I think I prefer you this way. Hubert, get rid of it, Edelgard said. Yes, Lady Edelgard, he said, and with a snap of his fingers, the room returned to its normal dimness. Resigned to finding a new home, Happy began to collect a few of the blankets strewn around the room that Edelgard supposed must have been her favorites. After they had parted ways with the rest of Time Squad, Edelgard and Hilda accompanied Byleth back to the dormitories. The waxing moon was high overhead, the sky black, and the snow glowed with a steel blue light from the reflected moonlight. Professor, Hilda said, so, how are you feeling? In our world, I was never really close enough to ask you when this happened. This happened in your world? Byleth asked. There was no trace of shock or surprise in her voice, and Edelgard could only infer that it was there. She walked with her head far across the clouds now, with only scant threads tethering her to the earth. I'm afraid so, my teacher, Edelgard admitted. And your transformation was caused by the same event. Solon banished you to the darkness and you emerged with the powers of the goddess. I had to admit, many of us were frightened to see what you had undergone. Her hand traced a lock of her own hair, letting it slip through her fingers. She almost expected it to be white. Most were frightened for you, some of you. I'm fine, Byleth said, absent-mindedly curling a lock of her almost luminous mint-green hair around one finger. It caught the moonlight just like the snow did. I think. I'm not sure if I feel anything right now. Or maybe I feel too much of everything. Her tone was clinical, detached, emotionless. I don't know. But I'm not acting like myself, am I? Why would you say that? Hilda asked her, furrowing her brow in mock surprise. When I woke up, she answered, Dad held a knife to my throat. He asked me so many questions, where he taught me to fish, what I'd said to him the night we'd met Dimitri and Claude, details about our missions with the Blade Breakers. He didn't take the knife away until he was satisfied. Edelgard was aghast. She couldn't imagine Geralt doing such a thing to his own daughter. He what? Hilda's jaw hung open. He didn't. He said he had to make sure I was still me, Byleth said. I think he's still not sure. Neither am I. I'm sorry, Edelgard said. Have you seen yourself? Yes, Byleth said. She bowed her head. I look like Rhea now. Trust me, Professor, I know what it feels like to not recognize your own face in the mirror, to have one of your deepest and most familiar connections to yourself stripped away from you without your consent. I know how much it hurts, and I am here for you. This has something to do with the stone in my heart, doesn't it? I believe so. From what I knew in my world, Rhea implanted it in your heart shortly after you were born. You were intended to be a vessel for the goddess. That's why he doesn't trust her, Byleth muttered. And he is right not to do so, Edelgard said. Hilda had stood by silently, digesting Edelgard's revelations. Does Rhea know about this yet? She asked. Byleth shook her head. I haven't seen her. She's been busy these past few days. I've heard no one's seen her since she met with you the other day. Someone has probably told her by now, though. She has her own plans for you. As in my world, I assume she'll lead you deep beneath the monastery, Edelgard said, and try to arrange a revelation from the goddess, or rather, use your body as a host for the goddess consciousness. That's what I believed the ritual was for, at least, from my limited understanding. But I don't know how, she trailed off, not sure how to say what she had to say next. Don't know how what? Hilda asked. It seems she has already come to believe that I am a vessel for the goddess. Now that I've been proven to be a fraud, I don't know how she'll react or what the consequences might be for me. The words had hardly left Edelgard's mouth before Byleth spoke up again. I'll protect you, she said. I know, Edelgard said, her heart aflutter in her chest. The goddess, Byleth murmured. For the first time since she'd heard her speak today, Edelgard heard a trace of emotion slip into her voice. She sounded sad. I think I know how I feel, she said. Lonely. Hilda took her by the hand. Well, we're here for you, Professor. That's right, Edelgard said, taking her by the other hand. Byleth's skin was hot, but not in a feverish way, more like there was a sun burning in her chest, its light radiating through her down to the tips of her fingers, as though if she were cut, she would bleed blinding light and not blood. We are here for you. And my classmates, your students, some of them might be, frightened now, or apprehensive of what you've become, but it won't take them long to realize that you are still Byleth Eisner, no matter the color of your hair or the color of your eyes. Will Dimitri? Byleth asked. Edelgard recalled the horror that had crossed Dimitri's face, the tears that had melted his icy eyes, the anguish in his voice when he had first gazed upon Byleth's changed face. He'd taken it even harder than she had. He will, Professor. I know he will. Thank you, Byleth said. Edelgard and Hilda walked her back to her quarters. She was silent the whole way until she reached the door to her room, and Edelgard had to admit, even for the notoriously laconic professor, it was an eerie silence. Something was missing from her, although she couldn't put her finger on it. Is something wrong? Edelgard asked her. Oh, Byleth said. Manuela gave me something for you. She reached into her satchel and took out a black band and handed it to Edelgard. So you don't have to keep that gauze around it. Edelgard was grateful to strip the bandage from around her head and trade it for the much less restrictive eye patch. Thank you, Professor. I'm sure this looks much better. Byleth nodded. It does. Is something else wrong? Hilda asked her. I'm still lonely, she admitted. We're here for. It's not that. She was silent for a few moments longer, her lips cleaving fruitlessly as she tried to speak. Finally, she found her voice. Suthies is gone. The words struck Edelgard with more force than she'd expected. At first, her mind simply rejected the assertion out of hand. She's gone. Do you really think that? Are you sure? Hilda asked. Maybe she's just sleeping. Of course, Edelgard said, shaken on multiple levels. Of course. You know how she sleeps, Byleth. I am sure she is just, even more exhausted from this whole experience than you. Surely if I were to, for example, say that she was failing in her duties as your companion by sleeping while you worried about her well-being, she would instantly appear at your side to chastise me for my impertinence and assure you that. Her voice grew weaker and eventually trailed off altogether as she realized that nothing was going to come of it. Byleth just looked at her, impassive and inexpressive, yet with a subtle sadness in her eyes. Maybe it's a really deep sleep, Hilda suggested. Like how she slept before you met her. She's gone, Byleth repeated. Well, she said she would always be a part of me. But as an individual, with a will independent from mine, she no longer exists. She won't ever talk to us again. Edelgard felt as though the ground had dropped out from under her feet, and found herself shocked not only by what Byleth had said but that it had struck her with such force in the first place. Surely she couldn't miss that little gremlin of a so-called deity. I'm sorry, she said. She realized that Byleth must have suffered this loss in her world, too, and she'd been completely oblivious to it. No wonder Byleth had seemed so detached and dissociated from herself. On top of the phenomenal power invested in her, she was mourning the closest friend she'd ever had. I'm so sorry, Byleth, she said, wishing she could say it to her wife as well, even if it would be 7 years too late. Does that mean you can't send us back? Hilda asked. I don't know, Byleth admitted. She said that both sides of time were revealed to me alone now, but I've never used her powers myself, only counted on her to use them on my behalf. She shook her head. She gave me everything, but I don't know where to even begin. She opened her door. It was dark inside, the shadows turning it from a simple and Spartan bedroom to something as deep and cavernous as imagination would allow, and she seemed hesitant to step inside. It occurs to me, Edelgard told her, that Hilda and I are the only ones besides you who knew her. The burden falls to us alone, then, to help you carry that weight. Yeah, Hilda said. If you need anything, or want to talk about her, we're here for you. Since, well, I guess we're the only ones who can be. And the fact that I'm not pawning all the emotional labor off on Edelgard shows that I mean it. Thank you, Byleth said, the hint of a smile breaking through her cold facade and tugging at her cheeks. Thank you, both of you. I'll be okay, though. We don't regret what happened. If I hadn't rescued you two, you wouldn't have had any way to escape that spell. I would have lost you both. I sacrificed us for you, and she sacrificed herself for me. She slipped into her room and turned to face her bed, but just before the door swung shut and closed her off from Edelgard, she dropped to her knees. Her shoulders shook and shuddered. Edelgard held the door open and rushed to her side, hearing as she approached the sound of quiet weeping. Professor, she said, crouching down beside her, her voice faltered. She felt almost afraid to lay a comforting hand on her shoulder. Had Byleth wept over her invisible companion in her world, too? And she had never noticed, never known. She shouldn't have so quickly dismissed the times Byleth had spoken of hearing voices and having an imaginary friend. I'm here for you. I swear it. Byleth held a hand to her face as tears trickled down her cheeks. I know you must already miss her terribly. To share your life so intimately with a person, and then be torn away from them so suddenly. I don't know who I am without her, she said. It wasn't until she'd woken up that night in Remire that I started feeling like a person instead of the Ashen Demon. Every moment I felt something new, every time I felt myself open up, she was there. That's nonsense, Professor. I know how much this hurts, but you cannot believe that you are nothing without her. I can tell you what you are. Edelgard took her by the shoulder and looked her in the eyes. They weren't Ria's eyes, she realized, but Suthi's, a symbol of the merging of her will into Byleth's. Back then, when she'd been frightened by the first sight of those eyes, she hadn't known what they had truly been, not proof that Byleth had been twisted for Ria's purposes, like the new color of her hair, but proof of the sacrifice her closest and in some ways dearest friend had made for her and for her students. Professor, you are an attentive and compassionate person, she said to Byleth. You study everyone you meet, you dedicate yourself to learning their skills and interests and hobbies, everything about them right down to the tea they prefer, not to outwit them or outmatch them but to help them. You reach out your hand to everyone, even those who might feel they could never deserve it. Tears stung her own eyes. No matter how much Suthi's has guided you, Professor, that is you. And from this moment on, as someone who knows your future, I can say that even without her, that is still the person you will be. Byleth looked away. But what if Suthi's made me that way? I can tell you one thing for certain, Byleth, Edelgard answered. When you said you'd protect me just now, that was you speaking and nobody else. Suthi's did not make you care for your students. You grew to care for them yourselves. What she gave you was the power to look after and protect us even if it meant bending the universe itself to your will. She realized as the words left her mouth what she was doing, what she had become. In her world, Byleth had been her teacher, and her guidance had been a treasure beyond all the riches in the vaults of Inver. But she'd grown since then, too, and not as a student. Here, she was more experienced than her younger and less worldly teacher, more knowledgeable, and now that Byleth knew the truth about her, she could be a foundation for her in her time of need just as Byleth had once been for her. In truth, she added, I didn't feel like a person until I met you, either. And, if I may be so bold as to speak for him, neither did Dimitri. We taught ourselves to be human, Byleth, we taught each other to be human. It was not forced upon us by anyone else. Well said, Edelgard, Hilda chimed in, standing at a distance from them. I've got an idea, maybe we can all visit the cathedral sometime to pay our respects. I suppose it's the closest thing Suthi's has to a grave. She was wrong, but Edelgard supposed it was a sweet gesture. Well, Professor, she asked, sniffling a bit. It may be too late tonight, but perhaps some other time. Byleth nodded and dried her eyes on her sleeve. Yes. Thanks, you too. I should go to bed now. Will you be all right? Edelgard asked her. I think I will be. But it will take a while before I'm used to, she tapped on her forehead. Nothing here. Edelgard managed to laugh. Your own thoughts will have to prove company enough from now on, I'm afraid, she said. But you'll manage. Byleth smiled. Future knowledge. Edelgard nodded. Future knowledge. She leaned in closer. She was so close to Byleth, and there was such a great warmth blossoming in her heart, and that look on Byleth's face was so subtly vulnerable, she could kiss her right now. It would be easy, it would be wonderful, it would be. No, she told herself, pushing away her weakness. Yet she felt herself drawn closer, closer, though reason told her not to give in. Her wife, her true love, was a world away, not in front of her. To do this would make her unfaithful. But even so, how could she resist? Her lips tingling with anticipation, she brushed aside the hair from Byleth's brow and planted a soft, chaste kiss on her forehead. She pulled herself away, a self-conscious blush staining her cheeks, and stood up. Byleth looked up at her. She blinked bemusedly and gently traced her forehead where she'd been kissed, as though in awe at the gesture. I am sorry, Edelgard stammered, stepping away. She should have contained herself for 5 more seconds, long enough to have walked away. But how could she have walked away from the sight before her? I would hope you'll forgive my indiscretion. Hilda grabbed her by the arm and pulled her back. All right, Elle, let's not bother your professor anymore, she needs to sleep. You could have done that earlier, Edelgard said as she was dragged away, still feeling flustered. The blood that had risen to her cheeks felt like a blood stain that no amount of scrubbing could wash away. A few seconds would have done it. And miss seeing you like this. Hilda laughed. Actually, that was really cute. What you said before that was, too. I would have had a speech of my own, but you know, she was your professor. Thank you, Edelgard said. She furrowed her brow. Wait a minute. Hilda, you said you wouldn't pawn all the emotional labor off on me. I had that idea to go to the cathedral, didn't I? Ugh. I thought I'd forced you to be diligent. You were even brazen enough to say you'd pull your own weight and then immediately stand off to the side while I poured my heart out to her. I can't believe you. Well, what should I have done? I really didn't know Professor Byleth all that well, so it was smart of you, her wife, to handle all the talking, Hilda said. Actually, what you said there made me think. Edelgard decided not to make any suggestion that she found that to be a rare occurrence, and so the potential cutting remark sat on her tongue and burned a hole through it like acid. If this world's version of you is so much like me, Hilda continued, then, if our places had been switched, if the Noais had turned me into the Flame Emperor or whatever they would have called me instead and just left you alone, I'd probably have turned out just like you. And if it wasn't for Byleth, I'd have ended up pretty awful. You really think so little of yourself. Edelgard muttered. What I mean to say, Hilda said, is I'm glad that if it had to be you who got turned into, that, Byleth was there to help you be less terrible of a person. Her compliment was as backhanded as a slap to the face, but Edelgard couldn't begrudge her for it. I'm well aware that without her, I'd have been a monster. I can tell. You're really not as hard to read as you think you are. Thank you, by the way, for trying to pull me out of that spell, Edelgard said. It was stupid of you, of course, and we both nearly died in horrible agony because of it, but I do appreciate the gesture. The smile on Hilda's face grew, and she looked beautiful in the moonlight. Jaw-droppingly gorgeous, in fact, the way the silvery moonlight reflecting off the snow lit her hair and her skin, the twinkle in her. Oh, no, Edelgard mumbled. There was only one phenomenon in the universe that could make her feel like this toward Hilda. Hilda stared at her, wide-eyed, ashen, silent, still as a statue. Hilda. Edelgard felt herself ask, her lips moving without her permission. Is something wrong? She waved her hand in front of her face. Hilda? Hilda? Hilda, are you all right? Hilda snapped out of it and pounced on her like a fox that had just spotted a tasty hare. Edelgard felt strong arms wrap around her and tried very hard not to think about the hands sliding across her back, one reaching up to the nape of her neck and the other gliding down her spine to the small of her back, and she tried even harder not to think about what her hands were doing on Hilda's body in turn. But what she tried hardest to avoid thinking about was what her lips were doing, what Hilda's lips were doing, whose breath was tickling her cheek, the heat pressing against her chest and trickling into the deepest recesses of her body like hot and melted wax, and how Hilda's hair smelled so strongly of strawberries. She tried to issue a stern mental warning to her counterpart to not, under any circumstances, involve her tongue in this horror show, which the other Edelgard promptly ignored. There it went. Her tongue was in Hilda's mouth and there was nothing she could do about it. There was one thing she did think about, though. Hilda was shivering, though not from the cold, and as they embraced Edelgard could feel hot, salty tears sting both of their lips and they weren't her own. At last, they separated. Hilda was crying. At least warn us before you do that, Edelgard chastised their doppelgangers. She tried to wipe Hilda's lipstick from her mouth, but the other Edelgard fought against every effort she made to raise her arm to her lips. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, the other Hilda said, sniffling, but I just died, so. You what? The other Edelgard gasped. I don't know, the other Hilda quickly backtracked. It was really quick, and suddenly I was looking up at myself and there was a lot of blood pouring from my neck and my head was gone and that's when everything went all burning and I ended up here. I'm so glad to see you again. Where were you? Edelgard asked, wresting back control. What's going on? She quickly realized, though, recalling how traumatized she'd been by her own death, that there was little chance of Hilda providing a coherent answer while she remained here, unless Byleth in her world had turned time backward a few hours and given her time to settle down. I don't know, the other Hilda said, embracing her once more and this time burying her face in her shoulder. Edelgard was thankful that her thick fur cloak gave her an ideal headrest, but didn't relish the thought of washing tears and snot out of it later. We had Thales cornered and then this old man came out of nowhere and he had a sword whip thing and... Edelgard suppressed the part of herself that insisted on interrogating the poor girl. She'd have to wait until this world's Byleth could arrange another visit to collect more information from her world. I'm so sorry, the other Edelgard said, returning her embrace, and this time, Edelgard didn't even try to put up a fight. That's awful, Hill. I hope the professor can fix it. They hugged for what felt like perhaps 5 or 10 minutes, although it might have only seemed that way from how interminably awkward the whole situation was. Dying, Edelgard told the other Hilda, is a far more painful experience than not dying. I think most people are lucky it's the last thing they ever do. You have my sympathies. Don't mind her, Hill, the other Edelgard said immediately afterward. I don't want to die without you, the other Hilda sobbed. When we all go back to our own worlds, promise me we'll get married. Of course we will, the other Edelgard said, obviously ignoring her engagement to Ferdinand. We'll elope. Can we kiss again? They kissed again. This time, Edelgard was at least able to prepare herself and kept herself distracted from the very public, very wet, very messy display of affection by mentally rattling off the lineage of Adrestian emperors from Wilhelm I onward. She managed to get all the way to Lycian III before it was over. Edelgard and Hilda both waited for their doppelgangers to pull themselves away before both independently realized, much to their embarrassment, that the other Edelgard and the other Hilda had both left some time ago and the two of them had kept kissing out of sheer inertia. They broke apart, both of their faces flushed crimson. Never again, Hilda panted. Never again, Edelgard agreed. She felt a chill run up her spine and the hair on the back of her neck stand on end and realized that she was being watched. She glanced over her shoulder and saw that the door to Did's bedroom was open just a crack. As soon as her eyes met the door, it shut itself. On second thought, she decided, perhaps it was for the best that the two of them had been forced into this awkward situation. The sight of two lovers meeting for a tryst in the dead of night, after all, was far less worthy of suspicion than what Edelgard and Hilda had actually been up to tonight. The next morning, Edelgard snapped awake from an unusual nightmare, her eyes flying open to meet the morning sunlight streaming in through her window. The details of her dream still clung to her mind, catching sight of herself in a mirror and seeing eyes of emerald, no longer pale lilac but a shining Suthies green, watching blotches of pale green take to her white hair. She always had white hair in her dreams, and turn it the color of fresh mint leaves before her eyes, Ria's hands falling upon her, caressing her skin, soothing her scars with a tingling warmth that made her feel like melting wax in her grip, all the while cooing in her ears. Mother! Mother! Shaken, she forced herself to look at herself in her mirror, her heart still pounding and pulse still racing. She was almost too afraid to look. But there, reflected on the polished silver, were the pale purple eyes she had always had, as well as the natural light chestnut of her hair. Her eye stung, and she forced herself not to touch it, instead rummaging through her drawer for the eye patch she'd been given yesterday. The dark spot that took away the left side of her field of vision was still disorienting, but easier to get used to than she'd expected. And while it didn't quite alleviate the pain, it at least kept her from rubbing at it. With a relieved sigh, Edelgard set the mirror aside and dressed herself, then stepped out into the hallway, where the muffled sound of a distant argument had been bleeding through the walls. Instantly, she found herself blocked by a clot of people clustered in front of Dimitri's bedroom. Dido stood at the door as if guarding it, his arms crossed. Ingrid, Felix, and Sylvain were clustered around him, their voices blending together in a loud and cacophonous din. "What's going on?" Edelgard asked, joining the crowd. "Is something wrong with Dimitri? Is something wrong with him?" Felix scoffed, staring at her as though she'd grown a second head. "The boar's shut itself up in its den. Now that we've all seen it for what it really is, it's afraid to face us." "Shut up, Felix," Ingrid scolded him. "How dare you talk about our prince like that? Ever since we enrolled here, you haven't treated him with even an ounce of respect. And now you know why. That creature we saw tearing corpses to shreds yesterday? That's the Dimitri I saw back in Western Faerghus. That's the real Dimitri. That's the boar. And he's better off in a cage." While Felix and Ingrid were bickering, Sylvain continued to harass Dido. "Come in, just let us in." "Well, okay, not Felix. You can keep him out." "I don't want to go in there anyway," Felix huffed as Ingrid continued to berate him. "His Highness does not wish to see anybody," Dido said flatly. "Not even me?" Edelgard asked, raising her voice over the din. "I tire of repeating myself." "Dido," Ingrid said, "if you keep standing between us and him, I swear I'll—" "You will what?" "Will you finish the job your fellow subjects started?" Dido's eyes were cold, his expression stern and immovable. "None of you shall pass. Not even you, Lady Edelgard. He does not wish to speak to you." "Bullshit," Sylvain said, forcing his way past Dido and rapping his knuckles on the door. "Hey, Dimitri. It's me, Sylvain. Come on. We're friends, aren't we? We've known each other since we were 6. Dimitri's voice bled through the door, muffled by the wood but still forceful enough to ring in everyone's ears. "Leave me," he snarled, his voice hoarse and raw but venomous. "You all mock me with your hollow assurances. Dare not to look upon me. Don't be such a drama queen." Sylvain shot back as Dido pulled him away from the door. "This is all your fault," Ingrid snapped at Felix. "Now he's internalized all of those hateful remarks of yours." "Good. Was the sun in your eyes all day yesterday?" he snapped back at her. "You are the dumbest smart person I have ever met." "Well, you're the dumbest dumb person I've ever met," Ingrid retorted, her face red. "Edelgard, I'm right, aren't I? Help me tell Felix off." "Perhaps we should respect Dimitri's desire for privacy," Edelgard said, which was not what any of the gathered blue lions except for Felix and Dido wanted to hear. "Princess is right," Felix said, stepping away. "Fuck this." Ingrid grabbed him by the front of his shirt, hooking her fingers into his collar. "Oh, no you don't. Not without apologizing." He ripped himself free and set off down the hall, and Ingrid stomped after him. "And to think he's going to be her brother-in-law in a few months," Sylvain muttered. He looked to Dido, gazed down the hall, and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his uniform jacket. "How the hell did I end up being the voice of reason out of the three of us?" "I know," Dido said. "It unnerves me as well." "Well, maybe he'll be feeling better later in the afternoon," Sylvain added. "I promised to have brunch with a girl from town this morning. See you all later." With that, he took off down the hall after Felix and Ingrid. Edelgard looked to the door. "Dimitri," she said to it. "Edelgard," the door answered. "Whatever you have to say is meaningless to me. I want to talk to you about our professor. I do not wish to hear it." There was a muffled sound of something very heavy hitting the wall with great force beyond the closed door. "Names such as those are not fit for beasts, Edelgard." Dido gave her a stern look and shook his head. "You're not a beast, Dmitri," she said. "I am worse than a beast," Dmitri answered. "A failure of a beast. I am grotesque." Before Edelgard could get a word in edgewise, Dido took her by the shoulder and gently pushed her away from the door. "Nothing you say will help him," he said to her. "This is a fever of the soul, and you are only adding kindling to it." Edelgard wondered what he might think she would say to him. What had he thought had gone on outside of Byletha's room last night? "I understand," she said. "But at the same time, he cannot quell that fever on his own. I think I know someone he will want to talk to." Nothing on Dido's face changed except for the subtle arch of his silver eyebrows. "Very well. Bring them here." Edelgard left Dmitri's bedroom door, descended the stairs, and followed the path along the first floor of the dormitories until she found the one door that almost always had someone behind it. She knocked on it. "Bernadetta," she said. There was a clatter and commotion behind the door. Lady Edelgard, is that you?" "Just Edelgard will do." "Are you alone?" "Yes, I'm alone." "Great. I mean, I am not hiding from the professor just because she looks different. I'm not. Who would even suggest such a thing? I'm just not feeling well." "You don't have to be afraid of Professor Byleth," Edelgard assured her, recalling that Bernadetta had felt just as frightened by her changes in her world. "I assure you that she is just the same as she ever was on the inside. Just give her time to adjust." "But I digress. I'm not here to talk to you about her." "Oh, no. Did I do something? Did I upset one of your siblings? It was Princess Justine, wasn't it?" "Oh, Bernie, you've done it now. There's no way Edelgard would step in to protect you like she did for Dorothea. I'm here to talk to you about Dmitri." Bernadetta fell silent. "He refuses to leave his room, and shouts all manner of paranoid ramblings at anyone who tries to get in," Edelgard said. "I'm sure such behavior sounds familiar. I think he might be put at ease if you try to visit him." "What?" Bernadetta asked, incredulous. "He's acting like Bernie." "Exactly. He's worried that all of his classmates have become terrified of him. But I have an idea. You're frightened by just about everything." "Of course. I don't understand how anybody couldn't be. Do you see where I'm going with this? If you, Bernadetta, can be brave enough to visit him, then he will see that he has nothing to fear from anybody else." Visit him? But he was really scary yesterday." "Exactly. That's why you have to do it. Don't think about yesterday. Think about the time you fixed his sleeve, and how happy he was. You should have seen the look on his face when I asked him who had done that wonderful embroidery for him. He was beaming. But I can't be that brave." "Yes, you can be. I'm terrified of everything. That is precisely what makes you brave. Do you know the word for someone who isn't afraid of anything?" "Courageous?" "No. The word for someone who has no fear is foolish. Courage is being afraid, but not letting that stop you. Every time you set aside your anxieties and leave your room, you're showing as much courage as most knights do in their entire careers." Bernadetta didn't answer. "If you can do this for me, I'll deliver an entire cake right here to your doorstep," Edelgard said. "What kind of cake?" "Chocolate. With cherries." "Okay. I'll try. But if he kills me, I'll haunt you. And I promise, I'll be a really annoying ghost. Like the kind that never stops scratching at your doors and knocking things off your tables." "Oh, there'll be no need for that, I intend to own a cat." Bernadetta laughed. The door to the room next door to Bernadetta's swung open and Annette popped out. "Oh. Hey, Edelgard. Are you ready to go into town? I'll go get Ignatz and Raphael and we'll go together." "Just about," Edelgard said. "I just need to see a few people first. Do you know where Marianne might be?" Annette thought for a moment. "Probably the stables or the cathedral. You might be better off asking someone from the Golden Deer, like Leonie or Laurence." "Thank you. I'll meet you at the front gate," Edelgard said, and she hurried off. As luck would have it, She found Lawrence enjoying morning tea in the courtyard with Ferdinand and Hubert, despite the awful cold, learned from them that Marianne was at the cathedral, and after a long walk across the academy grounds, found the girl kneeling before the altar with her hands clasped in prayer. "Excuse me," Edelgard said. "Do you mind if I kneel beside you for a moment?" Marianne looked up at her, and for a moment there was a flash of nervous fear in her brown eyes. "Oh, Lady Edelgard. I'm sorry." "Yes, if you would like." Edelgard knelt beside her, clasped her hands together, and bowed her head. Artifice devoted to the saints and to the goddess loomed over her in every direction. Thinking of what Suthies might have thought about all this nearly brought a smile to her face, but remembering that she had missed her chance to hear it killed that smile before it could take root. "So, mind if I ask what you're praying for?" Edelgard asked. In her world, Marianne had spent much of her time praying for release from her so-called cursed crest, whether by death or otherwise, until Edelgard had inspired her to fight for a new world. This may sound strange coming from me, but I sometimes struggle to put my thoughts in order when I'm praying. "Oh, your class," Marianne said. "The Blue Lions. Forgive me if it isn't my place, but I heard Prince Dimitri was heavily injured yesterday." "He was. I'm sorry. Thank you for keeping him in your thoughts. I'd like to pray for him, too." It was a farce, though. The goddess Suthies who answered the prayers of the devout had never existed. Edelgard had known that for half her life. The real Suthies had been sweet, charming in her own way, if a bit obnoxious, but she had not been a goddess. Nobody answered prayers. Edelgard watched Marianne's lips move, silently tracing the words of her pleas to the goddess. Due to the eye patch blocking her line of sight, she had to turn her head to properly observe her. "We've asked for the goddess to do her part," Edelgard said when Marianne unfolded her hands and lifted her head. "But we, small as we may be, are not helpless. There are things we must do on our own." "What do you mean?" "You and Dimitri. You two make quite a couple." "Do we? I'm sorry. If you'd like, I can stay away from him." "No, that isn't what I mean. It's clear that there is something beautiful between you two, and I believe he needs you right now." Marianne's eyes fell to the floor. "Do you think that?" "I do. He's as hurt spiritually as he is physically, and he's locked himself in his room. Even I can't reach out to him," Edelgard said. "However, you, Marianne. I think he might take your hand, if only you offer it." A frown creased Marianne's face. "I told him I was cursed." "No," Edelgard shook her head. "He's told me that every time he meets you, he feels blessed." There was a touch of color that sprang to Marianne's cheeks. "Give him your blessing," Edelgard told her, laying a hand gently on her back. She stood up and left the cathedral, emerging into the sunlight. As she crossed the bridge that hung over the ravine between the cathedral and the grounds of the officers' academy, she wondered how closely Thales and Cornelia were tailing her. She didn't have to wonder much longer, because Thales and Cornelia were waiting for her at the other side of the ravine. Or, rather, they weren't waiting for her, they had Gerald backed up against a wall. Edelgard noted, much to her relief, that Happy was nowhere in sight. Gerald must have managed to hand her off to Claude and Hilda and sent them into town before they'd cornered him. "I assure you," Gerald was saying to them, "the Knights of Syros will do everything in their power to find your children." "Pardon me if I'm not impressed by your assurances," Cornelia sneered. "How long ago did my darling Happy escape from your custody?" "Glenn is my firstborn son," Thales said as Gerald clearly struggled not to roll his eyes, "and I love him dearly. He is also betrothed to one of the students here. This is a matter critical to the political state of the kingdom, and I expect it to be resolved quickly." He looked to the side and noticed Edelgard. "You, Lady Edelgard. Have you seen my son, Felix?" Edelgard asked. "He stormed off from the dormitories earlier this morning." Thales furrowed his brow, irate. "No, not him. Glenn. He vanished from the infirmary in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen him. But I'm sure you can trust Captain Gerald to find him." "I wish I shared your confidence," he said, sparing a withering glare at Gerald, who haplessly shrugged in response. "But so far, I am not impressed with the performance of the great knights of Syros and this captain I have heard so much about. If you're dissatisfied with my handling of this issue, you'll have to take it up with Archbishop Rhea, Geralt said gruffly. Unfortunately for you, she's been shut up in her chambers these past few days, so I really doubt even people of your stature would be able to get an audience with her. Perhaps it was a mistake for you to cut your retirement short, Thales growled at him. If your work becomes any sloppier, Captain, Cornelius spat, then you should be worried about other things being cut short. Geralt arched his eyebrows in a way that seemed to say, give me your best shot. Lord Frildarius, Edelgard said, surely you are mature enough to know that you cannot expect overnight results, even from the Knights of Syros. If looks could kill, she would have dropped to the ground dead right then and there. Your uncle Vokhard told me, Thales said to her, that you've gained quite a penchant for rudeness, your highness. One would think that after our little talk in Fhirdiad, you would have learned to curb your tongue. I hate to disappoint you, she replied. Well, I hope that if you do happen to learn anything about where my boy Glenn might be, Thales said, you'll be forthcoming with me. If he stays missing for long, there could be many undesirable ramifications. And the same goes for my daughter, Cornelia said. I'll be quite satisfied when Archbishop Rhea metes out whatever punishment she is due, but, she rapped her long, sharp fingernails rhythmically against her arm. I would hope I get the chance to teach her a lesson first. Spare the rod, Thales agreed, spoil the child. I've got my top men on it, Geralt said. We'll find those little brats of yours before you know it. I do hope so, Cornelia said. I have a marriage proposal to respond to. She sniffed the air, her nostrils flaring. Oh, and Edelgard, your highness, she added, her voice turning syrupy, are you trying out a new perfume? Yes, Edelgard lied. She hadn't lent much credence to Happy's offhand suggestion that Cornelia could smell her, but was it possible? Could Cornelia pick up traces of her escaped experiment's scent on Edelgard's skin and clothes, like a bloodhound tracking the scent of a fugitive from a scrap of cloth? It's interesting, Cornelia said. A bit of an odd, earthy bouquet. I can't say it doesn't suit you. She winked at Edelgard as she and Thales took their leave of Geralt. Edelgard knew they wouldn't travel far, though. A guy who'll marry a woman with 2 grown children already, huh, Geralt muttered. Must be a real catch. Hey, your highness. Lots of child abducting weirdos out there. You planning on going anywhere today, kid? Well, I was going to head into town and help Ignatz get a new pair of glasses. Oh, which reminds me, I really shouldn't keep him waiting. Well, stay close to your friends, he told her. Stick to the center of town. Safer there. Plenty of people. Hard to get kidnapped in a place like that. Understood, Captain, she said. Thank you. Just doing my job, he said with a wink. Oh, excuse me. I just remembered, I should take those noble pricks to my office or something and remind M who's in charge here, he added, hurrying off. Wait. Geralt stopped and did an about-face. Yes, your highness? Something else I can help you with. Byleth told me what you did when she woke up. Hearing the accusing tone in Edelgard's voice, a sullen frown crossed his face. She did, huh? You held a knife to her throat. I had to make sure she was still herself. Don't give me that shit, kiddo. You're up to your neck in imposters, too, just like me. Geralt sighed. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have threatened to slit her throat. But you don't know how scary it is to look at my little girl and see her. Edelgard decided not to point out that she did, actually, and she hadn't resorted to threatening her beloved professor with death, though Hubert had wanted to. He spoke in a low, conspiratorial voice, leaning toward her. I told you her mom died in childbirth, right? That's what Rhea said. The truth is, Rhea didn't let me see Citri's last moments. She went in there when I had a living wife and a stillborn daughter, and when she came out I had a dead wife and a living baby girl. I don't know what she did to trade one life for another, but it's the reason Byleth has always been like that. Whatever she did, it sealed away her heartbeat and locked up her emotions. Rhea had plans for her. Big plans. Plans that, frankly, had me fucking terrified out of my mind. After what happened yesterday. I was afraid. Afraid that it was the next step in whatever the fuck Rhea wanted with her. For all I knew, Rhea had transferred her soul into her body or something like that. I had to know she hadn't taken my baby girl away from me, like she'd taken Citrai. I understand, Edelgard said. Beyond her sharp emotional reaction to his actions, there was a sensible logic to them that she could recognize. I don't blame you for being suspicious or for taking action, but I can assure you that my professor is still the same girl you know and love. And you must apologize to her. She needs to know that you still trust her. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You probably know more about Rhea's plans than I do, he added, giving her a suspicious squint. Was I right? About the whole vessel thing. Rhea doesn't intend to use her as a vessel for her consciousness, she said. He shook his head. I really fucking hate which of those words you emphasized. Captain Geralt. Eloise's voice rang out through the cold winter air like a church bell. Captain Geralt. Geralt broke away from Edelgard as his subordinate skidded to a halt in front of him. What's going on? I just ran into Hubert. He said he might have seen that happy girl skulking around that abandoned chapel earlier this morning. Permission to send a team there to investigate. Permission granted, Geralt said. Happy's first hiding place, long since abandoned, would make for an excellent red herring. I'll catch up with Lady Cornelia and let her know we've got a lead. She's been riding my ass all fucking morning. Nobles, huh? You said it, Captain, Geralt said, offering a sharp salute. Oh, hello there, Princess Edelgard. Is everything all right with you? I could be better, Edelgard admitted. Well, I guess Eloise snickered. I guess everything else looks all right to you, he said, completely unable to contain his laughter. He doubled over. Everything else looks all right to you. Geralt sighed. Eloise? Kman, we've been over this. Those jokes only work when you don't laugh at your own punchline. But it's so funny. Eloise gasped. Geralt rolled his eyes. Let's go. You take care, Your Highness, he said, and he led Eloise away. Edelgard made her way to the gate and met Annette, Ignatz, and Raphael there. Sorry to keep you all waiting, she told them. I got a little caught up in something. They left for town together. Edelgard resisted every urge to look over her shoulder or acknowledge any possible sign that she might have been tailed, feigning ignorance with all her strength, every shifting shadow out of the corner of her eye. Unfortunately, only her right eye. All manner of anxious fantasies manifested themselves in the blind spot of her left eye, and she forced herself to ignore them. With any luck, once Thales and Cornelia or whatever unknown agent they'd sent to tail her realized that she wasn't leading them toward Happy, they would conclude that she'd drawn their attention as far away from her as possible and discount the possibility that their quarry could be hiding in town. It was never bad odds to bet on the hubris of those who slither in the dark. While Ignatz had his frames fitted, Annette had tried unsuccessfully to get him to pick out a stylish set. Edelgard and Annette explored the town square. It was a cold day, but the bakery was as warm as a summer afternoon, and Annette all but inhaled the aroma that hung in the hot, stuffy air. What should I buy for Merci this time? She asked, studying shelves of candies of various shapes and flavors. Oh, these lavender drop candies are probably delicious. Or what about these little peppermint ones with the stripes? Edelgard, what kind of candies do you like? Edelgard smiled. Annette's mood had much improved over yesterday, and she was once again as sweet as the candies she was salivating over. Oh, for me. Oh, you prefer chocolate, don't you? You've always been asking me about chocolate, Annette said while Edelgard examined a display of cakes and pastries. Oh, candied ginger. Edelgard, do you like candied ginger? No, it's too strong. Merci doesn't like it either, but it's good for you. I'll get her a bag. What do you have your eye on? Annette came over and peered over Edelgard's shoulder. I wish I could send a cake all the way to Fhirdiad, she sighed. I promised I'd give Bernadetta an entire chocolate cake with cherries if she did something for me, Edelgard said, and I'm fairly confident I'll have to make good on it. She looked over the cakes. Some were chocolate, but she didn't see any with cherries. She'd have to make a special request. Ah, that's sweet. What kind of thing do I have to do for you to get a whole cake? Annette asked, curling an arm around hers. The smile on her face was infectious. Maybe you'll find out. Once Edelgard had put in her order, she and Annette left the bakery in high spirits and plenty of sweets. Edelgard made sure to buy plenty of chocolate, just another little thing that would convince anybody tailing her that her path would lead them to happy. Do you think Iggy's done with his glasses by now? Annette asked. A satisfied sigh poured from her mouth as a puff of white steam as the winter air stung her cheeks. Oh, and, thanks, Edelgard. I really feel a lot better now. Think nothing of it. You're a delight to spend time with, Edelgard told her. You're a delight to spend time with. She took a few skipping steps forward. I could follow you around all day. We're just two peas in a pod, aren't we? We both like sweets, we're both studying magic, we're both good with axes. I suppose we are. Although you're in a different league altogether when it comes to magic. Oh, don't be so modest. You're really good at it, considering how quickly you picked it up. It'll take a lot of practice before I'm as good at swinging an axe as you. But I'll get there. You'll see. She laughed. You know, I haven't worried about my father once since we came here. You don't feel guilty, do you? Annette shook her head. Maybe I should, but like you said, it's out of my hands. I know he's getting better, and worrying won't help anyone. She sighed. I hope I can be as mature as you someday. Is that so? I think you're already quite mature. Me. She let out a nervous, disarmed laugh. No, not me. But you're strong, you're pretty, and you're just so wise. I kinda think you're everything I want to be. Really? Edelgard could feel herself blushing. Well, I have plenty of negative qualities I keep hidden, I assure you, so I don't think I could be everything you want to be. Annette's head turned with a snap and she let out a surprised gasp. Oh, hey. Is that Claude? Edelgard's gaze followed the turn of her head and, just as she'd said, there was Claude, striding through the snowy streets, and at his side was a dark-haired girl draped in a heavy cloak that Edelgard realized after a moment's study was happy. Her disguise, as little it changed her, was shockingly effective. It was incredible how much a simple change of her hair color had done, and with that mane tamed and tied up into a braided diadem crowning her head, she had been utterly transformed. Still, Edelgard's heart dropped into her stomach as soon as she realized who she was looking at. What was Claude doing with her this close to the center of town? Didn't he know that Edelgard was trying to keep the eyes of those who slither off of him? Oh, who's that girl he's with? Annette was nearly bouncing up and down. What if he's on a date? If he's on a date, we should leave him alone, Edelgard said, taking hold of her and dragging her back. How would you like it if someone barged in on us while we were out here? Please. She frowned. That girl looks gorgeous. Actually, she kinda looks like him. Oh. Does he have a long-lost sister? Come on, let's meet her. Edelgard's heart dropped even further into the depths of herself, landing somewhere in her bowels. She stared Annette in the face, half expecting to see something wicked slither behind those bright eyes. All this time Annette had been clinging to her, spending time with her, studying with her, going with her to the sauna, going shopping with her, partnering with her on drills. It couldn't be. The agent that was tailing her, could it be her? Sweet little Annette? Would those who slither in the dark be that cruel? As soon as she asked herself that question, she knew the answer. Yes, the monsters who had tortured and killed her brothers and sisters one by one in her world were that cruel. Yes, the monsters who had trapped Dimitri in a web of lies were that cruel. Yes, the monsters who had turned sweet Mercedes into the Death Knight were that cruel. That was not Annette. Annette looked to Claude and happy as they crossed the street and vanished behind a boutique and then back to Edelgard, her brow furrowing. Edelgard, what's wrong? Oh, you're right. Forget about it. She shook her head. You're right. I just got carried away. I'm sorry. Edelgard swallowed the lump in her throat. When would they have replaced her? Had it been while she'd been in Fhirdiad? You don't look okay, Annette said, taking her by the hand. Edelgard, do you want to go back to the monastery? Maybe lie down for a bit? I'm sorry, we were just having so much fun that it slipped my mind how hard things have been for you. Yes. Edelgard nodded. Yes, let's go. I'm tired. Now she was just confused. Wouldn't an agent of those who slither want to stick around and coax her into leading them to their target? Was she just being paranoid? Was Annette just Annette? She'd known her for over 5 years, how could she be this unsure of herself? Let's go back to the monastery. The two of them headed back. Edelgard's mind raced. Was Annette, if she was not actually Annette, trying to lull her into a false sense of security, worried she'd played her hand too early? Or was this just rampant and runaway paranoia? Perhaps if she questioned Kronia, she'd get an answer. Surely she would know if any other agents were already running around the monastery. Her thoughts turned to Didu as well. His note had said that the other agent would arrive a little over a week from today to replace her. Either he had lied to her to mislead her, or Annette was Annette. Or perhaps this agent, if they even existed at all, was completely separate from the one assigned to study and replace her. What was his true relationship with those who slither in the dark, the so-called men in black who had spared him the fate so many of his people had met in the pogroms and raised him as their spymaster? Whose side was he really on? She reached up and grazed the cloth barrier of her eye patch with her fingertips as her eye stung and throbbed behind it. This was nonsense, she told herself, quashing the anxieties taking root and sprouting in the fertile soil of her imagination. Utter nonsense. Annette was Annette, and as for herself, she was a paranoid wreck. She hoped. Is your eye okay? Annette asked. Yes, Edelgard said. I've just got to become accustomed to this blind spot. She and Annette walked together through the front gate of the monastery, past the frozen-over pond and into the great hall. Edelgard kept her eyes, or, rather, eye on the back of Annette's neck all the while. If Annette was an impostor, then it would only take a firm application of pressure to the base of her neck to reveal it, but to reveal it here in front of so many people would be a dangerous gamble. Perhaps revealing that yet another one of the Blue Lions had been stolen and replaced would be the final straw Dimitri needed to fully push him against those who slither in the dark, or perhaps Thales already had a plan in place to disavow her just as he had disavowed Solon. To reveal her in public would also cause pandemonium among the academy and the church, worse than Solon's revelation had, for potentially little gain, and revealing that she knew how to dispel their disguises would possibly implicate her in Glenn's disappearance and possibly Didu as well, since he'd been deliberately keeping her in his blind spot for so long. Her heart hammered in her chest, her pulse racing, as Annette led her to the dormitories. She considered inviting Annette into her room or simply letting her invite herself in, as the real Annette would probably do so she could unmask her there, but that, too, was risky. Edelgard still had her own vial of Claude's poison, but she couldn't bear to use it on her and then try to unmask her while unconscious if there was any chance she wasn't an imposter, and if she was an imposter, then unmasking her, subduing her before she could launch a counterattack, and poisoning her would be difficult for her to manage with no backup. But Annette, if she was an imposter, had no idea that Edelgard knew how to expose her. If Edelgard played her cards right, she might be able to catch her by surprise and knock her out quickly. A swift jab to the back of the neck, an armbar across her throat, but how could she bear to do that to her if there was any chance that she was the real Annette? Are you okay? Annette asked, stopping suddenly. Edelgard, you're breathing really heavily. Am I? Edelgard only then became aware that the ragged rush of air in and out that had resonated in her ears with the rush of her pulse had been her own breath. Her chest felt as though it was about to explode. I didn't notice. You need to lie down. Don't worry, Annette said, taking her by the hand. We've just got these stairs to climb and we'll be done. She led her up the staircase to the second floor of the dormitories. Shadows from the wall sconces stretched across the stairs as they climbed. Every step Edelgard took seemed to lead her closer and closer to her own grave. There was no more perfect place for an impostor to kill her and replace her than the privacy of her own bedroom. And of course the impostor Annette was here to replace her. I kinda think you're everything I want to be. How could Edelgard not have seen it earlier? She racked her brain. She had to think. If Annette was an impostor, there had to be a tell. Something she wouldn't know that the real Annette would. If she'd been replaced after the ball, then. "Remember the winter ball?" she asked. "All that time I spent teaching Felix to dance, and he wouldn't even get out onto the floor." "What are you talking about, Edelgard?" Annette asked. "I danced with him. I think he was almost enjoying himself by the end of it," she said, giggling. Edelgard sighed. 1 point in Annette's favor, though her paranoia still troubled her. The impostor could have been studying her by that point. Perhaps she would have to think back further. "Oh, that's right. It was such an eventful night that I mixed up a few details." "Eventful is right. I had so much fun. Maybe we could dance together sometime." I kinda wanted to that night, but Ingrid scared you off." "That sounds nice," Edelgard said as she and Annette came to a halt at her bedroom door. Down the hall, she noticed that Dita was no longer stationed at Dimitri's door, so Bernadetta, or Marianne, or both, must have successfully managed to soothe the so-called beast. Annette opened the door for her and ushered her inside. "All right, here we are." Edelgard had no intention of showing her back to Annette if there was even a 1 in 100 chance that she was an impostor. "After you," she said, beckoning her on. "Oh, you. You want me to come in with you?" Annette's cheeks, already flushed from the cold, grew redder. Do you still want to hang out in your room?" Edelgard nodded. Annette nervously stepped over the threshold. Edelgard followed her in and swiped a letter opener from her desk as the door swung shut behind her. The thought occurred to her that if she held it to Annette's throat, she would be doing the same thing she'd chastised Gerald for doing. Holding her breath, she crept behind Annette and jabbed her thumb into the base of her neck, her other hand clutching the letter opener and preparing to hold it to her throat at the first sign of even the slightest physical transformation. "Ow!" Annette stumbled forward, rubbing her hand over the back of her neck. She whirled around to face her, wincing in pain. "What was that for, Edelgard? That really hurt." Edelgard let the letter opener fall to the floor and nearly fell to her knees herself, overcome with relief. "Sorry," she mumbled, struggling to remain standing as her knees buckled. "Oh, that's okay." Annette reached out to keep her from falling over. "You were just doing one of those, pressure point things, right? I read about those in a book on medicine from Srang. They say you can fix anything just by pushing on the right part of a person's body." Edelgard nodded. "Well, I think you pushed on the wrong part." "I really thought I had it," she said, feeling her racing heart slow itself to a more languid pace. "That's okay. Just warn me next time you want to practice on me." Annette laughed, then reached out and pressed the tip of her finger to the tip of Edelgard's nose. "Boop. What does this fix?" she asked, grinning cheerily. Edelgard felt herself let out something halfway between a sigh and a laugh, her fingertips tingling as her nerves calmed themselves. "I don't know," she said, matching Annette's smile with her own, "but it's certainly made me feel better, Annie." She laid down, and despite her protests Annette went to tuck her into bed. "Here comes a blanket," her perpetually cheerful classmate sung, "and here comes a blanket, and I can't think of another word that rhymes with blanket. Why'd I start this song trying to rhyme a word with blanket when the only words that rhyme with it are words like trinket and junket and neither of those fit this song?" "Annette," Edelgard said, "did you really mean it when you said you wanted to be more like me?" "Of course. You're amazing," Annette answered, stars twinkling in her eyes as she drew a thick and fluffy duvet up to her chin. She sat down on the side of the bed next to her. "So, time to hang out, I guess. How does this work, again? I think we're doing a good job so far." "Great. We're gonna be the best at hanging out," Annette chirped. Chapter 24, The Scorpion and the Leopard. On Sunday afternoon Edelgard practiced her painting with Ignatz, glad to have a classmate whose hobbies gave her an excuse to put aside her mounting issues for an hour or so. Usually, it was easy to persuade Bernadetta to join them, but today her absence left a cold spot in the empty Black Eagle's common room. Edelgard had paid little mind to it at first, but as time went on while she painted her subjects for this session, she found herself worrying. It was hard for her to keep her mind at ease, too, because of the nature of today's models. Sitting under the banner of the Empire that hung over the walls, her youngest sister Hedwig visibly resisted the urge to fidget as Edelgard and Ignatz worked to capture her image on canvas. Petra stood beside her. Poor Hedwig had been terribly nervous, and while she had been the one to volunteer for this, she would only have her portrait painted if her new friend among the Black Eagles could accompany her. Edelgard had no issues committing Petra's face to the canvas. Hers was a face she knew very well, and while she'd had little time to devote to her hobbies in her world, she had taken a crack at sketching her friends on occasion. While she was nervous about capturing the striking contrast between her tattoos and skin, the ornate braids that held back her hair, the hunter's gleam in her eyes, she felt reasonably well prepared. Hedwig was a different story altogether. To observe her, not merely to look at her but to observe, to study the details of her face, her hair, the bright brown eyes behind her glasses, the nervous tic that occasionally pulled her mouth into a frown for a moment here and there, the fingers that kneaded her dress, made Edelgard's mouth dry out and her ribs curl tightly around her heart. And the prospect of recreating those details with paint, moving her brush across the canvas and capturing this moment in a single image, made her hand tremble. The thought that she might fail to capture her sister's likeness worried her now more than Dimitri, Happy, Byleth, or the plots of those who slither in the dark. Fortunately, Edelgard could tell that she wasn't the only painter overwhelmed by nerves. Ignatz, his new glasses just about indistinguishable from his old ones save for a slightly thicker frame, kept an eye on his canvas with a frown she knew well. It was the frown he wore when he was working with everything he had and worried about whether everything he had was enough. Other than Edelgard, he'd never had a princess as a subject before. At last, Ignatz stepped back from his easel and let the canvas rest, setting aside his paint palette and brushes. I am finished, he announced, his lack of confidence evident in his voice. It's been an honor to paint you, Lady Hedwig. And you as well, Petra. I'm finished, too, Edelgard said as she made the last few brush strokes she needed to capture the sunlight on Hedwig's chestnut hair. You can relax now, Hetty. Hedwig let out a deep breath she'd been holding in and relaxed, her shoulders slumping. Thank you, she said. I hope I did it okay through the whole thing. You did great, Your Highness, Ignatz said. I only hope I've done justice to you. Can I see yours first, Elle? Hedwig asked, and before Edelgard could answer, she had gotten between her and the canvas, and Petra had to struggle to keep a pace with her. It looks great. Amazing. The huge smile that lit up her face was one Edelgard wished she could have painted, though she didn't know if she would have been able to bear it. Petra. Why, you look really good in this too. It is like I am seeing myself in a mirror, Petra breathed. Thank you, Edelgard. I was not knowing how fun it could be to be painted. I'm glad you two like it, Edelgard said. Honestly, Petra, I feel ashamed it took this long for me to do this for you. Now, I don't mean to get your hopes up for Ignatz's painting, but he's far more skilled than I. Oh, you don't need to flatter me like that, Edelgard, Ignatz said, his face turning red. He pushed his slipping glasses up the bridge of his nose. I wouldn't want to compete with the likes of you. Hedwig and Petra looked at Ignatz's painting next, and Edelgard had to admit, for all his nerves he had done a fine job of depicting his subjects. Both seemed ready to leap off the canvas. She'd always admired his mastery of color and depth. Both of the painting's subjects gasped, astonished. Wow. I am speechless. Just. It's so, Hedwig stammered, anxiously kneading her hands together as she tried in vain to summon even a single word more. I warned you, Edelgard said, patting her on the shoulder. Can I take yours home WW with me? Hedwig asked, making Ignatz's face turn even redder all the way to the tips of his ears. Whenever I go home, that is. I am just so. Oh. Don't you want your big sisters? Ignatz asked, his nervous smile shrinking a bit. Hedwig's elation immediately vanished. She looked to Edelgard and ashamedly stared at the floor. I'll love why yours, too, L, b but. I don't mean. It's alright, Edelgard consoled her. I was hoping Petra would want my portrait, actually. Oh. I would be liking that greatly, Petra said. Hedwig was silent for a little while as she struggled to find her voice. Thank you so much for doing this with me, she told her. Nothing would have made me be saying no to this, Petra said to her, carefully lifting Edelgard's painting off its easel and setting it down on a desk to dry. Now we are both having something we can use to remember each other. Thank you, Edelgard. Let us be doing this again sometime. Edelgard nodded. And sooner rather than later. As much as she'd struggled, the joy on the faces of her friend and her sister brought a prickling warmth to her heart, almost painful in a way, not tugging on her heartstrings but rather yanking them like strands of hair, but welcome nonetheless. The heady thrill of a hobby well indulged in did not last much longer after she and Ignatz had packed up their supplies and parted ways, though, because Edelgard made the mistake of deciding that some rigorous exercise could keep her mind clear for an hour longer. But when she arrived at the training hall, she found pandemonium awaiting her. As he often did, Dmitri took out his anger with a weapon in hand, and Edelgard was relieved that this time he was at least in possession of enough of his wits that he hadn't broken everything in the training hall yet. Still, as he stood in the center of the hall with sweat glistening on a patchwork of bruised and scarred skin, clutching a lance with a death grip as his battered chest rose and fell in pace with his pants for breath, it was easy to see that he wasn't well. Edelgard could see it. The rest of the students spending that Sunday afternoon honing their skills in the training hall could see it. And of course, his reluctant sparring partner Felix could see it as well. Face me, Dmitri growled, leveling his lance at him. Are you kidding me? Felix scoffed, throwing his sword to the ground. I've done my training for the morning, boar. Go back to your den before they put you in a cage. I need more power. Face me, Felix. Forge me into a stronger blade. Can you even hear yourself right now? He rolled his eyes at the Med Prince. Looks like you need a new muzzle, too. Go back to the infirmary before you drop dead. Shut up, Glenn. Dimitri's snarl turned every head in the room, and Felix looked equal parts enraged and disgusted. Don't you dare laugh at me. Don't you dare sneer at me. With an enraged roar, he tore across the hall, kicking up plumes of sand as he lunged forward. He made it only a few steps, though, before he collapsed to the ground, the sand underneath him alight with black blossoms as blood from freshly reopened wounds spilled onto the ground. Felix shook his head and walked away. Everyone else stopped and stared, wide-eyed with slack-jawed amazement and disbelief, as Dmitri struggled to right himself, propping himself up on one knee and one hand as his other hand scrabbled for the weapon he'd dropped. His naked chest heaved, stained with blood and sweat and now encrusted in damp sand, and the glare in his eyes as they darted from person to person spoke to the impotent fury and intense humiliation. Edelgard and Dida were at his side in an instant. Your Highness, Dida scolded him, helping him to his feet, I had told you this was unwise. Dmitri shook his head, his grip tightening on his lance. No. I need to become stronger. He's right, Edelgard said. You're a mess. The last thing you should be doing is holding any sort of weapon, let alone exerting yourself. Your body is too broken. In response, he let out another wild, furious snarl and snatched up his lance, hurling it like a javelin. Across the hall, Caspar looked up at the long blade embedded in the wall that was now brushing just against the top of his head. The tiniest trickle of blood rolled down the middle of his forehead, between his eyes, and down to the tip of his nose. Does this look broken to you? He snarled, ripping himself away from Didu. Blood dribbled from a split lip, the purplish and black bruising around both eyes made him look especially skeletal. His knees buckled as he fought to keep himself upright. Edelgard caught him before he could fall again. You're going back to the infirmary, she said, and I won't hear any argument against it. No. You're hardly in a position to refuse. Didu, please help me carry him. Didu, I forbid you from following this woman's orders, Dmitri snapped. I do not care, Didu shot back, his voice icy. I will not allow you to destroy yourself. You will if I command you. I will not. Without any further ado, he grabbed Dmitri and flung him over his shoulder like a sack of flour. Please pardon His Highness, he told Edelgard. He was in higher spirits after Bernadetta and Marianne spoke to him, or so it seemed. I overestimated him. She accompanied him and Dmitri to the infirmary, where Manuela was understandably unhappy to see him again. Fortunately for everybody involved, Dmitri had mellowed out considerably on his way from the training hall. What in the goddess' name did you do to yourself? She chastised him as Didu laid him down on a spare cot. I'd slap you for this, your highness, if I wasn't afraid that would be just the last thing I'd need to kill you stone dead. Edelgard noticed Gilbert sleeping nearby and wondered to herself how he was doing, for Annette's sake, before turning her attention back to the prince. What did I say to you, Dimitri, when I had you discharged? Manuela asked. While she cast a healing spell over his reopened wounds to close them again, Dimitri mumbled something incoherent. That's right. Don't even think about any sort of training for at least a week. And what did you do? I must be stronger, he muttered. She lifted his bruised and blackened arm and let it flop down. I don't understand how anyone is even capable of doing this much damage to his body without dying, she said, rubbing her temples. Oh, you are just adamant about making this the worst week of my life, aren't you, your highness? She stood up and turned to Edelgard and Didu. You two keep an eye on him while I go find something to dull the pain. Manuela left the infirmary for her quarters, which Edelgard knew was stocked with plenty of things that would dull the pain, whether for herself or her patient, and left her and Didu to watch over Dimitri. Dimitri struggled to lift his head. He moaned. I'm sorry. Kneeling at his side, Edelgard gently pressed a hand to his forehead and guided his head back down. You heard Professor Manuela. I'd like it if you didn't disobey her again. Mother and father are right. I am a failure, he said. I understand now. Seeing what has become of. What has been done to, tears welled up in his eyes. Professor. My our professor. Byleth is. She's okay. She's been through a terrible experience, but she is still. No, you don't understand. Dimitri shook his head and grabbed her by the wrist, his voice cracking. Those monsters, all this time, I thought I was the culmination of those twisted experiments and horrible rituals. But Mercedes and I, all along, failures. Failed prototypes, for her. Dimitri, I think you have the wrong idea. No. His voice, as weak and strangled as it was, still filled the room, and even as tears leaked from his eyes they turned sharp and icy. No, don't you see? They turned her into Rhea and that was what they had meant to do to me. That's nonsense, Edelgard retorted, but he wouldn't hear it. Edelgard, you must know the truth. Didu, tell her. Didu's brow furrowed. Are you sure, sir? Please. He took a deep breath. Lady Edelgard, Archbishop Rhea is not human. Surely you know of the Immaculate One, the great beast that arose to defend Adrestia during the War of Heroes. That is her true form. Since the founding of the Church of Ceros, she herself has ruled over humanity from the shadows. We have safeguarded this knowledge for 1,000 years. Edelgard tried to look shocked. I somehow knew she wasn't human, she said. Still, you cannot connect what has happened to Byleth to your skepticism of the church is, Dimitri gritted his teeth. I respect it. But if you can still doubt that they are the enemy after this, he hissed, then I cannot trust you as an ally. Edelgard was at a loss for words. At this moment, any doubt she tried to engender in him would amount to nothing. Thales had set things up too well. Our professor hasn't been turned into Rhea, she said instead, knowing a direct approach would only drive him apart from her. Speak to her, Dimitri. You'll see that she is still herself. Despite everything, she is still Byleth. Is she? How do you know? I've spoken to her. She's afraid. Afraid that you will no longer see her as the same person, or even human at all. She has been changed, but not in the way you think. Just talk to her. You don't know how much she truly cares about you. That part of her has not changed. Dimitri's expression softened. I was powerless. He closed his eyes. Without power, one cannot protect themselves, let alone those they. His voice grew quieter. Fresh tears squeezed themselves through his eyelids and ran across his face, and as his chest heaved he began to weep. A concerned frown creased his face. Your Majesty. Majesty? What Majesty? What good is my crown if I couldn't save her? What good is my power, my crests, if I cannot spare those I care about from meeting my fate. You are strong, Your Majesty, he said as Dmitri continued to fight against his tears. I believe that you can carry our hopes and dreams. Dmitri let out a deep and heavy sigh. Edelgard was struck by how much the sight of him, weak and despairing in his powerlessness, reminded her of her father. Didu, if you believe I can still find justice for your people, in spite of this. I do. I will try. The tension bled from his body and he sank deeper into his cot. But I am tired, he whispered. Then rest. I'll ask Professor Byleth to visit you when she can, Edelgard assured him, carting a hand through the mess of his hair. The rise and fall of his chest slowed to a soft, steady rhythm as he slipped into a light, but much-needed sleep. She would see to it that he learned the truth, so that the fear and confusion that had clouded so much of his mind could be swept away in a flame of righteous anger and a drive to create a better world by his own vision and through his own hands would replace it. And she knew exactly how to do it now. In the old days when it had just been herself and Hubert, Edelgard often found solace in the old adage that there was no rest for the wicked, mainly because it meant to her that as a wicked person she had an excuse to work herself to the bone. She was certain she no longer loathed herself so much now, but the phrase still carried tremendous power as it sat in the back of her mind. After seeing to Dmitri, Edelgard decided to pay Kronia a visit. Her location was a closely guarded secret, but Gerald was happy to take some time away from the wild goose chase for Glenn and happy to help her and Hubert sneak into the catacombs where she was being imprisoned. She'd considered bringing Byleth along, but Byleth's schedule as a professor overlapped even less with Gerald's than Edelgard's schedule as a student did, and besides, having the dreaded Fell Star at her side while speaking to Kronia might have proven counterproductive. I could use an excuse to visit the little creep anyway, he said as he led them through the bone-lined hallways. Gotta feed her at least once a day, he added, explaining the bowl of cold porridge he was holding. Are you certain she needs to eat? Hubert asked. Whether or not she needs it, Edelgard said, it might make her more cooperative. Kronia was waiting for them in a makeshift cell, trussed like a hog with her legs bound into a kneeling position and her hands behind her back. Her grey skin was corpse-like in the dim light, but her eyes were wide and alert and immediately flitted toward her guests, and a smile crossed her face. Oh, visitors, she said. Hello there. Hi, Gerald said. Ready for lunch? I sure am. So, how about you untie me so I can feed myself with some dignity and... No, he dug a spoon into the porridge. Open your mouth. Do you trust me that little? You bet your ass I do. Open up. Watching Gerald feed Kronia was without a doubt the single most surreal thing Edelgard had ever witnessed in her life, and she'd seen the so-called almighty goddess Suthes, who was actually a child, spy on Byleth's students during exams to make sure they weren't cheating. Sorry it's cold, Gerald said, his spoon scraping the bottom of the bowl, but it beats roaches, doesn't it? Kronia tried to no avail to wipe a smear of porridge off her cheek with her tongue. Yes, she admitted, but it's been a long time since then. So, if you came down here to make sure my stomach didn't digest itself, what's Edel doing here? I'm here to ask you a few questions, Edelgard said. I do hope you'll continue to cooperate with us. Okay. Shoot. Solon, Thales, Cornelia, and yourself are all working together, aren't you? Well, we were until Remire, when Thales cut Solon loose. My job was to be the liaison between the two of them. Oh, and also to make sure Cornelia's kids made it back to her after Solon was finished borrowing them. So, were all four of you involved in the tragedy of Duskur? Kronia laughed. That was before my time. I wasn't brought to the surface until 6 months ago, when they chose me to take Glenn's place. But the rest of them sure were. And Dmitri doesn't know. He thinks the church did it. Of course he does. And is that so hard to believe, given what those beasts really do? His glorious majesty is such a gullible idiot. And Thales is Rodrigue Frildarius. Oh, you catch on quickly, don't you? Yes, we've been play-acting the most adorable father-son duo. Have you seen how jealous poor Fili is about us? Edelgard wondered how Dmitri would react if Kronia told him the truth. It would come straight from the horse's mouth, as the saying went. It might be her only shot at saving him. but that would mean having to trust Kronia to betray Thales far more deliberately than she already had. "So, Kronia, how do you feel about Thales?" she asked. She still remembered the grisly fate Kronia had met in her world all those years ago. All that swagger and bravado had vanished in an instant when Solon had plunged his hand into her chest and ripped out her heart, and she had begged and pleaded for somebody to help her as she had crawled across the ground, her life force ebbing as black ichor pooled around her. In those last few moments before death took her, she had looked childlike, almost innocent. She had never imagined that her own allies would have strung her along, betrayed her, and used her as a blood sacrifice. "What has he done to earn your loyalty?" "What hasn't he done?" Kronia scoffed. "Because of him, I could see the surface of the earth. I could lie underneath the sunlight and count the stars. I could feel the wind on my face. I could eat beef and mutton and pheasant and fish of all sorts," she said, licking her lips as drool dripped down her chin, "and fresh fruits and vegetables and even pastries and sweet buns and sherbets and—" Yeah, we get the idea," Gerald said. "And as you've told us," Edelgard continued, "if Thales learns that you've revealed such sensitive secrets, he'll kill you." "Oh, of course. I mean, that's just the sensible thing to do." As soon as the words left Kronia's mouth, her brain caught up with what she'd just said and her face contorted into a horrified grimace. Hubert spoke up. "In other words, at this moment, your life is forfeit." Edelgard smiled. "Exactly. But is there anything Thales has been giving you that we cannot give you? You've been well fed here." "No, cockroaches. Even the lowliest human can see the sun from time to time." "You want me to betray Thales?" Kronia's brow furrowed. "Imagine for a moment that you've done everything he has asked for. What then? Do you think he would let you live out your days here to your heart's content? Or rather, will he send you back underground? Or dispose of you?" Geralt and Hubert both gave Edelgard a look, their brows furrowing. Both of them knew where she was going with this and neither seemed comfortable with it. "You know how ruthless the company you keep is. Has it occurred to you that Thales had distanced himself from Solon so that he could use him as a scapegoat?" Edelgard asked Kronia. Kronia shook her head. "That's ridiculous. He wouldn't just. Thales killed Solon to keep his lies alive. Thales killed Solon." Her voice rang out through the catacombs, an echoing shriek bouncing off the walls and vanishing into the distance. She looked shocked, almost heartbroken, in fact. Edelgard pressed on. "Thales engineered Solon's death after poisoning Dmitri against him. He used him and disposed of him when he knew it would give him the greatest advantage. He and Cornelia will do the same to you." Kronia shook her head. "No. No, no, no. The more you deny it, the more you know it to be true. You're just as expendable as Solon was. Perhaps even more so. How many corpses just like you do you think Thales has turned into stepping stones as he cuts a path to greater heights of power? Shut up. He might even kill you personally. Or perhaps the time will come when he will whisper the right words in Dmitri's ear and have him kill you. It wouldn't be hard," Hubert added. "It seems His Majesty already intensely dislikes you. One little push. You're wrong. I'm important. Thales needs me to conquer the surface. He chose me to help him. Do you really think you're important to him?" Edelgard cocked her head. "You? He can hardly stand you. He's probably plotting how to get rid of you at this very moment. It would just be a matter of sending a new agent to the monastery. Another man to wear Glenn's face, and while your corpse slowly decays in some dark hole, everybody would be none the wiser. You stupid vermin. The new agent is coming to replace you." Kronia crowed. "That's right. Your days are numbered, so if you think you can intimidate me, you're so wrong." "Is that what he told you?" Edelgard said, raising her eyebrows. "And you believed him?" Kronia stopped shouting. She stopped speaking at all. Edelgard had struck a nerve. She knew that another agent was, in fact, on their way to Garreg Mach, and she did fear being replaced. But back to Thales for a moment. "We can give you everything he did. And on top of that, we can even give you more." Her lip curled into a sneer, but she said nothing, merely continuing to glare at Edelgard. I know we're merely primitive savages to you, but we are primitive savages who live under a real sky, Edelgard said to her. We might not have your inconceivable technology, but we have sunlight, moonlight, starlight, warm ocean breezes and cold northern winds, good food. Need I go on? With us, you can have a life of your own. Kronia threw her head back and laughed. Sorry, Edel. You're forgetting one thing other Thales gives me. She grinned wickedly. He lets me kill? And when did he last let you do that? Kronia blinked bemusedly, her smile faltering. Edelgard knew from her eavesdropping that she'd been very frustrated as of late with how few opportunities she'd been given to practice her favorite hobby. If you want to kill people, you can be a mercenary, Edelgard said to her, earning a dirty look from Geralt. You seriously want me to join you? Kronia let out another forced laugh. I knew you rats were stupid, but I hadn't imagined you were this stupid. Edelgard felt something hot and wet splatter against her cheek and realized that Kronia had just spat at her. Without hesitating she drew the saber from her side and brought the flat of the blade under Kronia's chin, forcing her to lift her head and look her in the eyes. Lady Edelgard, Hubert hissed, infuriated by Kronia's disrespect, merely say the word and I will conjure a light. No, Edelgard said to him. I want her to be herself when she hears what I have to say. She kept her eyes trained on the helpless assassin. Listen to me, Kronia, she said. I've seen the future. I know how you die. You die crawling on the ground like a worm, whimpering and begging and pleading at us to save you while you bleed to death, all because your so-called allies decided that the withered black rock you call a heart was of more use to them in their hands than in your chest. So the choice is yours, Kronia. Work for us for a life you can be proud to call your own, or work for them and allow yourself to be discarded like a splintered axe. From this point on, there are two different people you can become. One of them has a future. The other does not. Kronia glared at her, then looked down at the saber under her chin, then looked at Geralt. Her mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Edelgard wondered if the threat of her death would even do anything. Perhaps Kronia was simply too immature to have any fear of her own mortality, regardless of how many people she'd killed. I'll leave you to consider my offer, Edelgard said, turning her back on Kronia and sheathing her saber. Geralt led her away. Sethleen's tits, he swore, shuddering. No wonder you were the emperor in your world. The next morning, the Blue Lions gathered in their common room, as they did every Monday morning, but the atmosphere was fraught. Most of the class was still marked by the ravages of Friday's battle, and a quiet tension filled the air and simmered between Ingrid, Felix, and Sylvain. Ignatz was trying to look small, though Raphael took up as much space as ever. Bernadetta was absent. Dimitri, too, was absent, and Dida with him. What remained of the class waited and wondered to themselves if Byleth would show up to teach it at all. Edelgard found herself worrying as the minutes dragged on. She hadn't seen hide nor hair of Archbishop Rhea since their meeting last week, and her conspicuous absence now of all times unnerved her. What if Rhea had snatched Byleth away in the night, or early this morning? In her world, when Byleth had gained the powers of Suthies, Rhea had latched onto her and insisted on caring for her herself. It had been days before Edelgard had seen her teacher again, and all the while she had wondered whether Rhea was capable of brainwashing people. Once again, things were changing. Things were too different now for her to predict, and she felt as lost now as she had back in her world. Annette broke her concentration. Hi, Edelgard, she chirped, ever the embodiment of a morning person. Do you mind if I sit next to you? Not at all, Edelgard said. Although she'd ruled out Annette as an imposter, something about her behavior and how closely she'd begun to cling to her still bothered her. Perhaps those who slither in the dark were harder to root out than she'd initially assumed, or perhaps. Thanks so much for being with me this weekend, Annette said as she sat down at the desk next to hers and readied herself for Byleth's lecture if Byleth did in fact show up to give one. It really did help me take my mind off of my father. And how is he? Great. He's still in the infirmary, but Professor Manuela says he's on the mend. Annette smiled. I'll try to visit him after class if I can. I just hope he's ready to come back to us now, he might never get another chance. I'm glad to hear it. For a father and a daughter to have things left unsaid between them, it is hard to bear. Say what you must to him. I'm so grateful to have you as a friend, Edelgard, she said, patting her on the shoulder and leaving her hand there for a very long time. As a girlfriend. I value your friendship, too, Edelgard said, taking her hand. Your girlfriendship. A blush spread across Annette's cheeks. While they waited for class to begin, if it ever did, Edelgard noticed her occasionally glancing toward Felix, as though to gauge his reaction to something, and the thought occurred to her that perhaps she didn't have to worry even a little bit about Annette being an imposter anymore, because her suspicious behavior was clearly intended to make him jealous. Worse than being caught in a face-stealing assassin's plot, Edelgard was in fact trapped in the center of a love triangle. Do you think Byleth will show up? Annette wondered aloud as the minutes dragged by. Almost as if on cue, the doors swung open and Byleth walked up to her place at the head of the classroom. Her mint-green hair seemed to glow from the shafts of morning sunlight that fell upon it. Everyone seemed stunned by her appearance. Good morning, she said. Edelgard noted that she sounded quite hoarse. I'm glad you're all safe. Silence filled the room. Ignatz tentatively raised a shaking hand. Professor. Yes, Ignatz. I'm sorry if this is out of line of me, but, what happened to you, he asked. We all saw you disappear, and when you came back. I gained the power of the goddess, Byleth answered matter-of-factly, though Edelgard could hear a bit of pain in her voice she'd never noticed before. Ignatz was dumbstruck. Did you, really? The goddess. You mean, like Saint Cyros? Ingrid asked, leaning forward with her hands clutching the edge of her desk. As a rustling wave of hushed whispered rippled through the class, Raphael raised his hand. But you're still our professor, right? Did anything else change besides your hair and eyes? Are your arms bigger? How do your ABS look? Byleth looked bemused by his line of questioning. A lot has changed. I'm still figuring it out. Not sure about ABS. I haven't looked. You look like a completely different person, Professor, Sylvain chimed in. Dare I say, somehow even more beautiful than. Ingrid whacked him on the head with her notebook. Sylvain's got a point, Annette added. You don't look like yourself anymore. Maybe I'm not, Byleth said, completely deadpan. Annette's face turned ashen, and Edelgard suddenly felt something very warm and very soft squeeze her hand under her desk very tightly. Don't scare us like that, Professor. You are still you, right? Right. Byleth seemed genuinely taken aback by Annette's reaction. Her face fell, her lips curling in a frown. Oh. That was a joke. I'm sorry. I haven't totally realized how different I am now. I was telling a joke. With all due respect, Professor, Sylvain said, you need to work on your delivery. I could give you some lessons tonight if you'd. Ingrid tried to give him another whack on the head, only for him to deftly duck under her blow, popping back up with a mischievous grin on his face. Thank you, Sylvain, but I've been a bit tired. Anyway, it'll take some adjusting to, but I'm still me. Despite everything, I'm still me. The class seemed satisfied. Then Dimitri entered. He was a ghastly sight, pale and worn, and still looked as weary and haggard as he had yesterday, though his uniform hid his bruised body. His shoulders and chest heaved with every breath as he leaned against Dida to prop up his unsteady legs. Byleth's brow furrowed with concern. Dimitri, you don't look well. Maybe you should stay in the infirmary. Professor, Dimitri spoke. His voice was low, quiet, and hoarse, but it still cut through the air with a quiet intensity. It is, as I feared. That hair. Those eyes. Dimitri. I am well enough to sit down and take notes, at least, he insisted, stumbling to an empty desk with Dida's help. I just wanted to see you, Professor. As he propped himself up against it, one hand drifted self-consciously to his hair, curling a lock of it around one finger. You did not lose something as a result of this, did you? He looked small, frightened, as the question left his mouth like a child who'd lost his mother. Byleth opened her mouth to speak, and Edelgard knew she would have liked to say something about Suthies. I don't know yet, she said instead, shaking her head. I've gained the power of the goddess, but I still feel like myself. The goddess, he whispered, bowing his head as though in prayer. He collapsed in a flurry of limp limbs. Dida just barely managed to catch him before he fell. Your Highness, he gasped, cradling his liege. I am sorry, Professor, he said to Byleth. I expected he would only have the strength to visit. Bringing him here to see you was the most I could do. I understand, Byleth said. You're excused. But first, she walked toward the two of them, took her hand, and laid it on Dimitri's brow, brushing aside his hair with her thumb. The rest of the class looked on in awe, as though they were witnessing a saint blessing one of her apostles. It's okay, she told Dimitri. It's going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. After class, Edelgard made her way to the rookery, hoping for another messenger owl from Inbear. A greedy worry burning deep within her demanded constant updates to the situation that pushed almost all other concerns from her head, even the equally great fear she felt over whatever unknown events were playing out in her world. Dida was there and paid her no mind as he rolled a small, thin slip of paper around a carrier pigeon's leg and sent it off. She noticed Joachim waiting there, too, deep in thought. Edelgard found not one but two surly owls waiting for her, one of which tried to peck at her fingers as she took the letter from it. Both letters were sealed with wax and stamped with the sigil of the Adrestian double-headed eagle. Finding a secluded corner of the rookery and pressing her back to the wall so that no one could eavesdrop on her, she opened both of them in turn. The first was from Burkhardt. Dear Edelgard. I am writing to you to implore you to speak out in favor of my ascension to the imperial throne. I have reason to believe that our father's will naming Anselm as his successor in my place was an elegant forgery. While I have many of the noble families on my side already, you must help me. Duke Ludwig von Aegir, like Marquise Vestra, is assuming a neutral position while the rest of the great noble houses squabble among themselves. As his future daughter-in-law, I beseech you to write to him and sway his mind. The future of the entire Adrestian Empire is at stake. Anselm is an egomaniacal, revanchist rat obsessed with the traditional values we rightfully divested ourselves from over 100 years ago, and given that you, Hubert, and Ferdinand are of certain persuasions, you all have a vested interest in stopping him from becoming emperor. The tyrant may even wish to start a war against the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus and the Leicester Alliance to solidify his rule and quash internal opposition. I know that you and Anselm have always been close, but I beg you to look past that and see the true danger he poses. For the sake of peace and freedom, we must put an end to his self-serving coup. And if your brother should ask you to side with him, do not listen to the lies he will surely tell you about me. Your dear brother, Burkhardt von Hresvelg. The second was from Anselm. Dearest L. I write this letter to you confident in my hopes that you will respond favorably and back my rightful ascension to the imperial throne. Our father was of sound mind when he altered his will to name me his successor, and his wishes must be respected in spite of Burkhardt's ungrateful and entitled whining. While many of the great noble houses of Adrestia are choosing to side with me, though, Duke Ludwig von Aegir and Marquise Vestra remain frustratingly neutral. You, my L, must write to Ludwig and ask him as his future daughter-in-law to support me. Burkhardt is a superficial and image-obsessed fop who has spent years making himself look the part of emperor while lacking any internal qualities that would make him a great ruler, all empty artifice over a hollow shell. As he only cares for his own popularity, he does not have what it takes to make the hard decisions of government as I do. The entire Adrestian Empire will be weak and sickly under his so-called leadership. The Holy Kingdom of Faerghus may even seek to invade our borders and claim more of our territory in the wake of his mismanagement. For the sake of freedom and peace, we have an ethical duty to stop his pathetic coup. Whatever heinous and pernicious lies Burkhardt tells about me and my character, remember that I have always been there for you and will always hold you in my heart. Your closest brother, Anselm von Hresvelg. Edelgard rolled her eyes. Oh, brother. Joachim sidled up to her. Is Anselm begging you for help, too? She folded the letters and put them away. I'm not the only one. Afraid not. I got a letter from him just yesterday asking for help in getting Count Berglis on his side. He sighed. I'd never realized that he and Burke hated each other so much. So, will you help him? I don't want to help either of them. They shouldn't be fighting. And they shouldn't be drawing us into it, either. You know who else got a letter from him asking for help? Hedwig. She's barely 13, what the fuck is she supposed to do? Sorry, language, I know. But I digress. What do you think? I think Burkhard has the more solid claim to the throne, Edelgard said. Of course, I support him. Joachim's brows arched. Really? Well, that's a relief. But aren't you worried that if Anselm wins, those of us who side with Burkhard might be charged with sedition? It cuts both ways, Edelgard pointed out to him. Burkhard is just as likely to do the same to his enemies. When there was a succession crisis between Lycian IV and Agnes II. Yeah, I know. So doesn't that worry you? Are you that sure Anselm would let you off lightly just because you're his favorite? I'll admit there's risk, but that's the price of taking a stand. If you stand for nothing, Joachim, then what will you fall for? Joachim was taken aback, but let out a nervous laugh. Wow, you really are just a completely different person now, aren't you? I mean, the other day when you broke Justine's arm, that should have been enough for me to get it, but... Gareg Mach changes people, Edelgard said, doesn't it? Yeah. The one thing that hasn't changed, though, is you're just as stubborn as before. But as for me, I have a stomachache, he said, turning his back to her and heading for the stairs. He leaped out of the way when Cyril rushed up the staircase, as though afraid to so much as brush against the boy. Oh, hi, Edelgard, Cyril said, panting a bit as he held a stack of envelopes in his hand. Is any of those owls going to Inver? Edelgard looked to the owl that had tried to bite her fingers off. Its far more good-natured companion had already flown off, unfortunately. Yes, this one is, she said, though it's a bit ornery. I can deal with ornery. Got these letters from Lady Rhea to send. About the succession crisis, I presume. Dunno about that, Cyril said. I'd assume so. Where is Lady Rhea, by the way? Edelgard asked him. I haven't seen her for days. Cyril shrugged. Dunno. I haven't seen her. Cardinal Eilfric gave me these letters and asked me to send them on her behalf. You haven't seen her? Nope. She hasn't even been sleeping in her chambers. I didn't hear anything about her leaving, but she's... Well, she can't have left, 'cause these envelopes have got her seal and handwriting on 'em, he said as he avoided the owl's beak and talons and affixed the letters to it. Now go on. Go on. As the owl took to the sky, he looked over his hands to make sure none of his fingers had gotten nicked. So she must be somewhere in the monastery, Edelgard supposed, her thoughts turning to the holy tomb deep below the earth. There was no way into it except for some strange mechanism that only Rhea knew how to operate. Edelgard had brought the Flame Emperor's troops into it only because Rhea had left the way opened when she had taken Byleth and the Black Eagles down there, but that wouldn't help her get inside now even if she wanted to. I guess. But it must be somewhere I don't know about. Cyril thought for a moment. The Holy Mausoleum, maybe. Or the Goddess Tower. But those are rotten places to sleep. I don't like the idea of Lady Rhea being shut up in either of those places for days, even if she wants to be there. Nor do I. It sounded to Edelgard as though Rhea was plotting something she hadn't been able to put into motion with Seath breathing down her neck in her world. But why had she started plotting before Byleth had been transformed? Did she even know it had happened? Oh, and that reminds me, Cyril said. So, your professor. I noticed she looks kinda like Lady Rhea now. Like she could be her daughter or something. Edelgard laughed. He'd gotten it backwards, actually. I didn't mean it as a joke. She really does. She looks kinda like Flayn, too. I wonder if Lady Rhea, Seath, Flayn, and Byleth are all related or something. He peered wistfully over the stone windowsill and watched the birds flutter by. Wonder if I could change my hair and eyes like that. You don't like them as you are. Edelgard could swear she saw Cyril blush. Didn't mean anything like that, he said to her. Just, an improvement's an improvement, right? Be careful what you wish for, she told him. When people's hair or eyes suddenly change, it usually means something very painful has happened to them. Huh. Cyril ruminated on her words. If it took a lot of pain to be a part of Lady Rhea's family, he shook his head. Never mind. Nothing. He headed for the stairs, his head bowed, clearly embarrassed by what he'd almost said. Edelgard watched him leave. Rhea would never give him what he wanted, merely stringing him along with unspoken promises he had only ever assumed she had made to him until he bled to death in service of her medwhims. He wasn't that much different to Rhea, she supposed, as Kronia was to Thales, blind to the fact that the loyalty he thought went both ways was in fact a one-way street. Unlike Kronia, though, he wasn't a captive audience, and Edelgard could only watch him vanish down the staircase as quickly as he had come up them. The next few days crawled by agonizingly slowly, and with each day, Edelgard felt as though a new weight was added to her shoulders. Geralt, too, was bowing under the pressure. With each passing day, Thales and Cornelia hounded him even more relentlessly. Edelgard could have sworn she'd heard him cursing the two of them out from all the way across the monastery at one point. There was a frantic, painful energy hanging in the air all throughout Garreg Mach, a sort of manic dread. Everyone seemed to feel it in different ways, if not for different reasons. Even Hilda of all people managed to be a little snippy at times. Edelgard wondered how long Cornelia would put that marriage proposal she'd been talking about on hold. As soon as she left for Inver, Happy would be safe, but with each day that dragged on it felt as though she would never leave until she'd recaptured her wayward daughter. Out of all the things she had to worry about, that particular thread was one her mind tugged on most often. She at least wished she could have met Claude's oh-so-trustworthy spy herself to put her mind at ease, but as the week went on, she knew that if she ventured out, she would risk exposing Happy to her enemies. And on top of all that, Rhea was still in hiding. What was she waiting for? And then there was the new agent scheduled to arrive at Garreg Mach next week, if Dida's warning had been accurate. That night, Edelgard visited Kronia again. She had visited Kronia every day, although her schedule as a student and Geralt's schedule as a knight covering up the disappearances of two highly sought-after people rarely aligned. Kronia reacted flippantly to her overtures and often tried to drown out anything she tried to say with incoherent screeching, but she could tell that she was making headway. Some headway, at least, but likely not enough. That was where today's secret weapon came in. Geralt fed the prisoner the requisite cold gruel. It still unnerved Edelgard to see him spoon-feeding her like a baby, and when the bowl was empty Edelgard produced from her bag a special treat wrapped in a neat little bundle of wax paper, a pastry stuffed with raspberry jelly, which she dangled tantalizingly under the prisoner's nose. Kronia leaned forward and tried to bite it, only for Edelgard to yank it away and leave her teeth clenched around thin air. No. Not yet. Are you going to listen to me today? If you behave yourself, I'll feed it to you. And if I don't? Edelgard looked to Hubert. You like raspberry pastries, don't you, Hubert? I often find them far too sweet for my liking, Lady Edelgard, he said with a wry grin, but that one in particular I would gladly make an exception for. It comes from that one bakery in town, does it not? The one you can smell from the walls of the monastery on a cold day when the wind is right. Would you feel bad if you, say, ate this in front of Kronia? She asked, wiggling it under his nose. If you had to hear her stomach growl and twist itself into knots with every bite you took? Not in the slightest, my lady. Kronia laughed. You call this torture? No, Edelgard said to her. I don't. This is about incentives. I'm willing to feed this to you if you behave, she said. Hear me out. And then think. You only have a few days left before your replacement arrives. This pastry, if you behave, could be the last you'll ever eat, but only if you choose poorly. Edelgard repeated the same argument to Kronia that she'd repeated yesterday and the day before, and Kronia listened patiently without interrupting. So, what do you think about my offer now? Edelgard asked Kronia as the prisoner licked the last few crumbs and bits of red jelly from her grey lips. This, Kronia said, and she stuck out her tongue. You're an idiot. If I side against Thales, he'll kill me. Just like he'll kill you and everyone you care about. You think he cares about your blackmail? He's got everything figured out already. Edelgard crossed her arms. Thales will certainly kill you if you continue to work for him. When you've given him everything he needs from you, you'll have just finished digging your grave, all he'll have to do is push you into it. You know that's the kind of man he is. But if you work with us to kill him, then death isn't a certainty. Side with us, and if we win, you might live. Stay loyal to him, and whether he wins or loses, you will die. And you'd really trust me? Kronia asked. Here's a little story for you, Edel. It's about a scorpion who wants to cross a river. She can't swim, but she meets a frog on the river bank and asks her to let her ride on her back. The frog says, "Of course I won't let you ride on my back, you'll sting me and I'll die." The scorpion says, "Of course I wouldn't do that. That would just be stupid of me, because I'd die, too." So the frog, who is quite nice but sadly very dumb, agrees to cross the river with the scorpion on her back. But oops, oh, no, what a surprise. Halfway across the river, the scorpion digs its tail into the frog's back, and the venom courses through her, and she begins to drown. "Why did you do that?" the poor frog asks. "Now we're both going to die." And the poor scorpion replies, "It's simply in my nature to sting." And then they both sink to the bottom of the river and drown. Edelgard nodded. "I know that story well," she said. "Once, I thought I was the scorpion, too." Kronia had no pithy response for that. "I think we should come back here tomorrow," Edelgard said to Hubert, "and see if she's come around. Perhaps I'll bring another pastry, if she behaves herself." She left Kronia behind and followed Geralt out of the catacombs. "This is getting old," Geralt grumbled as the three of them crept out of the hidden entrance to the catacombs and emerged in a disused corner of the monastery grounds. "What do we do if she doesn't agree to help us? We can't hold her forever." "She will. She's a valuable asset," Edelgard said, "if she can be turned." "If," Hubert said. "There is a saying from Morpheus that a leopard cannot change its shorts." "Well, then, it is a good thing she is not a leopard," she retorted. "At any rate, she needs to trust us and view us as allies, at least, if we want to trust any of the information she gives us." The allure of having someone with intimate and first-hand knowledge of those who slither in the dark on her side was undeniably strong, and for good reason. "Fine," Geralt said, "but I don't know how long we can keep this up. If someone finds out about this, well, let's say I'm really glad Ria's been making herself scarce this past week." "Captain Geralt, is that you?" Alois' booming voice rang across the cold night air, and a lantern bobbed in the distance, drawing closer and closer until the knight holding it became distinct from the shadows. "Ah, shit," Geralt said. "At ease, Alois. I was just, taking Edelgard and Hubert on my patrol route tonight. Sorry I didn't put it down in the schedule." "Nothing to worry yourself about. Whatever you say, Captain, there's no time for that." Alois doubled over and caught his breath, panting. "I've just received word that demonic beasts have been sighted just outside town. I'm marshalling the knights to drive them back." "What?" Geralt gasped. "Oh, no." Edelgard thought about happy. One moment of weakness, one involuntary sigh, was all it would take to bring ruin down upon her and anybody around her. She and her new caretaker were in grave danger, along with the rest of the townspeople, and on top of that, this would certainly draw Cornelia to her location. "I've already alerted Catherine and Shamir. But we'll need your help," Alois said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Shit. That many of them?" "4 big ones, sir. Saint fucking Sikal. Damn it." Geralt shook his head. "Hubert, take Edelgard back to the dorms. Stay inside." Hubert opened his mouth, but before he could get in so much as a single word, Edelgard spoke up. "Captain Geralt, I must ask that you allow Hubert and me to accompany you." Keeping Happy safe was her responsibility, too, and the girl trusted her to protect her from Cornelia. "Lady Edelgard," Alois said, taken aback, "that's really unwise. Weren't you injured in the sealed forest last Friday?" "Not badly, compared to my peers," Edelgard retorted. "We don't have time to argue about this. Captain, please." Geralt nodded. "Get to the armory and the stables. Arm yourselves. Get a horse. Quickly." Edelgard hurried to the armory and hastily equipped herself, strapping steel armor on over her uniform and taking a silver-headed battle-axe. Hubert stuck to lightweight leather armor, the better to fit under a set of mage's robes without weighing him down or restricting his movement, and armed himself with a lance. Another fine mess you've gotten us into, Your Highness, Hubert muttered as he double-checked the clasps and leather straps securing Edelgard's armor. With all due respect, I'm starting to think I might prefer this world's Edelgard to you. The last of the beasts, a silver-furred dire wolf the size of a horse-drawn carriage, horses included, collapsed to the cobblestone streets with a mournful bellow, felled by the strike of a lance. Hubert loomed over its dying body as it breathed its last, seated in the saddle of his sable mare. Billowing white fog streamed from the blade of his lance as the evaporating ice crystals coating the silver-etched steel sparkled and gleamed with a magical blue light. "Is that it?" Geralt asked, surveying the ruined streets. It had been a frantic battle, but it had ended swiftly enough. The beasts had done a number on this section of the town, their claws and talons leaving behind holes and craters in the roofs, shattering windows, splintering timber and cracking stone. Eloise, Catherine, and Shamir circled around the corpses of the other 3 beasts: a vulture, a chitinous worm, and another wolf, and inspected them. Leonie trailed behind Shamir and Manuela, and Hanuman behind Catherine. Byleth stood at Geralt's side, the sword of the Creator still glowing at her side. Edelgard clutched at her side where a swipe of one of the beast's talons had put a dent in her breastplate. The deformed steel was digging into her ribs, but she didn't think anything was broken. She'd just have a nasty bruise to contend with in the morning. "That's it," Shamir said as she and everyone else met in the street. "But I think Catherine and I should keep a lookout to make sure there aren't more of those things out there." Geralt nodded. "Go to it. Manuela, Hanuman, you two go and see if anyone needs medical help." "Captain Geralt," Leonie said, sharply saluting. "It's been an honor to fight alongside you." "Thanks, kid," Geralt mumbled, not matching her enthusiasm whatsoever. "You and Claude can go back home now." He leaned toward Edelgard. "Secure the girl," he whispered to her. Edelgard dismounted from her horse and made for the most beaten and battered house on the street, the target of the monster's siege. "I'm checking this house," she announced, wincing as the dent in her armor cut into her side like a dagger. There was a sharp pain with every step, but she didn't dare remove her breastplate and risk exposing her unprotected chest to the enemy. The door to the house opened and a very large, very swarthy man timidly poked his head out. "Is safe to come out?" he asked. Edelgard noted that there was something familiar about his voice, but she wasn't sure what it was. "It's safe, all right," Shamir said. "Get back, Edelgard. I'll take it from here." "Are you injured?" "Not much," the man said. "Maybe bump on my head where bit of roof fell in. Who knows?" She looked up. The roof was, in fact, caving in. "I'm gonna have to ask you to step outside. I think your house might fall down." "Ah. That would be bad. I do not even own this house." He beckoned to somebody behind him. Come. Is not safe in there. Out." With a little cajoling, he and the house's other inhabitant stepped outside, and Edelgard realized that she recognized both of them. Of course, the girl was happy, and Edelgard knew her disguise well enough to see through her braided black hair and the lenses of smoked glass covering her eyes. She took her steps hesitantly, her eyes wide, her complexion pallid, her shoulders quaking. The man was much more heavily disguised, but although there was a distinct hunch to his shoulders characteristic of a big man trying to look average-sized, his beard was trimmed down to a forest of short bristles clinging to his jawline, a pair of glasses sat on his broad nose, and he was clearly exaggerating his Almiran accent. There was no mistaking the face or the scars of Nader the Undefeated, once and future general of the Almiran Immortal Corps. Thank you, Nader was saying while Manuela checked him over for any serious wounds. "My name is Benam Adder. I am tailor and seller of fine Almiran silks." "You've got quite a lot of scars, Mr. Benam," Manuela pointed out. "Are relics of battle. 30 years ago, I was soldier. In Almira, of course. All water under bridge now." Nader grinned. "Oh, and this girl?" "My daughter, Nasreen. My beautiful daughter. Nasreen, my little Rosette, say hello to nice Fodlan woman." Edelgard pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head. From having fought him in battle twice, she was well aware that Nader spoke fluent Fodlanish, so clearly he was making himself sound like a tired stereotype entirely on purpose. "Yeah," Claude said, sidling up beside her. I tried to talk him out of doing that voice, but he insisted. Your spy in the heart of Fodlan, is Nader the Undefeated? Edelgard whispered to him. Claude shrugged. Why not? He's been retired for 30 years. Hasn't got anything better to do. And look at how much fun he's having. Edelgard took Happy aside and draped her cloak over her shaking shoulders. Are you all right? She asked. Still shivering, Happy only shook her head. It's okay. It's over. Everyone's safe. Now, Geralt and I are going to bring you away from here for just a few days, just in case Cornelia tries to track you here. She took Happy's hand, but Happy tore it out of her grasp, cradling it as though it had been bruised. No, Happy said. Her eyes darted across the street. I'll take my chances in the woods, easy to hide there. We'll take care of you. Stop. It's over. You don't have to help me anymore. Happy kept shaking her head. I do, Edelgard said. For my mother, for Aunt Anselma. Do you want to end up dead like her? Happy hissed at her, her scarlet eyes flashing behind her glasses. Forget about me. I'm dangerous. You know I'm dangerous. All it took was one sigh. I was happy, I felt good, that's what set it off. And now. Professor Manuela, Edelgard called out, taking Happy by the shoulders and wrapping her cloak tightly around her. I think Nasreen's in shock. I'd like Captain Geralt to bring her back to the monastery for the night. Stop. Happy pushed her away. Leave me alone. Finally, a familiar voice called out, drifting through the cool night air. It was sweet as honey and yet bitter as wormwood. The Knights of Syros do their jobs. Cornelia sauntered down the middle of the street, all but gliding in her ornate gown across the cobblestones, a satisfied smile crossing her face. She looked for all the world like a cat that had finally caught a mouse. Lady Cornelia, Hanneman huffed, what in blazes? Excuse me, what are you doing here? In the middle of the night. Geralt nodded to Eloise and Byleth. It's not safe here, Lady Cornelia, Eloise said as Byleth set her hand to her sword. Why don't I escort you back to the monastery? Now. Cornelia chuckled. When you've finally delivered my darling wayward daughter to me. She pressed onward. You've finally caught the dangerous beast woman, Happy von Rusalka. I'm afraid I don't follow, Hanneman said. Cornelia leveled a finger at Happy, then curled it inward to beckon her on. Come here, girl. Your mother is very cross with you. Edelgard grabbed Happy by the arm, and this time she met no resistance. Nader stepped in front of the two of them, straightening his shoulders and drawing himself up to his full height, well over 6 feet and just about ready to burst out of his clothing. Claude was subtly slipping an arrow from his quiver. You must be confused, Nader growled, slipping out of his obnoxious fake accent. This is my daughter, Nasreen. Cornelia scoffed. Is she, though? I can smell her all the way from here. Well, Geralt? Aren't you going to hand her over? There's quite a death toll on her hands, and I'd like to punish her properly, as a mother should, before Lady Rhea has her executed. Sorry, Geralt said, but I can't let you snatch random girls off the street just because you think they, what? Smell like your daughter? I don't buy it. Edelgard took stock of the distance between her and her horse. If she could count on Hubert and Claude to distract Cornelia, fighting her head-on would be too dangerous, then she and Happy could make a break for it and escape quite easily. But to where? Happy, come here, Cornelia repeated sharply, and Edelgard felt Happy's arm slip away from her as the girl walked forward, slowly and steadily, as though entranced. What the hey? Nader grabbed her by the shoulder, but Happy shrugged him off. Hap Nasreen. What is this, Fodlanish sorcery? That's a good girl, Happy, Cornelia purred. Come to Mama. Whatever you're doing, I can't let you do it, Geralt said as he and Byleth stepped in front of Happy and blocked her path. This isn't how the Knights of Syros operate, and as captain I make certain that my men do things by the book. Cornelia raised her eyebrows. I am not one of your men, though, and I am not acquainted with your book. Happy pushed past them, still utterly entranced. Edelgard quietly made for her horse and nodded at Hubert and Claude. There was still time for her to grab Happy and carry her away, she'd figure out where to go on her way. Happy, stop, Gerald blurted out. Happy stopped. Cornelia's brow furrowed. Excuse me? Happy, I told you to. Happy's voice rang in the air like a bell. Fuck off. I am your mother. Shut up. Happy looked to Gerald and Byleth, then to Nader, then to Hubert and Edelgard, then focused back on Cornelia. You're not taking me back. Black fire arced between the tips of Cornelia's fingers as her face contorted into a rat-like scowl. You, insolent little beast. Don't you realize that these people will put you down like any other monster? You're a murderer. You spread death and destruction wherever you go. I am the one who gave you sanctuary, who kept that evil curse of yours under control. You're the one who cursed me in the first place, Happy spat back, her voice rising. And if these people are going to kill me, then I'll make sure I tell them everything first. About you, Rodrigue, Dusker, the Death Knight. No, Cornelia howled, flinging out her arms and splaying her hands, tongues of black flame and bolts of black lightning crackling and flowing around her. Happy von Rusalka, you will never speak again. Edelgard all but threw herself onto her horse, and with a snap of her reins and a click of her heels she took off. Happy, this way, she shouted out. Across the street, a magic seal traced itself in the air in front of Cornelia in glittering black and violet. Happy fell to her knees and screamed, clutching at her head. Pandemonium erupted. 5 things happened at once. Cornelia, what in the goddess name are you doing? Hanuman cried out. Shamir, Catherine, get her. Gerald shouted out. Enjoy your pet monster, Gerald, Cornelia sneered, and with a grin and a wicked laugh, she vanished in a column of red light that vanished into the clouds. What in hell's bells is going on here? Catherine asked, drawing her sword and lighting the street with the bloody glow of Thunderbrand. Edelgard reached out to Happy. Take my hand, she shouted out to her, watching her writhe in agony on the ground. What in blazes had Cornelia just done to her? While chaos engulfed her, Happy reached up to take her hand, and a sharp stinging pain 4 sharp stinging pains cut through Edelgard's forearm. Edelgard recoiled, blood streaming in ribbons from her arm as the 4 parallel gashes drawn in her flesh gaped and stung. Her horse reared back, screeching in terror and nearly throwing her from the saddle. She glanced down at Happy and was met with eyes that were no longer human set in a face that was no longer human. Long, curled horns burst from her forehead and scarlet fur sprouted from her skin like thousands of needles. The hand that had moments ago reached out for salvation was now capped with thick, sharp black claws, and the shape that Happy's body now took had long, gangling forelimbs and hind legs, a lashing tail, hair growing out into a long and tangled scarlet mane, and a snout filled with razor-sharp fangs. Bones snapped and lengthened, sinew creaked as it stretched taut across new flesh, muscle fibers unspooled and coiled around a new skeleton in new configurations. Fur, fangs, claws burst forth from bloodied skin with an anguished scream that cut through the air. The beast that had once been Happy was a chimera, almost feline but not quite. Its legs were long and thin, stilt-like, and its clawed paws were large and wide and covered in thick fur, capped not with a cat's hooked claws but a wolf's short daggers, a leonine mane wrapped around its head, framing long, sharp, pointed ears and a sharp snout with a forest of wiry white whiskers. Its body was long and lithe, its scarlet pelt dotted with patterns of broken circles and rosettes. It was at least the size of a horse. With a hiss and a sharp, screeching yell, the beast leaped up and struck Edelgard, knocking her off her horse and throwing her to the ground. Before she hit the cobblestones, she felt the beast's fangs and its hot breath against the back of her neck. Edelgard! Byleth screamed, and as Edelgard felt her nose crack against the paving stones and hot, coppery blood spill from her mouth and sting her lips, time came to a stop and the world around her vanished. Chapter 25, Cat's Paw. Everything around her was dark, like the starless sky of an overcast night during a new moon, and deafeningly quiet. In her disorientation, Edelgard still felt the faint sensations of hot blood filling her mouth and pouring down her chin, of deep and bloody furrows etched into her flesh, of a hot breath and sharp fangs pressed against the back of her neck, and a ringing in her ears and sharp pain lancing through her eye. She felt bloody scrapes on the heels of her palms and the stabbing ache of a dent in her armor digging into her ribs. But all around her was quiet, silent, and still. She couldn't feel a racing pulse thrumming beneath her skin or a heartbeat pounding against her ribcage, and for a moment, she wondered if she still had them. Then she cracked her eyes open, and through the blurry cage of her eyelashes glimpsed the soft, dusky light of a lone candle on a nightstand burning itself down to a nub, calming and reassuring in the humble glow it cast. And as the residual pain from her other body faded away and replaced itself with a myriad of aches she knew quite well, she came to realize that she was lying in a bed, swaddled in a warm and thick blanket, feeling a subtle heat rise from under the mattress to keep the encroaching cold at bay. And she became aware of her slow and languid pulse, her heart beating so placidly she could barely feel it, and realized that she had been asleep when she'd crossed from one world to the other. She felt herself close her eyes against her will and roll over onto her other side as the other Edelgard tried to go back to sleep. When she returned to the other world, the first thing she felt was her legs dragging limply over rock and grass and snow, followed by the wind rushing against her face, the hot and humid puffs of breath against the nape of her neck, and the sharp fangs pressed against her collar and digging firmly into her flesh just enough to almost break the skin. She realized that she was being carried at a great speed akin to that of a galloping horse at least, if not faster. Though the world around her was pitch black, she must have been carried far away from the town already, and after only a few minutes. She could feel the terrain beneath her grow rougher and felt her knees and shins crack against protruding roots. Skeletal branches clawed at her as they whipped by. Edelgard supposed she now knew what it felt like to be a mouse. Few things made her fearful more than to lose control of her situations, and here she was as helpless as she'd ever been. She tried to quell the fear rising in her heart, telling herself that if Happy meant to harm her, she'd had ample opportunity already to tear her throat out or rip her open from stem to stern or simply snap her neck. Yet all she was doing was dragging her along by the scruff of her neck, as a mother cat would do to its kittens. Happy, Edelgard gasped, reaching out to the beast and finding thick fur for her to hook her fingers into and clutch. Let me go. Happy, it's me. Put me down. Happy did not listen to her. The forest, invisible in the night, continued to rush past them, twisting and turning. Edelgard felt a twinge of vertigo seize her gut as she felt the ground drop away from her for an instant and could only imagine what obstacles she was being carried over. She felt herself taken deeper, deeper, deeper into the woods, until she knew for certain that she would be completely lost, at least until sunrise, if she were left on her own. How much time had passed? Minutes? Hours? But finally, she felt the world around her come to a halt and the pressure of the teeth against her neck lessen, and she promptly fell to the ground like a stone. Frigid snow and hard-packed, frozen soil was little cushion and little comfort, turning the steel armor strapped over her uniform to sheets of ice pressing through her sodden clothes and burning her skin. She pressed her palms against the ground, her scrapes stinging as the cold wormed through her gloves and burned her knuckles, and tried to prop herself up. She could barely move her legs. Panic seized her. She was alone in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains, in the middle of winter, with nothing but her uniform and her armor, both of which were sodden and frigid, by the whims of a beast that had once been a girl. Never mind whether or not Happy wanted to hurt her if she wasn't found soon, her chances of coming down with pneumonia or worse were high. And then Edelgard felt something warm and furry press forcefully into her side, rolling her onto her back. Before she could so much as raise an arm to defend herself, something hot, wet, and as rough as sandpaper dragged itself across the side of her face. A thick and heavy paw trod on her chest and pinned her down to keep her from resisting. Happy, she sputtered, please listen to me. You don't. Happy finished with her face and set to work on her hair. Edelgard suddenly realized that the low, sonorous rumbling feeling her ears was purring. Happy, stop, you don't have to groom me, she insisted, trying to pull away from her. I'm cold, I'm wet. I'll freeze to death if I don't get dry. Happy rubbed the side of her face against the side of her neck, tickling her skin with her whiskers, still purring away. Thank you, Happy. That helps, Edelgard sighed. At least the beast didn't intend to eat her. She reached out and rested her hands against Happy's flank, hoping that the thick fur would warm them. Beneath the fur, her flesh was as warm as a well-kept hearth, and Edelgard could feel the vibrations from the purring ebb and flow underneath. I suppose speaking is out of the question. Happy snuffled and rubbed her cheek against Edelgard's face. Whiskers and the tips of exposed fangs tickled her skin. As the beast slithered around her in the dark, Edelgard tried to gauge some semblance of her size from what she could feel, as well as what she'd seen before she'd been dragged off. She could see almost nothing here except for the occasional glints of Scarlet Eyes Hein. The size of a horse at least, she determined, perhaps even larger. Smaller than the typical demonic beast, but still quite enormous. Shivering, Edelgard sat up and fumbled with the clasps and leather straps holding her armor on. Shedding the breastplate was a relief, removing the persistent pinch from her side and allowing her to breathe more freely. The shoulder pauldrons, greaves, and assorted other bits came off one by one after it. The air that met her dirty, sodden clothes was only marginally warmer than the frigid steel. What she could still feel of her legs ached terribly, and she gingerly tried to massage the feeling back into them while avoiding the throbbing bruises and stinging scrapes. With one hand, she conjured a flame. As well as precious warmth, light spilled out and cast long, wavering shadows across the terrain. Edelgard could see now where she was, a clearing in the woods, surrounded on three sides by towering snow-dusted conifers and the fallen remains of dead trees. A sheer cliff face stood behind her, a shallow cave bored into the rock wall and draped with moss and ivy. She could see Happy now, too, and her suspicions of her size had been correct. She'd been transformed into a big cat, or, well, not quite a cat, or mostly a cat, at least the size of a horse and quite possibly as tall as an Albanian moose, no less than 6 feet to the withers, though the long and spindly legs propping her up might have made her even taller. She had a mane of bloody scarlet cascading down her back and over her shoulders, fading to black at the fringes, remnants of the dye that had been in her hair. 2 long onyx horns sprouted from her head near her ears, twisted into helices and coiled like ram's horns. Patches of thick, sharp scales, as black and as lustrous as polished obsidian, padded her shoulders and ran down her spine. A few persistent scraps of cloth still clung to her, half buried in her fur. Edelgard sighed as she gazed upon the poor creature. What had that witch done to her? As she appraised herself and her surroundings, she wondered what had happened while she'd been unconscious. Byleth had reversed time by a few minutes, but it seemed everything had played out mostly the same, with the exception that she hadn't sustained the wound to her arm she'd remembered getting. She could still feel the sharp, stinging sensation of the claws cutting deep into her flesh, just as she could still feel the phantom pain of her eye, but it wasn't quite as palpable. Happy sat down near, but not next to her. Her long, bushy tail swept back and forth across the ground, picking up twigs and pebbles and scattering them about. The twitching of her ears and whiskers as well made her seem anxious. Edelgard felt very small as she looked up to lock eyes with her, suddenly recalled what she knew about cats, and sharply glanced away. "Can you understand me?" she asked Happy. "If you still have your reason, then surely you remember how to nod your head if you need to say yes." Happy leaned over, craned her neck, and sniffed at Edelgard's head, then rubbed her cheek against her face again. "I suppose that's a no," Edelgard said, disappointed and disheartened. She felt as though she'd had a fist driven into her gut. What, then, was truly left of Happy, if she could no longer understand human language? Was human thought alien to her as well? She shivered again as a gust of icy wind whistled through the clearing, though it wasn't just the cold that had chilled her to the bone. "Excuse me. I'll have to start a fire if I want to dry off," she said, struggling to her feet. Her steps were shaky and hesitant. Happy stuck to her like a shadow, keeping far less distance than one would expect from a cat. Edelgard wondered if, however her mind currently worked, Happy saw her as a particularly stupid and helpless kitten. Anyone who studied at Garreg Mach learned how to make a proper campfire. For some scions of nobility, field exercises with their classes were their first and only exposure to such things. Taking great care with her steps, she cleared out a place for a rudimentary fire pit at the mouth of the small cave and collected the rocks she would need for the pit and the dead wood she would need for kindling. At least building the fire was the hard part. Starting it was simply a matter of applying the tongue of flame she'd already conjured to the tinder and watching it catch a light. While she put the fire pit together and piled up the logs and kindling she'd collected, Edelgard caught sight of Happy, still not too far from her, flopping to the ground and rolling onto her back to expose a soft underbelly blanketed in fluffy white fur. "I'm glad to know you feel comfortable around me," she said to her idly, as one might talk to a cat. She took it as some consolation that Happy seemed to, on some primitive level at the very least, remember who she was and how she felt about her. Once she'd started the fire, Edelgard huddled in front of it, exhausted, and allowed its warmth to sink into her. If she kept it burning all night, she'd have nothing to worry about. If it kept going into the dawn, then Byleth and the others might even see the smoke in the sky. Seemingly entranced and intrigued by the fire, Happy slunk toward it and curled up around Edelgard, who suddenly found herself nestled in a throne of fur with a fluffy tail draped over her lap like a blanket. Edelgard leaned back and reached out, scratching Happy gently behind one ear. With her other hand she traced the mesmerizing patterns of black rings and rosettes that blossomed on Happy's scarlet fur. "I'm sorry, Happy," she said. "After everything Geralt and I did to protect you, those monsters found you. And when you had only just found your voice." She swallowed a growing lump in her throat and felt tears spring to her eyes. Happy purred louder. "Well, at least you seem to be in higher spirits now," Edelgard answered her, briefly lifting her eye patch and wiping away her tears on her sleeve. "And at least now you don't have to worry about sighing." Her heart still felt heavy, though, and the loudest and most resonant purring she'd ever heard in her life couldn't lift her spirits. She stared into the flames, allowing the roiling and flickering tongues of orange and yellow and the crackling and popping of burning wood to ease her troubled mind. She watched bits of wood glow orange and turn gray and black and sparks fly from snapping twigs. Nobody deserves to be made into a monster, especially by the likes of Cornelia and her ilk. You can't even think like a proper human anymore, can you? I wonder how much of your human life you remember right now, or how your mind would even conceive of such memories in its current form. Happy kept purring and the fire kept crackling. "There are memories in my head," she said, "deep in the back of my mind, that I can no longer make sense of anymore either. They come to me in fits and starts, bursts of awareness, but mostly in my dreams. My conscious mind resists them, there's too much pain there. I thought I'd been made into a monster once, too, but never like this. I hadn't imagined that they could do worse than what they'd done to me, but this." She bowed her head and closed her eyes, trying with shallow and shaky breaths to soothe her aching heart and lamenting the deaf ears her words fell on. "One way or another," she said, "I'll find a way to bring you back. I owe you as much." Happy curled up tighter around her, resting her head atop her long and lanky forelegs as Edelgard continued to scratch behind her ears and horns. "I never told you what they did to me, did they?" Edelgard asked, though she knew better than to expect a response. "It's a long and complicated story, but I suppose there's no harm in telling you now. There's nothing to be gained from it, either, but, long ago, 12 or 13 years ago or more, in another world." She told her everything, starting from the beginning, and as time dragged on, she grew wearier and wearier until the embers of the fire became indistinct blurs and her eyelids dragged themselves down over her eyes. The gentle rumbling that surrounded her eventually drowned out all conscious thoughts. Sleep carried her away until the sunlight stung her eye. She woke up to see dawn sunbeams filtering through the trees and into the clearing, the ice and snow clinging to the pines gleaming and glistening. The fire had long since gone out, and only a few bits of wood burnt to blackened husks remained nestled among the gray ashes. A faint wisp of smoke rose from the last glowing ember. Edelgard found herself buried in fur, ensconced within it, warm and secure in its embrace. If she'd been on her own all night, she surely would have frozen to death, but thanks to her companion she could still feel all of her fingers and toes. She pulled herself free, and as cats were light sleepers and easily disturbed, Happy awoke with a gentle chirrup and unfolded herself as well. Even sitting on her haunches, she was at least as tall as Hubert was standing up. Edelgard braced herself against Happy's flank and tried to stand. Her legs were weak and sore, and in the morning light she could see scrapes and scratches and purple bruises blossoming all over her exposed skin, not to mention dried mud and dirt staining her clothes. Her stomach rumbled, her mouth was dry and stale, and her lips were cracked and chapped. "I wonder if I could ride you home," she mused, eyeing the beast towering over her, but that would likely be as difficult as herding cats. Her voice was hoarse and weak. She needed water. Thankfully a few handfuls of relatively clean-looking snow would be enough to slake her thirst for the time being. Happy lowered her head and nuzzled her chest, nearly pushing her off her feet. "Or we could stay here," Edelgard said, rubbing her palm against the short, bristly fur on the bridge of Happy's snout. "If we start another fire, we can send out smoke signals, and then Byleth and Geralt will be able to find us. I have no doubt they've been searching all night." As Edelgard gathered more wood and rebuilt the fire pit, Happy loped to the edge of the clearing and sat down, staring intently at her. The occasional snap of a twig or flutter of a bird's wings would distract her every now and then, but she would always revert to staring. This time, Edelgard collected more wood and piled it higher, clearing out the area of as much deadwood as she could find and stacking it all in layers over the pit. Though it took a while to get going, it blazed hotter and brighter, and much to her delight, produced gouts of thick, dark smoke. Edelgard sat by the fire, already exhausted, and waited. The sun slowly began to climb above the tree line. At the sound of the first snap of a distant twig, Happy leaped in front of her, fur bristling, hackles risen, back arched and ears pinned back, hissing and spitting in the direction of the oncoming intruders. It struck Edelgard that her smoke signal could just as easily attract enemies as it could allies. She could see flashes of horses and armor in the gaps between the trees, but not enough to discern friend from foe. Thankfully, it was Geralt, followed closely by Byleth and Hubert, who emerged into the clearing, flanked by Catherine, Shamir, Manuela, and Hanneman. "Lady Edelgard!" Hubert cried out, his voice a hoarse rasp. He, like everyone else, was disheveled and haggard. Edelgard could see bits of twigs and needles caught in his hair and cling his cloak. Happy hissed and bristled and Geralt's horse reared back with a terrified scream. "We've come to rescue you, Your Highness!" Alois shouted out, brandishing his axe. Shamir had an arrow already knocked to her bow, aimed, and ready to shoot. Catherine and Byleth were both reaching for their swords. "Wait!" Edelgard rushed in front of Happy and held out her hands. "Put down your weapons. She's harmless." She patted herself down. "See? I'm not hurt." Geralt got his spooked horse under control and lowered his lance. His gaze lingered uncomfortably on the sight of Happy's bestial form. "You sure?" A low growl escaped Happy's throat. Edelgard stepped forward. "I'm sure of it. She recognizes me. Come closer and you'll see, Geralt." Sharing a look with the other knights, Geralt dismounted and set his weapon aside. Shamir kept her arrow trained on the beast as he approached it with slow, tentative steps. Edelgard retreated to Happy's side. "It's okay," she told her, though she herself was worried by the gleam in the beast's scarlet eyes, her slitted pupils, her bared fangs and bristling hackles. "You recognized me. You remembered me. Surely you remember Geralt, too." The more she assured Happy, though, the less sure she felt. Geralt held his hands up. "This is as far as I go," he said. "Kid, if you're in there." Everybody waited with bated breath as Happy inched forward, craned her neck, and sniffed the air, whiskers twitching. Shamir's bowstring drew back another fraction of an inch, the tip of her arrowhead shifting to match the position of Happy's head. Byleth stared ahead, a grim and tight-lipped frown on her face as she watched her father step forward. "Captain," Catherine cautioned, Thunderbrand half out of its sheath. "I know what I'm doing," Geralt assured her. The tip of Happy's nose brushed against Geralt's hand and quickly pulled away. Everybody tensed, grips tightening on their weapons. One finger slipped from Shamir's arrow as she prepared to fire. Happy rubbed her face against Geralt's side and started purring. Edelgard let out a relieved sigh. Shamir set aside her bow and slipped her arrow back into her quiver. Catherine reluctantly slipped Thunderbrand back into its sheath. "Well, I'll be damned!" Alois exclaimed with a nervous chuckle, a disbelieving look on his face as Geralt's gloved hand ran through the beast's fur. "Captain, that cat fancies you." Hubert dismounted and strolled to Edelgard's side. "Lady Edelgard," he said, bowing as he presented her with her cloak. "You dropped this." "Thank you," Edelgard said, taking the cloak and wrapping herself up in it. She was grateful to finally have something to cover herself with. "Are you really unharmed? Forgive me for looking at your legs, but..." "They did get a little bruised," she said, "but thankfully, Happy meant no harm. She was just trying to protect me." "Protect you? From whom?" "Cornelia had already escaped by the time she took you." "From you," Edelgard explained. She was confused and afraid. She thought she was in danger, and because of that, she thought I was in danger, too. "I should be flattered she remembered me," she added with a sardonic grin. Hubert did not return her grin. We have been searching for you all night, he said. He reached into his cloak and produced a canteen. Here. There is still some water in this. I dare say you need it more than me, from the sound of it. With trembling fingers, she uncorked the canteen, threw her head back, and poured the rest of the contents into her mouth. She gulped the water down greedily, craving the cool balm that soothed her dry and scraped throat. Edelgard. Byleth took her by the shoulders. You're okay. A little battered, but yes, Edelgard told her, falling into her embrace as her legs gave out. Yes, I'm okay, Professor. I'm so sorry, you must have been so worried. I turned back time, Byleth muttered as she laid Edelgard down and channeled healing magic over her bruises and scrapes, and even then, it wasn't enough. I couldn't control it. It's okay. Edelgard spared a glance at Happy, who was still allowing Geralt to pet him, though she growled and hissed when the other knights tried to approach. She's still in there, a part of her. The part that knows her friends. A part of her. Byleth looked especially glum as she let those words and their implications settle in her mouth. I know it sounds bleak, Edelgard said, but surely if there's a way to turn her into a monster, there's a way to make her human again. She wasn't sure she quite believed her own words, but they didn't quite turn to ash in her mouth, so some part of her must have been holding out hope. And who knows how much of her is still in there, buried under layers of instinct, perhaps, translated to a language none of us can understand. I dare say, Hanneman said, approaching Geralt and Happy, this term just keeps getting more and more interesting. Captain Geralt, do you think your furry friend there might consent to a blood sample? Or even just a hair sample? Just a few will do. Happy hissed at him. I think that means no, Geralt said. So, Shamir said, eyeing him suspiciously, is there a reason the fugitive we've been hunting for over 2 weeks is on such good terms with you? Shamir's right. You've got a lot of explaining to do, Captain, Catherine said, crossing her arms and eyeing her superior with a furious, smoldering glare. I'll get to it later, Geralt said, ruffling Happy's fur. You've been saying that all night. What's going on here? What was Happy doing in town and what in the goddess name has gotten into Lady Cornelia? Okay, fine. I think Cornelia's been involved in some shady business, Geralt explained. Not quite sure what, but I figured her kid would have some answers. So I've been, he glanced at Edelgard. I've been looking after her on my own, earning her trust, getting on her good side. Unfortunately, just as she seemed ready to spill her guts, this happened. Captain. Alois' face fell. Why couldn't you tell us? Couldn't you at least tell your old pal Alois? Alois, you're a good man, but you can't keep secrets. As for you two, Geralt said to Shamir and Catherine, it's nothing personal, just that the kid really doesn't like you. Shamir shrugged. Fair enough. We were rough on her. By Lady Rhea's orders. Catherine said. Lady Rhea's orders were to get information out of the girl, Geralt said. I made a lot more progress by keeping her somewhere warm and cozy than you did by sticking her in a dungeon. I see your point, Catherine said, but still. That's true. After last night, we know Cornelia's shady, Shamir said. Something connected to the Death Knight, Manuela chimed in, and Meyer, and the tragedy of Duscur. But I still don't understand. How could she be wrapped up in these terrible events? I don't know, Geralt said, but I have an idea where she's going. She's been talking about going to Inver to answer a marriage proposal these past few days. Wherever she went last night, she might be headed there now. Shamir, you're our fastest scout. As soon as we get back to the monastery, pack your bags and take off for Inver. Intercept her if you can. Shamir saluted. Got it. And be careful. Happy left Geralt's side and ambled over toward Byleth. Byleth tried to pet her, but she simply nudged her out of the way and tried to lie down on top of Edelgard. Edelgard hastily scuttled out of the way. Happy, no, she said. You're too big, you'd crush me. Happy meowed irritably at her. Edelgard's jaw dropped. She'd never expected to hear such a large and fearsome animal meow. She'd never heard of a lion being able to, she'd thought they only roared. Alois snickered. Your Highness, it seems your friend thinks you're the cat's meow. Everyone shot him a dirty look. So what do we do about Happy? Byleth asked, trying to pet her again. This time, her attempt was successful and the great beast leaned into her touch. Hubert shook his head. A beast of her size wouldn't be a welcome sight in the monastery. But perhaps we can let her roam in the forest. I'm sure that like any animal, she'd be quite self-sufficient. We can't just leave her here, she retorted. Right, Shamir said. All it would take is one hunter catching sight of her and getting spooked. Someone would die. Probably not her. Or Cornelia could come back for her, Geralt added. This is a pain in the ass, all right. She was easier to hide when she was human-sized. And human-shaped. Happy forcefully nudged his shoulder, as though she'd taken offense to that. She nearly knocked him down. It's true, he told her. Hanneman stroked his chin thoughtfully. She does seem quite tame for a monster. And given her unique circumstances, there's so much that might be uncovered from just a cursory examination. I could bring her into Garreg Mach as a research subject. Edelgard knew it was just Hanneman, and he got like this sometimes, but his cavalier attitude to experimentation did rankle her fiercely sometimes. She pushed herself to her feet. On top of that, there were all the ways this could possibly go wrong. No, absolutely not. I mean, Professor Hanneman, who would dare sign off on such a thing? Hanneman chuckled. True, Seath has denied many of my more ambitious research ventures in the past, but Seath is no longer here. I doubt you'll find her to be a model test subject. Her Highness is right, Catherine said. We can't bring this thing anywhere near the monastery. We might not have a choice, Geralt told her. It's a wild animal, she replied, although Happy didn't look quite so wild while Byleth was scratching under her chin. If we bring it back to Garreg Mach, and someone gets hurt, well, it'll be put down, one way or another, and Lady Rhea will know I said I told you so. Manuela helped Edelgard to her feet. Can you walk on those things? They took quite a beating, from the looks of it. Captain Geralt and the others can spend all day deciding what to do with your friend, but you need to get somewhere warm before any of your toes freeze and fall off. She looked to Byleth. If that's all right with you, Professor. Byleth nodded. Yes, please. One warp spell should be enough to get us to the monastery gates, Manuela said to Edelgard. From there, we'll have to walk. You can do that, right? Please don't make me have to carry you. I've been running around all night. She yawned. To say she looked exhausted did not quite do justice to how worn and weary she looked. The aging former diva looked every bit her age and more, her face creased with worry, eyes bloodshot, makeup smeared, coiffed graying hair mussed and messy. One who didn't know better might have assumed she'd been drinking from dusk to dawn. I can manage, Professor, Edelgard assured her. You have my gratitude for coming to find me. Manuela laughed. Darling, do you honestly think I'd stand back and let another one of your professor's students die? I saw how much the last one wrecked her. And of course, burying 2 students in one term would reflect poorly on the academy. Now follow me and hang on tight, because I'm very tired and I'd like to make this spell as easy to cast as possible so I don't do something stupid like warp your outsides away but leave your insides behind. That can happen. A loud meow interrupted them. Happy broke away from Byleth and sauntered toward them, stretched, wormed her claws into the ground, and meowed again. For a moment, Edelgard found herself struck by just how much that vocalization sounded as though she were crying out, "El." I'm sorry, Happy, Edelgard said, reaching out and letting Happy sniff her hand. You can't come with us. Stay with Geralt. She knew it was pointless to speak to her, but there was something about cats that simply made it impossible to not try to hold a conversation, however one-sided it was. Happy meowed again and lowered her head, allowing Edelgard to scratch between her ears. It won't be long. I'll see you again, Edelgard assured her, raking her fingernails over her scalp. We'll find a way to fix you. Happy pulled away from her and examined Manuela skeptically. Manuela recoiled a bit, her breath freezing in the air as the beast inched closer and sniffed the air around her, whiskers twitching. I think she might like you, Professor, Edelgard said. Emboldened, Manuela held out her hand and carefully started scratching under Happy's chin. Oh. Oh, you. You're just a big kitten, aren't you? Who's a big kitty? As though to answer her question, Happy started purring. She must remember that I took care of her in the infirmary. That's right, you're safe around me. You're actually a very pretty kitty, Happy. So, you like all of us professors except for crusty old Hanneman, do you? Well, it's okay. Captain Gerald won't let that mean old geezer hurt you. Happy dropped to the ground and rolled onto her back. The sight of it, rather than amusing Edelgard as it had when the two of them had been alone last night, almost sickened her. This was what it meant to be reduced to a beast, to be deprived of all thought but instinct, all behavior but unrestrained ID. The human girl this beast had been only a day ago would be mortified to be caught behaving like this in broad daylight in front of so many people. Oh, no you don't, Manuela said, eyeing the tantalizingly fluffy spread of soft belly fur laid out before her. I'm wise to your tricks. She grabbed hold of Edelgard and guided her to the edge of the clearing, the better to perform the spell in her tired state. Sorry, Happy, but I've got to take your friend back home. We'll see you later. Happy looked up at them and let out an almost sad-sounding trill. Her scarlet eyes were wide, pupils round and dilated. She rolled over, pressed herself low to the ground, and with a sudden lunge nipped at Edelgard's ankle, or, rather, her entire leg. There was a sharp outcry from the others, but Edelgard stayed calm. Happy's fangs hadn't broken the skin, they'd clamped down gently on her leg, applying a firm yet harmless pressure. Hubert wiped beads of sweat from his brow. It appears she would rather have you stay, Lady Edelgard, he said with a trace of amusement in his voice. I know, Edelgard said. Unfortunately, she couldn't have that. Hubert, would you please take your lance and draw a square about Happy's size in the dirt? A square. His brow furrowed, then relaxed. Ah, I understand. At once, Your Highness. Happy turned around and watched as Hubert set to work. He traced 4 lines in the ground with his blade, and after he'd stepped away and waited a minute or so, she sauntered over to it and sat down in the square, folding her paws underneath herself and making herself into a furry lump. She seemed content. Holy shit, Gerald said. Manuela took Edelgard by the shoulder. Ready now. Edelgard nodded. The world promptly vanished in a pillar of light, and a moment later, Edelgard found herself at the front gates to the monastery, towering walls of stone and mortar rising up to replace the frosted trees. Her legs threatened to crumple under her weight, and the world spun around her in a vertigo-inducing swirl for a few minutes while she got her bearings. Spots danced in front of her eye. Greetings, Professor, the gatekeeper chirped, sharply saluting Manuela as she reeled and fought to regain her balance. Nothing to report. Except for those beasts that attacked the town last night. Are those all taken care of now? More or less, Manuela said, and once she'd gotten herself steady she walked Edelgard through the gates and into the main hall. It wasn't long before they reached the stairs to the faculty offices and the infirmary. Stairs, she muttered, trudging up the steps one at a time. Why stairs? Why did they put the infirmary on the 2nd floor? Didn't anyone ever think about how hard it is to carry wounded people up a flight of stairs? The nerve of this place's architects. If I could go back in time 1,000 years, why, I'd give Em a piece of my mind. They passed Cyril in the hall. Hey there, Professor, he said to Manuela as he swept the floor. Hittin' the bottle again. Oh, don't give me that. You don't know what a night this has been, you little twerp. Edelgard and Manuela settled into the infirmary. Edelgard had started getting used to lying down on these cots. Manuela took to her chair and started rummaging under her desk. Thank you, Professor, Edelgard said. She observed the infirmary and found it empty. Dimitri and Gilbert were discharged. She held back a sneeze, paused and waited for it to come, and felt the tickle in the back of her nose and mouth mercifully fade. Manuela looked up from the flask she'd found. Oh, yes, I sent them on their way last night before we went into town. With strict instructions to take it easy, of course. Stricter in His Highness' case. If Dida doesn't keep him down until at least Monday, I'll be very cross with both of them. Good. Annette was distraught about Gilbert's health. She was, Manuela took a swig from her flask. Ugh. Thank the goddess for the gift of whiskey. And thank the goddess I told Claude to teach the class for me today. Heaven only knows what he's teaching them, of course, but you couldn't put me in front of those brats right now after all this. Edelgard would have said something, but Manuela kept going. Was that really Cornelia last night? The Lady Cornelia? The one and only, inimitable, greatest physician and white magician in all of Fodlan since the War of Heroes. The answer to that was complicated, but as far as Edelgard was aware, there was indeed only one Cornelia currently alive in Fodlan. I'm afraid so. I can't believe it. The Death Knight, the Hurricane King, Tamash, Remire, Dusker, I can't believe she's wrapped up in these things. Why, it was her work treating the plague in Faerghus all those years ago that inspired me to become a physician in the first place. She was a good person, not someone who would turn her own daughter into a beast. Manuela leaped out of her chair and slammed her hands on the desk, letting her flask fall to the floor. Oh, dear goddess. If that's what she did to Happy, then what has she been doing to poor Mercedes? I'll have to talk to Lord Frildarius right away. No, Edelgard said. Professor Geralt, and I believe that whatever Cornelia's been involved in, he's a part of it as well. Remember, before Cornelia transformed her, Happy mentioned Rodrigue by name. You might want to steer clear of him and let the knights handle this. Manuela's face turned pale. So she did. She slumped back into her seat. So she did. Well, I'm going to lie down on one of these cots now. If anybody asks, tell them I'm not dead. Or hungover. Stay here until your legs feel better. Physician's orders. She trudged to one of the empty cots and laid herself down. What a week, huh? Thank the goddess it's Friday. It's Thursday, Professor, Edelgard pointed out. Manuela let out a pained, ghastly moan. Thursday. I hate Thursdays. What business do they have, being so close to Friday? The goddess shouldn't have allowed it. Edelgard looked down at herself and for the first time noticed all the short, wispy scarlet hairs clinging to her blouse, bright and distinct against the stained and muddy once white cotton. She sneezed. Cat allergy? Manuela asked. I should hope not. I've never been allergic to cats before, she said. And I'd hate to start now. With a put-upon sigh, Manuela left her cot, crossed the room, and put the back of her hand against Edelgard's forehead. No fever from what I can tell. You're probably a bit achy, though that's probably from the beating you took. Any congestion, sinus pressure, sore throat, the like? A little. To nobody's surprise, you're probably coming down with a cold. Here. Take this. Manuela trudged to her cabinet, produced a vial of syrupy violet liquid, and brought it to her. Edelgard downed the vial's contents, ignored the ghastly taste, and instantly felt as though a bell had been rung inside her nose. Satisfied, Manuela went back to take her much-needed nap. Edelgard felt well enough to leave the infirmary later that afternoon and, while Manuela was getting some much-needed sleep and snoring away, she discharged herself and crept into the hall and down the stairs. She felt filthy, desperately in need of a hot bath from head to toe. Her uniform would need some deep cleaning and mending as well, at least she had plenty of spares. More than that, though, she was starving but was loath to go to the dining hall as she was. She'd have to change clothes and at least try to comb most of the sticks and dirt out of her hair first, she decided, but her wandering eye caught sight of something that stopped her in her tracks. There, at the entrance to the hall, stood Thales and Ingrid, both conversing in low voices. Edelgard crept closer, hoping to get close enough to make out their whispers without either of them noticing, but before she could get close, she sneezed. Thales abruptly broke away from Ingrid and vanished into the courtyard with a sweep of his fur-lined cloak. Ingrid heard Edelgard and all but sprinted to her side, her conversation with the impostor Lord Frildarius quickly forgotten. Edelgard. Are you all right? Claude and Hilda and Leonie told us what happened last night and you look terrible. By the way, are you okay? Well, I've had better days, Edelgard said, but... Edelgard. Ferdinand's voice echoed through the hall, booming, accompanied by the squeaks and clacks of freshly polished boots against the tile floor. He was upon her in an instant, because of her eye patch and the blind spot it introduced, Edelgard only heard him coming. There you are. Are you well? Claude and Hilda and Leonie told me what happened last night and oh, you look ghastly, by the way. I'm fine, Ferdinand. Thank heavens. And where is Hubert? He's on his way back. The long way. Professor Manuela could only warp herself and one of us back, and obviously. Yes, of course, obviously, Ferdinand said, letting out a relieved sigh as he looked her over. He held out a paper box he'd been carrying under his arm. Oh, and one more thing, this arrived for you this morning. Apparently, you special ordered a chocolate cherry cake from the bakery. Edelgard took the box. It's for Bernadetta, actually. I promised it to her last weekend. Good luck reaching her, Ingrid said. I couldn't get her out of her room this morning. So, Edelgard said, what were you and Rodrigue talking about? She noticed, too late, that Ingrid's eyes were rimmed with red. Oh, Ingrid tensed up and glanced away. I was just worried about Glenn. Don't you think you might be overreacting? How many times has he disappeared for no reason and then just popped up again like he'd never left? Because Rodrigue is worried. And if he's worried, at least you're safe, Edelgard. Ingrid crossed her arms. But what is it about you that you keep getting dragged into these situations? I have to concur with Lady Ingrid, Ferdinand said, crossing his arms in turn. Edelgard, Hubert, and I both agree that your constant troublemaking is running us ragged. I have been sick with worry all night. I could hardly eat this morning. And I just got out of a certification exam which I am certain I failed due to how overcome I was with worry. Imagine, me, head of the Black Eagles, future Prime Minister, Ferdinand von Aegir, failing a certification exam. How on earth am I expected to beat Buckhart's record now? I wouldn't say I make trouble, Edelgard retorted flippantly. It simply finds me. Well, make yourself harder to find, then, for your sake and ours both. Ferdinand snapped at her, his face reddening. She sneezed into her elbow. Oh, I did not mean to raise my voice. Pardon my outburst. It seems you are more in need of a nice bath and some warm tea than anything I have to say. Hey, Princess. Next it was Sylvain who came running down the hall. He doubled over, resting his hands on his knees as he caught his breath. Nice to see you again. I heard from Claude and Hilda and Leonie that you were. Yes, I'm fine now, Edelgard said. What's the matter? I need your help, he said. Bernadetta's barricaded herself in the greenhouse. I am sorry, but Lady Edelgard has been lost in the woods all night, Ferdinand said, taking Edelgard by the shoulder. First things first, I am going to have a bath drawn for her and normally, I'd love to join her, Sylvain said, eliciting an indignant glare from Ferdinand, but this is serious. I'm worried about Bernie. Ingrid rolled her eyes. Oh, are you? Yes, I am. And what ulterior motives could you possibly have? You haven't stopped harassing her since she joined our class. Harassing her? Like you've got room to talk. Who was it who damn near busted her door down yesterday? Sylvain spat back. I just wanted to make sure she attended combat drills with us, she said. Well, then, the donkey calls the pig long ears, he retorted. Stop bickering, both of you, Edelgard said, trying to look as stern and authoritative as possible while holding an entire chocolate cake in her arms. Sylvain fell silent, and Ingrid with him. I gotta say, he said, that eye patch makes you at least 3 times more authoritative. Why are your older brothers fighting over the empire? If anything, you should be in charge. Flattered. I'll head over to the greenhouse and see if I can't coax her out. Edelgard, Ferdinand said, you're really in no condition to. I'll be all right. She sneezed again and just barely managed to catch it on her sleeve. Ferdinand grimaced at the sight of the mucus clinging to her blouse. Manners, Edelgard, he moaned, fetching a spare handkerchief from his coat and handing it to her. Oh, please. It's past saving, anyway, Edelgard said, though she took the handkerchief and used it to mop up what she could. I have an idea. Why don't you get my bath started while I take care of this? You are right. It will take time to heat the water, anyway. Is there any tea you'd prefer? I'd recommend mint or ginger if you feel a cold coming on. Mint will do, Ferdinand. Thank you. Ferdinand bowed to her. It is the least I can do, my dear, he said, and he was off. Edelgard let Sylvain lead her and Ingrid to the greenhouse. Much to her chagrin, the two of them wouldn't stop sniping at each other, making the short walk seem like an eternity. Edelgard found herself almost wishing she hadn't left the woods. For once, I'm not chasing another girl's skirt. Save your breath. I know you're just trying to get another look at her diary. That wasn't her diary. I swear, if you go any lower, no one will need to bury you when you die. I'm worried about a girl that I actually want to be friends with, Sylvain huffed, and that's it. Oh, you want to be friends with her? Pull the other one. Ingrid snapped. If I've seen you do this once, I've seen you do this 100 times, and the last thing I want is to clean up yet another piece of human debris you leave behind. Enough, Edelgard said to them as she reached the greenhouse door. You'll scare her. She put her hand on the handle. It jiggled, but wouldn't budge. Bernadetta must have put something in front of the door to keep it shut. The glass walls were fogged and frosted, reducing everything inside to a blur. There was a vaguely purplish blur through the green-tinted glass that might have been Bernadetta. Edelgard knocked on the door. Bernadetta, she called out. Are you all right? We're worried about you. There was no answer. Sylvain cupped his hands around his mouth. Hey, Bernie. Would it help if I apologized? Again. So you were harassing her, Ingrid said. Just covering my bases. Edelgard watched the purplish blur that might have been Bernadetta pace nervously in front of the door. Whatever has caused you to lock yourself up in here, it's okay. We're here to help you. Why don't you just go away and find some other girl's heart to break? Ingrid asked Sylvain. Look, I know you're broken up that your asshole fiancé might be dead again, Sylvain retorted, but that's no excuse to take your frustration out on me. You're always telling me to act your age, but who's going to tell you? Bernadetta's voice, small, weak, and muffled, came through the door. Edelgard? I mean, Your Highness. Sylvain and Ingrid promptly shut themselves up. Hello, Bernadetta, Edelgard said. Sorry for the noise. Is something wrong? Nope. Not at all. Everything's fine. Why would you even say otherwise? I'm definitely not worried about my father. Is something wrong with your father? What isn't? I mean, nothing. Nothing. Bernie, your friends are here to see if you need help, Edelgard said. You don't need to keep all your troubles to yourself. Also, I have that cake I promised you. Really? Yes. You're not trying to trick me? No. It's right here. It arrived from the bakery today. The door creaked open and Bernadetta shuffled out. Her gray eyes were downcast, her mouth drawn into a worried frown, and her hood was pulled tightly over the mop of violet hair that fell over her brow. In her hands she clutched an unopened envelope sealed with wax and stamped with the seal of House Varley. The cake. Edelgard pulled away the lid of the box just enough for her to see the treat within a thick, round chocolate cake slathered with chocolate frosting and dotted with candied cherries. Bernadetta's eyes lit up at the sight of it. So that's what I've been doing wrong, Sylvain muttered, peering over Edelgard's shoulder. Thank you, Edelgard. Bernadetta squeaked, grabbing the box and hurrying back inside as the door swung shut again. Edelgard put out her foot and held the door open. Not so fast. You can have your cake, but I want you to come out and tell us why you've shut yourself up in here. We want to help you. With a resigned sigh, Bernadetta allowed herself to leave the greenhouse, shivering in the cold. She still had the envelope pressed to her chest along with the cake box. Okay. Fine. I'm out. I did it because it's nice in here. Because it's warm and I couldn't take it anymore and Bernie just likes being surrounded by beauty when Bernie's upset, okay. What's the matter, Bernadetta? Ingrid asked. It was remarkable how quickly she could set aside her issues with Sylvain when the task at hand called for it. It's a letter, Bernadetta whimpered. From my father. Oh. Ingrid nodded. I see. I suppose you'd want to read it in private, then. All right, Sylvain, time to go. Are you kidding me? I don't want to read it at all. Bernadetta cried. I've been holding onto it for days, but if I could have my way I'd burn it. I'd burn it all. But he'd know. He'd know if I didn't answer any of his letters, he'd know Bernie burned them. Well, you shouldn't burn it, then. There could be important news in there, Sylvain said to her. Hey, it could even be good news. Bernadetta vigorously shook her head. Nobody's getting good news right now. Edelgard had to admit, she had a point. Bernadetta, would it help if we were with you while you read it to yourself? Maybe. Maybe just a little. The four of them stepped into the greenhouse. Edelgard could see why Bernadetta had chosen to hide here. After what she'd been through, the warm, humid air was like a blessing from the goddess. Bernadetta's grip on the envelope loosened. Oh. Okay. Here goes. Bernie's gonna do it. She ripped the envelope open and pulled out the letter within. Kmin, Bernie, be brave. Like you are when you talk to Dimitri. Brave Bernie. Brave Bernie, she took a deep breath. I can do it. I can do it. Okay. It says, she looked down at it. Dear Bernadetta, is something wrong? Edelgard asked her. Bernadetta squeezed her eyes shut. I can't do it. What if he's disowning me? What would I do? All I have is the money mother sent with me here, and if I'm disowned and then I run out, then what do I do? I'll end up living on the streets. I'm sure it's nothing that terrible, Edelgard said. Would it help if I read the letter for you? Ingrid asked. You can't avoid this thing forever, you know. I can try, can't I? If I don't read it, it doesn't have to have happened. Ingrid has a point, Edelgard said. Ignoring the letter won't change its contents. I'll look it over first, Ingrid assured Bernadetta, and see whether or not you should be nervous about it. She held out her hand, and Bernadetta placed the letter in it, trembling like a baby deer. Everyone sat down amid the plants. Bernadetta kept the cake box on her lap. Ingrid looked over the letter while Bernadetta pecked at the cake with a fork she'd had hidden in her uniform. Oh, this is nothing to be worried about, she finally said after a long silence, chuckling a little. Your father's just notifying you of some suitors he's found for you. I used to get letters like this all the time. It's not too bad, if you're not interested in them, I'm sure he will. She trailed off. Her eyes widened. Prince Anselm wants your hand in marriage, she gasped. What? Edelgard gasped. What? Sylvain gasped. Wig. Bernadetta gasped, spilling a fork and mouthful of cake down the front of her blouse. Why you're making that up, she said, hastily wiping down her blouse. It's a trick. A trick. Well, I'm on to you. You're not gonna pull the wool over Bernie's eyes. It's all right here, Ingrid said, reading further down. And that's not all. You've got an offer to be one of Prince Buckhart's imperial consorts. Her brow furrowed. That's ridiculous. Bernadetta said. There's no way. Once the initial shock had worn off, Edelgard supposed she wasn't all that surprised. Both Anselm and Burkhart wanted House Varley on their side, and marriage and lots of money was a good way to solidify such a tie. Burkhart must have already offered a marriage proposal to someone else, but just as their father had done, it was customary for an emperor to collect plenty of women on the side in order to produce as many potential heirs as possible. It was entirely possible that a consort's child could end up inheriting the throne over a child of the emperor's actual wife, as Edelgard knew all too well. Bernadetta shuddered as though a chill had just run up her spine. I'm just. Father always told me that I was useless and unmarriageable, but now. I mean, this can't be real, right? He's got to be pulling a prank on me or something. I've never been good enough, and now two princes want to. She let out a nervous bark of laughter. That's right. It's a joke. A hilarious joke, at my expense. He's probably laughing himself to death right now thinking about how I'd react, she added with a sigh. Or what if? What if I marry Anselm and Burkhard becomes the emperor? Or what if I marry Burkhard and Anselm becomes the emperor? It'd be off with Bernie's head. And either way, if a civil war happens, I'll be caught in the middle of it. That's it. That's what this is all about. He's trying to get rid of me. There's more. A discomforted frown creased Ingrid's face as she read on. She cleared her throat. As much as I detest Prince Anselm, Prince Burkhard's offer is wholly and entirely unacceptable, not in the slightest due to the paucity of the bride wealth he has offered. I will not allow my daughter to settle for the life of an emperor's where there are some very uncouth words here, she said. That sounded like Count Varley, for sure. Edelgard hadn't been able to stand the man even before she'd met Bernadetta and discovered how he treated his daughter. It seemed Anselm had chosen to gamble on his greed and it had been a winning move. Like so many political figures, any pretense of principle went out the window when sufficient sums of money were on the table. To make a long story short, Ingrid set the letter down. Bernadetta, your father is going to marry you to Prince Anselm as soon as you leave Garreg Mach. No way! Sylvain shouted out, leaping to his feet. He can't do that. He's well within his rights to, Ingrid said. Just like in Faerghus, and everywhere else, it's the head of the house's responsibility to arrange marriages for his children. Here's what we'll do, Bernie, Sylvain continued, ignoring her. As soon as we all graduate, you go to Archbishop Ria and ask to join the Church of Syros as a nun, so you'll never have to leave Garreg Mach, and later I'll become a professor at the academy. Sylvain, take this seriously. I am. Even before Bernadetta started crying, Edelgard could see the forlorn, lost look on her face, the melancholy even a week's worth of sweet desserts couldn't erase, and by the time the first tear rolled from her eyes down her cheeks, Edelgard already had one hand on her shoulder and another on her chest. I'm sorry, Bernie, she said. It's not fair for you to be dragged into my family's petty squabbles. Bernadetta sobbed into her shoulder. Edelgard patted her on the back, drew little circles with her fingertip between her shoulder blades, did all the things she'd learned over the years that soothed her. Look what you've done, Ingrid told Sylvain. Are you happy now? Well, I don't see you offering any solutions. Solutions? What's there to solve? It's an arranged marriage, just like mine. Yeah, just like yours, and I know how you feel about Glenn. As for this Anselm guy, I don't know him, I don't want to know him, but I know his type. He's bitter and resentful because he didn't get something he felt entitled to. And if you think I'm going to stand by and let her marry that kind of rat, you're not going to stand by? Oh, please. All you have is inane ideas straight out of Ash's night stories. Ingrid stood up. How dare you, she snarled, drawing her fist back. Bernadetta pulled herself out of Edelgard's embrace. It's okay, she mumbled, sniffling. Bernie's enough. Bernie's good enough. She made a noise halfway between a laugh and a sob, a walking contradiction torn apart by all the conflicting ways the news had hit her. That's, good? That's good. I'm not useless to him anymore. He needs me. He finally needs me. Sylvain looked down at her with his brow furrowed, his concern distracting him from his spat with Ingrid. Bernie, are you all right? Bernadetta nodded and stood up. Why yes, of course, Bernie's all right. Totally fine. This is good news, actually. This is the best day of Bernie's life. Ingrid's expression softened. Wait a minute. Your father called you useless. Yes, but I'm not anymore, Bernadetta said excitedly. I'm not unmarriageable. He said I wasn't unmarriageable anymore, and does that mean it worked? All the times he tied me up and slapped me for fidgeting and dragged me out of my room and tore up my paintings and burned my stories, and she started choking on her own breath. Breathe, Bernie, Edelgard said, taking hold of her. Calm down. She pressed her palm to her heaving chest and took her hand, squeezing it gently and slowly. Here. Calm down. It's all right. Ingrid and Sylvain were aghast at what they'd heard. He did what to you? Ingrid asked, and Edelgard could see in her eyes that she was thinking of how kind her own father had always been to her, how fortunate she'd been to have a father who hadn't tried to beat her childhood dreams out of her. Did he really do all those things to you, Bernie? Sylvain asked, and Edelgard could hear the indignation in his voice, as someone who'd fallen in love with Bernadetta for the same stories her father had dismissed as idle trash and set alight. Bernadetta nodded as she tried to catch her breath. She hiccuped. He used to train me to be a good wife, she sobbed. He'd scold me all the time, he'd tie me to a chair and leave me there all day to teach me to be quiet, he'd drag me kicking and screaming out of my room. Ingrid shifted uncomfortably where she stood. Shouldn't have busted her door down yesterday, Sylvain muttered to her. I told you. Her downcast eyes fell to the floor. I had no idea. I'm sorry, Bernadetta. I've only heard rumors of Count Varley's cruelty, Edelgard said to Bernadetta, pretending she didn't know her entire history like an open book. But the Adrestian nobles are more rotten than even I'd fathomed. I'm so sorry you suffered through that. Bernadetta sniffled as her breathing steadied, resting her head on Edelgard's shoulder. But, it's okay now, right? I guess. Bernie's got to thank him for all the work he put into Bernie. No, it's not okay. Ingrid all but shouted. After all the ways he hurt you, you don't owe him a damn thing. Sylvain stared at her, jaw slack, mouth agape. Obviously, she'd taken the words from his mouth and he was shocked to hear them coming from her, of all people. I know what it's like to feel an obligation to your father's wishes, she continued, clenching her fists, but my father earned that from me. He was stern sometimes, like a parent should be, frustrating sometimes, sure, but real fathers don't torture their daughters. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay. Bernadetta swallowed the lump in her throat. I think I'm gonna go back to my room. And eat this whole cake now. No, don't, Ingrid said. You'll make yourself sick. Maybe we could share it, Sylvain suggested. If you want to. It's just like Ingrid said, it's a lot to eat on your own. That sounds nice, if it's all the same to you, Edelgard said to Bernadetta. She barely managed to catch a sneeze in time. But, she croaked, I don't think I'd be able to join you. I had a rough night. Bernadetta looked at her, blinked, and seemed to finally see her for the first time today. Oh, Lady Edelgard, your highness, you look awful. What happened? She looked to Sylvain and Ingrid. Did I miss something important? Edelgard sank into the bathtub, letting the just warm enough water lap at her skin and her hair fan out across the surface. It was far from the largest or most luxurious bathtub, since it was only used for patients in the infirmary whose treatments required mineral baths. She would have liked to be able to fit in it without bending her legs and forcing her knees to stick out in the air like a pair of mountains, but after her ordeal, it was more than enough to count as a small piece of heaven. Ferdinand had left her a bar of lavender-scented soap, a mug of steaming, freshly poured mint tea, a comb for her hair, a clean towel, and a pristine and neatly folded uniform before leaving her to her own devices. She might as well have been in a palace, this was the most pampering she'd gotten in months. So, of course, while she allowed herself to spoil herself, her thoughts turned to Happy, and for the rest of the afternoon as she soaked and scrubbed away the dirt and let the warm water caress her sore and aching body, all she could do was worry. She worried while she sipped her tea. She worried while she let the tea grow cold. She worried while she whittled down her soap against a few persistent mud and blood stains that had stuck themselves firmly to her skin. She worried while she washed her hair. And when she had climbed out of the tub, dried herself off, dressed herself, and drunk the last dregs of cold tea, she was still worried. She simply had to trust that Byleth, Geralt, and Hanneman could come to some agreement about how to safeguard a not quite feral cat the size of an Albanian moose, and that said cat would cooperate with them. But while she'd learned to delegate, she had no one to task with doing her worrying for her. She felt that if she did that, there was no depth to which she wouldn't sink. To worry was to care, to worry was one of few virtues she knew for sure she possessed. And yet it would be nice to not be so compulsive about it. Her hair, tied up in a loose bun while it dried, was still quite damp when she stepped outside, and the air that set upon it was ice cold. Heavy gray clouds blanketed the sky now, with only a faint white glow slipping slowly toward the horizon marking the sun's location behind them, and a few snowflakes were beginning to drift lazily to the ground in slow, twirling descents. In the distance, the cathedral's bells rang 3 o'clock, She was clean, her body didn't hurt nearly as much as it had in the morning, she didn't feel quite so stuffy, and she felt hungry enough to eat a horse. She ran into Ingrid in the courtyard, both of them finding themselves on their way to the dining hall. Ingrid seemed to be in slightly higher spirits than earlier, but there was still a nervous tension running under her skin like the air before a thunderstorm. "Edelgard," she said, stopping in her tracks to meet her, "you look a lot better now. How do you feel?" "Human, at least," Edelgard answered. "How is Bernie?" "Better, a little less hysterical, at least. Sylvain's got a whole bunch of utterly ridiculous schemes she could use to get out of that marriage." "But, what do you think?" "I think the nun idea is particularly ill-advised," Edelgard said. "No, about Anselm. Regardless of Bernadetta's father, how do you feel about that arrangement? Would he be a good husband to her? I wish I knew. From how your siblings talk about him, I'd figured you two were quite close." "We were," Edelgard said, trying not to sound too evasive, "but the Anselm who's doing these things now. I don't understand who he's become." "I see." Ingrid sighed. "I'm sorry I've been so edgy lately. It's Glenn." "I figured as much." Edelgard knew that it was primarily her fault that Ingrid had this worry gnawing at her heart. "I hope he's okay. As much as I mean," Ingrid's mouth flapped, opened, and closed like a fish gasping for air, but nothing came out. "It'll just be a few months until I marry him. I'd hoped to be a proper Garland bride, but Rodrigue doesn't want to wait that long anymore." "Are you afraid he won't be a good husband to you?" "Given the situation, I'm not comfortable speaking ill of him right now," Ingrid said, biting her lip as her evasive answer darted from her mouth in a puff of white clouds. "I understand." Edelgard nodded. "Felix keeps saying he's nothing like his old self, though. I wonder. What? If he might be an imposter, like Tomasz was." Ingrid shook her head. "No, that's ridiculous. What if I told you that Anselm was an imposter? Would you believe me?" "It would explain a lot," Edelgard said. "But Ingrid, think. What if he was? It would explain his mysterious disappearances, his strange attitude." "No. Stop." Ingrid kept shaking her head. "Glenn's alive, he's out there, I know it. I can't accept that he isn't. I can't bury him again." "I'm sorry," Edelgard said, realizing that she wouldn't accomplish anything but further upsetting her. She took Ingrid by the shoulder. "It was just a thought I had, and if you think it's nonsense, then I trust you. You know him better than I do, after all. I suppose I'm just paranoid." She knew she was digging a grave for herself. When Kronia revealed herself, because whatever happened, she couldn't pretend to be Glenn forever. Ingrid and Felix would both recall that Edelgard had suggested the truth to them first, and they had both rejected it. They would wonder how she could have known that, and what else she had known, what else she had been hiding. Ingrid took her hand and brushed it aside, but there was a faint smile on her face. "I suppose you are. And you have every reason to be. Do you want to share a meal with me right now? I've got some training scheduled later this afternoon, so I thought I'd grab an early supper." "You must be starving." Edelgard's stomach twisted itself into a knot around her backbone. "I'd like that a lot," she said. The two of them entered the dining hall and took their place in line. Today's meal was meat pies, judging from the smell, but Edelgard was so hungry that even that made her mouth water. After they'd reached the head of the line and received their food, the sight of it, let alone the smell, made Edelgard feel faint. They searched for a table, only to find themselves intercepted by a plump, brown-haired young woman Edelgard identified too late as her older sister Heidi Marie. Her face lit up with shock and relief at the sight of her. "Oh, Elle, darling. Here you are. You're all right." Edelgard found herself swaddled in a warm, firm embrace. Hedwig may have hugged the hardest and the most enthusiastically, but Heidi Marie hugged the way a sword master dueled gracefully, artfully, with a well-honed technique that spoke to years of craftsmanship. "I heard about what happened last night. From Claude, Hilda, and Leonie. Yes, I know. And Ferdinand told me you'd came back, but I couldn't find you. He said you were cleaning up, but I checked the showers and you weren't there. Oh, but you don't look so bad for someone who was mauled by a beast." Heidi Marie looked her over. A few bruises, a couple scrapes. The worst of it is healed, thankfully, Edelgard said, and it wasn't so bad to begin with. Heidi Marie looked Ingrid's way. And who's this? Your friend. Ingrid bowed. Ingrid Brandel Galatea of the Blue Lions, Your Highness. It's an honor and a pleasure. Galatea? As in House Galatea. Heidi Marie's voice was sweet, but there was no denying that despite her smile she sounded just a little disappointed, as though she had hoped Edelgard was keeping wealthier company. It's nice to meet you, too. I'm glad Elle has friends in her new class. Oh, Edelgard gets along with just about everyone, Ingrid said. Well, quite the problem solver you've become, Heidi Marie said to Edelgard. I didn't say she solves problems, Ingrid clarified. Just that she gets along with everyone. Heidi Marie laughed. That sounds more like the Elle I know. Do you mind if I join you? Not at all, Edelgard said, and the three of them found a table together. She usually wasn't as much of a voracious eater as Ingrid, but at this moment she could hardly control herself. Heidi Marie watched them finish their meals with quiet bemusement while she picked at her own food. Is this one of your favorites? Heidi Marie asked when Edelgard had nearly finished. I've actually never liked the meat pies here. Edelgard set her fork down and shook her head. Oh, no, they disgust me. Heidi Marie laughed. Any port in a storm, I suppose. Ingrid's fork scraped against her plate as she finished the last few bites of her supper. When she ate, she left her plates and bowls almost as clean as they'd been when she got them. So, Lady Heidi Marie, I hope you don't mind me asking, but, can you tell me more about Prince Anselm? Heidi Marie frowned. What about him? Why would you want to know more about him? Well, between us, I was with Bernadetta von Varley earlier and she's just received news from her father that she's to marry him. Oh. That poor girl. Ingrid's face fell. Would he be that poor of a husband? Oh, no, I was saying that in general. The little Miss Varley is very, well, one look at her and you can tell she's in a sorry state. I think Anselm would be a fairly decent husband to her, I suppose. Really? I didn't think you and your siblings had very high opinions about him. Heidi Marie shrugged. Well, it is awfully hard to get a word in edgewise with Gerland and Justine dominating the conversation. Do you support Anselm, then? Edelgard asked, trying her best to sound as non-judgmental as possible. Well, between the three of us, honestly, yes, Heidi Marie answered her. Father put him into his will for a reason, and I have faith that it was a good one. But a will isn't legally binding when we already have rules establishing primogeniture for imperial succession, Edelgard said. If our father had really wanted to pass the crown onto him, he should have gone through official channels and consulted Parliament. Perhaps he meant to before he passed. Still, while I think Anselm would make a fine ruler, his claim to the throne is specious at best, certainly not worth tearing a Drescha. She tried and failed to hold back a sneeze. Excuse me. Tearing a Drescha apart. Besides, why would our father have made such a drastic change to his will without informing us before he passed? Clearly, something is rotten in the state of Drescha. Don't tell me you've fallen for that rumor Burkhard is trying to spread about it being a forged will. Honestly, it's because he made that claim that I don't feel comfortable supporting him. I don't think he ever really respected father at all. Is dividing the empire respectful of his wishes? Heidi Marie, obviously not accustomed to hearing rebuttals from Edelgard, continued as though she hadn't said anything. More to the point, though, El Anselm has a real vision for the empire. He wants to make things better. Burkhard just wants more of the same. I'm sure Emmanuel and Dagmar agree with me, I just haven't heard back from them yet. She went back to picking at her food. How is Anselm going to make Drescha better by tearing it apart? This whole succession crisis is asinine. He and Burkhard need to come to their senses and find a compromise before the situation worsens. Yes, they should find a compromise. Burkhard can start by stepping down and allowing Anselm to take the crown. Have you heard that the people of Inber are gathering outside of the palace gates, demanding that Anselm be made emperor? I have not, and I find it hard to believe, Edelgard said. Forget I brought it up, Ingrid said. The Empire's business really doesn't concern me, anyway. But back to my point, Lady Heidi Marie, if you think so highly of Prince Anselm, then I feel better about Bernadetta. She stood up. Actually, I have to go. I've got some training to do, and then it's straight to the library, so I'm ready for tomorrow's quiz. Edelgard stood up next. Oh. The quiz, that's right. With everything that's happened, it's completely slipped my mind. Thanks for reminding me, Ingrid. Sorry, Heidi Marie, but I've got a lot of reading to catch up on tonight. There was no quiz tomorrow, actually, but she'd had just about enough of her family's petty squabbles for one day, and it seemed Ingrid could tell that she needed an excuse to leave. Oh, I understand, Heidi Marie said. Good luck and take care, Elle. The sky was beginning to turn dark and the snowfall was becoming heavier when Edelgard returned to the dormitories and settled into her room. Byleth, Geralt, and Happy's whereabouts still weighed on her mind, but there was nothing to do and nothing to be done, especially with Ferdinand's watchful eye upon her as soon as she'd left the dining hall. He had found her and impressed on her that he was under strict orders from her uncle Vokhard to keep her safe and sound while she recuperated. She took the time once she'd changed into her pajamas to collect her thoughts and update her journal, though it wasn't long before she was interrupted by a knock on her door. Who is it? She called out, slipping the journal into her desk drawer behind all the notebooks she used for her classes. Elle, it's me, Dmitri answered from behind the door, his voice muffled by the wood. Evidently, he was feeling better since his meltdown earlier this week. May I come in? The door's unlocked, go ahead. Dmitri opened the door and stepped inside. He looked better, relatively speaking, his skin was clearer, he didn't look quite so gaunt, and there was less of a haunted look in his eyes. He'd traded in his uniform for the same shorts and tunic he typically wore to bed, and the short sleeves exposed his scarred and bruised arms. He smiled at the sight of her. You don't look terrible. You don't look terrible, either, Edelgard replied. Bed rest is doing you good, I see. Professor Manuela got tired of healing me and decided it would be best if the rest of my injuries ran their course. He took careful, deliberate steps toward her bed and sat down on it. So until Monday at least, I fear I am a prisoner in this building. If I leave, Didu and I will be expelled. Of course, he added with a dark chuckle, that does not matter much to either of us, but the scandal would destroy the rest of the house. Edelgard left her chair and came to his side. Does it still hurt? He nodded. Anywhere in particular? Just about everywhere, he said, but, he placed his hand on his heart. Everywhere but here, thankfully. Oh. You were right. You were right about Byleth. If I had lost her, I do not know what I would have done. What I was that day, the bore. I would have never came back. Thank you. One finger lightly traced the line of one of his ghostly white seam-line scars as it intersected with a fading blotch of gray and purple. I spoke to her yesterday and asked her how she was doing. She said that, when she looked in a mirror, she felt as though she was missing an old friend. I had never thought of it that way. Edelgard knew that Byleth had meant that very literally, but as a metaphor for the loss Dmitri had suffered in this world and she had suffered in her own world, it worked surprisingly well. Professor Byleth and I are not unalike, he added. Did you know that before she came here, she was known as the Ashen Demon? She showed no emotion on the battlefield, and her first taste of battle was when she was only 10. She's been a remorseless killer since she was a child. Is that so? This all came out when Didu conducted his background check on her early in the term. We decided to keep it a secret to avoid causing any upsets. As I understand it, our professor is loath to reflect on that part of her life, Dmitri said. I can well imagine what she must have been like, though. Watching her grow and shed that callous shell, leave behind that identity, these past 10 months. I feel as though there might be hope for me yet. I'm glad that hope is still alive. When we had fought Solon, I thought it had been taken from me forever. She gently rested her palm on one of his bruises. Does it hurt every time? Every time I what? Every time you use both of your crests. Edelgard had only once called upon the power of both the Crest of Ceros and the Crest of Flames at the same time. She'd been told that there was significant danger in doing so, and on that occasion, she had felt the truth in those words regardless of their source. To call upon both crests had summoned a fire in her veins that had spread through her whole body, penetrating deep into her bones like acid. It had felt as though she were being flayed alive, and deep within her heart, she had known that if she had pushed herself any harder, she would have split herself open like a butterfly's chrysalis and something terrible and monstrous would have burst out of her in a shower of viscera. "Yes," he said. "It is nothing compared to what I have suffered in the past, but the pain is terrible. It's like I'm being torn apart from the inside. And yet we call these things blessings from the goddess," she muttered. "What?" "Sometimes I think about you, Dmitri," she said. "And Ingrid, and Sylvain, and," she wanted to add, Lysithea and Mercedes and Marianne and Happy, and of course Byleth, and so many other friends she knew whose lives had been made worse for their crests. "I think of all the ways crests bring you pain. Why did the Church of Syros tell us that these horrible things were symbols of the goddess love? Why should her love hurt us?" Dmitri bowed his head. "I want to tell you something in confidence. She made me swear not to tell anybody." His voice fell to a whisper. "Marianne has the crest of the beast. That is the curse she speaks of. Crests are weapons of great power that we can use to defend ourselves, but why does the goddess give these weapons to people who cannot bear to use them? I don't think the goddess has anything to do with crests, actually," Edelgard said. "I think it's a lie the church and the aristocracy tell so that the strong remain strong and the weak remain weak. I suppose the goddess told you that herself." A smile crossed his face. "I am so relieved that you are okay. Your legs? Just a little sore now. Nothing compared to what you did to yours. You're fortunate, then." There was another knock on the door. Dmitri sat up straight, grimacing. "If that is Dedu," he said, "please do not tell him I was trying to escape." "Lady Edelgard," Hubert called out. "I would like to see that you are well." Edelgard stood up, her sore legs wobbling a bit as she rose to her feet, and opened the door. Hubert stood in front of her, twice as disheveled and bedraggled as he had been in the morning, his hair littered with twigs that Ferdinand was trying to brush out. "Hubert, really," Ferdinand said, "you simply cannot present yourself to Lady Edelgard like this. Where are your manners? Oh, Edelgard, darling, hello." "Hello, Hubert. I see you made it back okay," Edelgard said. "After quite a few bumps in the road," he said. There was pain in his eyes. Ferdinand rolled up his sleeve. "Hubert, what is this?" he gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he saw 4 livid claw marks, freshly healed, drawn across his forearm. "I tripped and fell on a knife," Hubert said. "Several knives. Thankfully, Professor Byleth is quite adept at healing magic." "And all this hair," Ferdinand added, plucking a bit of scarlet fur off of Hubert's black cloak. "Ferdinand, dear, I think Hubert would like to speak to me alone," Edelgard said. She looked over her shoulder and saw Dmitri already pulling himself off her bed. "I will just be on my way," he said. Thank you so much for talking with me." He and Ferdinand left Hubert and Edelgard alone, though Ferdinand needed a bit more jostling before he left. "We are having a meeting tonight," Hubert said to her. "Is Happy safe?" "Yes, Lady Edelgard, you need not worry about her yet." "Yet? You will see." Edelgard did not like how ominous that answer sounded. "So, what happened to your arm?" Hubert was silent for a while. "Happy wanted to play. Unfortunately for her and myself both, her claws don't retract like those of a normal cat do. But it is nothing for you to concern yourself with. It hardly even hurts anymore. I'm sorry. Again, it is nothing. Cats are as cats do, I'm afraid, and fortunately I am still standing. Do you need my help getting ready?" "No, I can dress myself." "And how do you feel?" "A little sore, a bit icky, a cough and a sneeze every so often," Edelgard shrugged. "Nothing that won't go away after a good night's sleep." "Good. I do have the utmost faith in Professor Manuela to take good care of you." Hubert sighed. "Lady Edelgard, please tell me all this peril is only temporary. The worst is behind us, is it not?" "That would be nice," she replied, watching his face fall. The worst, she thought, was yet to come. Edelgard knew that the meeting would be unusual when she noticed enormous paw prints in the snow outside the guard tower's door. The snow fell fast and thick, quickly erasing them, but they were still visible when she and Hubert arrived. At the top of the stairs, at the top of the monastery wall, the little room-time squad had eked out a command center and looked the same as ever, save for the enormous cat nestled in the corner of the room. Byleth, Claude, and Hilda were already there. Happy? How did you get her up here? Edelgard asked them. We didn't, Byleth said. She shrugged. She found it on her own. She must remember this place, Edelgard supposed. It must feel safe to her. At the sound of her voice, Happy sat straight up, and with a swish of her tail unfolded herself and crossed the floor. She filled the little room, making it seem more like a dollhouse. Are you sure she's tame? Hilda asked, taking a step backward. Happy sniffed the air around Edelgard, let out an irritated, or possibly dismayed, meow, and head-butted her with enough force to knock her to the floor. Before Edelgard could pull herself off of her aching backside, Happy started vigorously rubbing her cheek against her. Edelgard let out a little involuntary laugh as her long, wiry whiskers tickled her face. Yes, Edelgard said. Happy started licking her hair. No, Happy, stop, I just washed this, she sputtered. Ah, she thinks you're one of her kitties, Claude cooed while Happy pinned her down. So I guess this explains why she was so good with cats. So, how are we going to feed her? Hilda asked. She'll probably eat as much as a full-grown wyvern, Byleth said, judging by her size. Great. Well, I'm not dragging any goat carcasses all the way out here. You'll do it, right, Claude? I mean, it's just that you're used to it. I'd love to, Claude said, but I'm pretty busy. And Byleth is a professor, Geralt is a knight, both with pretty packed schedules, so I'll need your help, of course. Hilda groaned. Where is Geralt? Edelgard asked once she'd pulled herself away from Happy. Happy answered her question with a stern meow and pulled her back in. The tips of her claws hooked themselves into her clothes. No, bad kitty. Hilda laughed at her, and she could tell from the barely stifled smirk on Claude's face that he, too, found this incredibly amusing. Dad's got some work with the knights, Byleth said, but he'll be here soon. What are we going to do? Edelgard said, resigning herself to being pinned underneath Happy's paws, when Happy leaves. She's a cat, she'll come and go as she pleases. The thought occurred to her that while Happy was quite calm around people she knew, she was more than capable of harming other students and other students were capable of harming her. On top of that, there was Thales. Right, Claude said. If there's one thing cats hate, it's being cooped up. Though if she's afraid around people she doesn't know, she might just hide here for the next few days. Hanneman has appointed himself responsible for her, Hubert said. At least it will be easier to keep this area clear for her now that the knights are aware. Soon, the door to the room opened again and Geralt trod in, stamping the snow off his boots and brushing it off his shoulders and out of his hair. Hi, he grunted. Long day, huh? Sorry I'm late. I just had Catherine take Lord Frildarius in for questioning. Of course, I doubt we'll get anything out of him, and we're making it clear we don't think he's guilty of anything. Hopefully it'll just keep him out of our hair for a bit while we figure this mess out. Shamir's gone off to see where Cornelia's headed. Hanneman is locked in his office tinkering with one of those demmed crest machines of his. What else is new? I had a little chat with Kronia today, Claude said. What? Edelgard snapped. Alone. Of course. He shrugged. You and Geralt weren't around to come with me. Anyway, I've got to thank you for softening her up for me. I think I might have taken her the rest of the way. To say the least, Edelgard was skeptical. Something wasn't adding up here. What did you talk about? Oh, a lot of private stuff, Claude said evasively. But more to the point, I'm pretty sure we've made some great progress on her, because, he pulled a small leather notebook out from under his cloak. She let me retrieve the code book from Glenn's room. Now we have a full set of codes for the Noise's Enigma machine. All the messages I've picked up that we haven't been able to decode so far are revealed to us now. She just handed all this over to us. Hubert asked. How do you know the codes aren't fake? I'd already collected about a third of them, Claude said. They match up with the contents of this book. He let the code book fall to the table with a heavy thwack. They've got no more secrets. Nowhere to hide. So, yeah. I think we can trust her. Edelgard's eyes narrowed. How did you turn her to our side, Claude? I'd like to know, she said. None of this felt right. There was something wrong about all of this. Why was Claude, the only person in the monastery more paranoid and transactional than her, being so trusting? I just picked up where you left off, Claude said with a wry smile that did nothing to put her at ease. Well, as long as you didn't set her loose, Gerald said. With not Rodrigue still running around and doing as he pleases? Of course not. Claude rapped his knuckles on the codebook's cover. But speaking of this little beauty, I was able to use it to decode a message I intercepted in the rookery this morning. The levity vanished from his face and his voice, and there was a hard and serious glint in his eyes. Their new imposter is just a little ahead of schedule. They're arriving Saturday night. As though sensing her distress, Happy laid her head on Edelgard's lap and started purring. Check the description for the links to the author.